Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2026, co-hosted by Hashkey Group and Wanxiang Blockchain Lab, and organized by W3Me. I'm Jasmine. It's my absolute pleasure to be the MC for today's event. Welcome, everyone. 女士们、先生们，大家早上好！欢迎大家莅临由 Hashkey Group 和万象区块链实验室联合主办、W3Me 承办的第4届香港 Web3 嘉年华。我是今天的主持人 Jasmine， 你们好，谢谢。Our sessions presented in this morning will be dedicated to the most powerful synthesis in technology, AI crossover crypto, the next finance infrastructure. 我们今天上午的议程将聚焦 AI 连成 crypto 下一代金融基础设施主题进行分享。First of all, please allow me to extend our sincere gratitude towards our title sponsors, OKX Wallet, Signal Plus, and Tron.Diamond sponsors Bitfire, Meet48, and ZA Bank. And also a big thank you to Cyberport and HATDC for supporting this event as strategic partners. 首先感谢冠名赞助商 OKX Wallet, Signal Plus 以及 Tron， 钻石赞助商 Bitfire, Meet48 以及 ZA Bank 的大力支持，也特别感谢香港数码港以及香港贸发局提供的战略支持。Next, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first keynote speaker, Mr. 冯行峰, CEO of Lotus Technology Incorporation. 我们有请路特斯科技全球首席执行官冯行峰先生为我们带来主题演讲，掌声有请。
大家好，可能大家很奇怪，这个 Web3 这个一个探讨的世界，突然来了一个汽车车企，是不是大家觉得很奇怪？当然，我们也是来进行探讨的，那么在未来的实物的世界里，和这个 Web3 如何能够结合？当然，我先介绍一下这个莲花汽车。莲花汽车创立于1948年，是我们的创始人克林查普曼从开始造一台改装了一台赛车开始，我们叫 Mark One，那么从这个赛车开始，我们的创始人开启了我们的莲花品牌的赛车生涯，也同时造出了第一台的莲花的赛车 Mark One， 那么从此他开始了这种开挂的人生。因为我们的创始人他是一个皇家飞行员，同时他也是一个赛车手，那么从此莲花开启了这种赛车生涯。那么我们在这个78年内，一共获得了7次这个年度总冠军，6次车手总冠军，81次分站赛冠军，还有9次勒芒大赛的冠军。等等，这个是莲花在创造自己 F1 历史上的不断的在创造自己的一些辉煌。那么当然，这个已经是过去的莲花，那么未来的莲花究竟会是什么样子的？那么我们也在，作为我们来讲，也在探索 AI 和区块链，还有 Web3 如何能够对未来的汽车能够产生赋能。其实我们知道，汽车到今天为止，汽车从马力时代进入了算力时代，也就是汽车的马力不但越来越大，而且算力越来越大。我们知道，比如说我们会用在自动驾驶方面，我们会用SAW，英伟达的SAW，你可以有1000 TOPS、2000 TOPS， 甚至于4000 TOPS， 向这个车上去堆取。当然，在 AI 这个领域，在汽车的这个 AI 领域，我们每个人都很清楚，那么 AI 是如何赋能到汽车上面的。那么有自动驾驶，有智能座舱，这是我们最直观和最直接感受到的。那么智能驾驶 也越来越被大家所认可，包括我们会看到的 Uber， 也包括我们在美国已经能够达到这种无人驾驶的出租车。当然，区块链还有 Web3如何在这上面得到应用？那么莲花汽车我们也在这方面做了很多的一些探索。那么尤其是在 AI 方面的应用，尤其未来的应用，主要还是集中在仓价一体。算力越来越大，数据越来越多，那么我们也能够从这种大的价的数据上，让这个车越来越智能。那么仓的数据上，我们越来越多的和用户进行互联。其实所谓的仓价一体，价解决的是车的问题，仓解决的是人和车互联的问题。那么我们在这个 AI 方面也进行了很多的探索，包括区块链方面也进行了很多的探索。比如说，我们现在在武汉的工厂是全世界第一个数字孪生的工厂。当然，说到这个数字孪生，大家可能没有太多的直观的印象。那如果说我把它各种场景给大家说一说的话，大家就明白这种数字孪生所带来的这种数字化的革命。比如说，我今天在香港，我就可以通过我的电脑，我就能够看到你的车，你所定制的这款车今天到了什么样的工序，你所定制化的产品有没有安装上去。也就是说，让每一个用户都可以通过数字化孪生这样的一个技术，能够看到自己的产品处于什么样的一个阶段。那么同时为我们千人千面的个性化定制奠定了基础。那这是对用户端，那对技术端又带来的是什么呢？作为一个工程师，如果说我们的产品集成在一个工厂里面，那么我们过去我们的工程师是不是都要到现场去，才能够把工艺调好，工艺调节好？那么现在我们就可以做到，我们的工程师无论处于何时何地，我们都可以对这个工厂的工艺先进行数据的调节，然后进行实物的调节。我说一个数字，过去我们一个新的车型集成到一个工厂，最快的时间是8个月的时间。但是我们因为有了数字孪生这样的技术，我们今天创造了一个新的历史。我们把一个新的车型集成到一个新的工厂，我们仅仅用了2个半月的时间。这就是数字孪生技术带来的新的这种革命，从8个月缩短到了2.5个月，而且它的成功率一次就可以成功。那么过去我们是不断的去反复的调试，那么现在我们就可以通过我们数字工厂来进行调试，只用在实物工厂里面一次性就把它给解决掉。那么我们在区块链方面的探讨，因为莲花汽车是出口到世界各地的，不仅仅是在英国生产，在中国生产，而且是出口到世界各地，尤其是我们出口到美国。美国对供应链的溯源是要求非常高的，那么我们就运用了区块链的技术来对我们的供应链进行溯源。那么达到什么样的要求呢？当美国将要去核实你的整个区块链、你的整个的供应链的回溯的时候，只用把这份材料递交给美国，很快就能够得到确认。这就是区块链技术带来低成本的一种革命。因为我们过去做一项这种供应链的溯源，因为供应链的溯源，汽车是一个供应链非常长的一个供应链体系。 我们有 Tier 1、Tier 2、Tier 3，甚至于我们有原材料供应商。比如说，我们的电池，这个电池的你的一种认证。最怕的是色变。如果说没有得到批准、认可和验证，对这个供应链的质量有当然，我刚才说到了就是仓。让机器8点钟坐上你的车的日程的时候，它带到某一家店去喝杯咖啡，这就是仓的意思。仅仅是会赛车。其实我们要适应这种所以说我说了，未来不仅仅说大马力时代，300的加速只有8秒，啊，那么这是大马力，但是大算力同样为我们带来了车和人之间的这种完美的这种结合。当然，我们也在不停地在探索未来这种车在整个交易链路当中的，通过区块链的技术、Web3的技术，能够让我们的用户和车之间变得交易更容易，尤其是数据能不能得到更好的保护和认可。比如说，我们现在在英国，我们的经销商已经通过这个区块链的技术，通过这种加密货币的支付来进行汽车的这种交易。那么更重要的是，未来我们每个人都需要我们的数字资产得到保护。也就是说，我们在用这个车的过程当中，我们产生了很多的数字资产。那么目前这个数字的资产都是被各大平台所应用。那么未来我们能不能保护我们个人的数字资产呢？我认为完全是可行的，尤其是在区块链技术的今天。那么当我们每个人的数字得到保护和确权了以后，那么这个数据的价值的共享，对我们个人 不单单的是带来保护，更重要的，我们也将会成为价值的受益者。还有我们就是跨境合作的生态。我们现在跨境结算、跨境交易都非常非常的麻烦。那么未来如果说这个数字资产在这个平台上得到了确权和保护以后，我相信我们每一个人都是数据的产生者，也是数据价值的享受者。尤其是在这个数据采集方面因为现在大家都喜欢保护个人的数据那么最近我们也不断的在探讨这个区块链的这种交易的，包括粉丝经济。未来比如说我们马上会设计一款非常酷炫的 Hypercar，那么这个新的这个 Hypercar 就可以和我们的粉丝去共创，甚至于在共创过程当中，为你个人去打造一台你个人所喜欢的跑车。这就是我们一直在推崇的千人千面。当然，最近我们从这个传统的跑车进入这个新能源时代，那么尤其是我们的 Hyper Electra 这样的一个跑车，也得到了这个欧洲的 R171的认证，这是全球第2个得到 R171认证，也就是智能驾驶认证，欧洲智能驾驶认证的这个车企。那么同时，我们新推出的莲花的这个 Forme 的产品，这是一个952匹的马力的，同时它的综合续航里程达到了1400公里，100公里加速达到了3.3秒，同时它的油耗还非常的低，只有0.07升，又是长的续航里程，又是大的马力。这就是目前性能所带来的好处。所以未来莲花不但在自己的跑车领域去探索去发展，那么我们在未来的新能源的领域，在未来的智能化的世界，我们也不断的去探索，尤其是愿意和 Web 3.0这个时代的各行各业的专家们，我们去探索未来的价值链。汽车在这个生态里面能够创造出来自己什么样的一个价值？非常感谢，谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢冯总的精彩分享。Thank you, Mr. Feng, for your informative sharing. Coming up next, let's welcome Lily Liu, President at Solana, for a keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Lily.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lily. I am the president of the Solana Foundation. I came last year, and last year was when we first started talking about internet capital markets. It's been an articulation of why blockchain matters, why we've all been in this industry for 5, 10, 15, almost 20 years. I wanted to share a global perspective on internet capital markets. And last year we talked a lot about this kind of theme of how capital formation has accelerated in private markets and left out the ability to convert labor into capital and all of the onward kind of social effects that you see around the world today. And today I wanted to add a global perspective of really thinking about this really at macroeconomic level and what that means for this blockchain technology we've been building. I'm told that everyone's leaving to AI. I think there's still a couple of us left here. And also some thoughts on what that means just kind of philosophically with this convergence of AI and blockchain. All right, so internet capital markets going global. So first off, observation is that production is global. GDP, economic activity, exists everywhere in the world. This is a map of where GDP production, is concentrated. No surprise, two sides of the world, and the Americas and Asia and Europe obviously leading the way. Collectively over $100 trillion of production. So production happens everywhere. Economic activity happens everywhere. Another observation is users are global. So these bubbles represent internet users, so in total 5.5 to 6 billion, and across 195 countries. And increasingly, of course, what the internet has done is it started to break down the national borders of information and made it easier for people around the world to communicate, maintain ever-present activity. So information has gone global, and many aspects of our lives today and economic activity have been globalized. So production is global, users are global, also resources are global. So this is a heat map of 6 of the most key resources related to electrification and compute, and where those underlying resources, rare earths, lithium, cobalt, nickel, copper, for example, are located in the world. So you see this resource distribution across certainly some geographies, all the way down to Australia, Brazil, of course, where we are right now as well. But then what happens is if you lay capital markets on top of this, you'll see that capital formation is not global. So you have economic activity, labor, demand, resources, all being distributed globally, but capital formation is not. So why is this important? Well, capital formation is how you turn savings into investment and how you turn investments into future growth and future value creation. So if you only ever have savings, as really even individuals, and then certainly as companies and really at the national level, you're unable to form this into investable capital and also attract external capital, you never really cross the Rubicon into being able to turn that into productive assets and really creating ownership in future economy. So let's dig into that a little bit. Capital markets access is anything but global. These bubbles represent a heat map of where capital markets exist, where they thrive. This at the country level. In total, what you observe is there are 20 stock exchanges around the world in 14 countries that together are about $145 trillion of market cap as of the end of 2025. And together, they represent and you've got users, where people live, and where people and furthermore, if you enter are based. And so what you see is around software, around the creation of bits. But the interesting observation to make is that capital markets are not where physical resource are. And this is a bit of an intentional evolution of history, because historically what it's been is you didn't have to have the stuff in the ground in order to be able to create wealth. And the advantage of places such as here as Hong Kong is you could have actually sort of a poverty of natural resource, but if you had a good judicial system and predictable rules, good banking, so on and so forth, you could attract capital, and you could be a financial center even if you didn't have the stuff in the ground. And that was the business model and the comparative advantage, if you will, of different geographies and different jurisdictions that has evolved over the last couple of hundred years. But the question is whether that dynamic is going to change and what this actually means if the things that are going to be the most valuable in the future are separate from where capital formation actually takes place. Another observation is capital markets don't capture global wealth. Now that RWAs have been the thing, continue to be the thing for quite a while, global wealth in total about $500 trillion, and only $150 trillion of that is traded on global capital markets. Another observation about this is that 94% of capital markets are located in the top 20 exchanges in the top 14 countries. 80% of the wealth is actually sitting in those same geographies. So, by that disproportionate comparison, one could say that there's quite a bit of wealth that might be eligible for capital markets access, but isn't, might look like small margin around 10%, but when you look at the sort of total size of the pie, that's actually, tens and tens of trillions of dollars. And I would say, as an aside, that's probably our thesis as an industry for RWA. So why is this important? If you look at the sum total of countries out of 195, it's about 180 that really don't have any access to capital markets. That means that actually most countries, and by extension most people in the world, are living in economies that are financed based on debt rather than equity. They're financed in debt and don't have a path to ownership. And what does that mean? Okay, well, if you're primarily living off of savings plus borrowing, borrowing and debt instruments are by design backward-looking. They underwrite what already exists. And at the national level, at the international level, what you have is you only have a few lenders of global last resort. We know them well. There's the IMF, the World Bank. And what that means, and also other sovereign countries, but what that means is access to credit at the sovereign level has a ton of strings attached, tons of covenants, conditionality, repayment terms, fixed obligations, and ultimately these are predicated on what exists and what has been produced rather than forward-looking what may be produced in the future. Another big pain point is that debt is denominated in global currencies. So what happens when we're in volatile economic times like now? Well, the inputs into your economy are all based in hard foreign currency, while all of your production is denominated in your local currency. And of course, there's no sharing of downside. You're eating that entirely as a borrower. Contrast that with an economy that has greater access to ownership. Of course, equity value, that's something that probably unites most of us here, having been able to raise equity and primarily, growth well because it's forward-looking. Equity underwrites future growth. And what that also means is that you can access a global investor base that are funding local assets and together share in upside. So, there's monopoly photos here because there's the current state around sort of a debt-driven financing structure is kind of a monopoly in both ways. One is that there's a monopoly on the lenders of last resort, international institutions being the primary one, and also the local currencies themselves, without access to further capital formation, become a little bit monopoly money on their own, where all of your obligations are in global hard currencies, whereas your ability to repay them is denominated in your local currency, and there's been so many examples where this just does not add up. Okay, so we've seen that one of the major trends that's been happening, especially over the last 5 years, gold leading the way, is value rotating into commodities. So this again is the transition from a world where value is going to bits in the world of zero interest rates, which piles all the exuberance into equity and growth because money is free. And I think the two trends together, which is interest rates and then also this kind of explosion into CapEx and realizing that you have to have these physical supply chains to actually create the hardware and create the physical stuff that allows you to even deliver on bits. So recognizing that atoms are upstream of bits has driven this outperform commodities over equities, and this is likely to, in my opinion, probably persist as folks rotate from sort of the gold standard commodity, which is gold itself, and go sort of down the periodic table. Another observation here is that most wealth is not liquid. And so most of the wealth out there is in stock, right? But it does not trade, there's no price, and there's no market for it globally. So what is the solution to all of this? As we've been talking about here in Solana for quite some time, the solution is to go public on the internet. any asset anywhere can raise capital from anyone. It's priced in hard currency in dollars and settled on open rails. And this is powerful because if you can participate in capital formation, then you can own a piece of the future. And to do that, you actually need a settlement layer. So stablecoins, which has been one of the major growth trajectories of the last year in the blockchain industry, is a big part of that. So you've got to have global, trusted, neutral infrastructure that can act as a settlement layer and also as an execution layer, and that is what Solana does on both sides. Solana as this kind of foundational financial infrastructure. Because that stablecoins allows any country to participate in this global financial system where if you have a high quality local asset, then you have the ability to potentially distribute that to an audience of 5.5 billion people in the form of a stablecoin asset, which is now broadly available. The on and off ramps are being built, and it's a form of it's a form of asset. It's an asset people globally are going to be comfortable holding. One of the other kind of constraints of people participating in global capital markets right now is, well, if you want to go buy a high quality local asset in any one of the 180 countries that don't have capital markets, a lot of folks are turned away by feeling discomfort with putting money into a national bank in one of these 180 countries, understandably. But what gets unlocked and what reduces the friction of that today is the proliferation of stablecoins and the ability to sort of almost real-time match the demand for an asset with the supply of an asset, and it just dramatically reduces the barrier for high-quality local assets to actually tap into global capital markets. Ultimately, thematically, where I think this is going is this concept of universal basic ownership. That if you have access to capital markets, then you can have a stake in the future. Then you can actually own a piece of the future. And what blockchain does is that anyone with a phone, you can own a stake in your economy. You can own a stake in your society's future. And this is fundamental property rights in a digital age. And that is why capital markets access is so important, and it's one of the things that you can really only do on the blockchain. And we as Solana, we've been building the infrastructure for that settlement layer, the execution layer, and this I think is one of the most powerful things that we as the blockchain industry can contribute going forward. I also want to contrast this with what has been talked about for so long with regards to AI. This idea that with AI, we're all going to be put out of work. There's going to be all these people with no productive way to deploy their time, and as a result, we have no option but to put everyone on welfare and create an even greater entitlement society where ever more, now that you've centralized intelligence into 10 megabrains around the world, meaning these LLM models, that for other 7-8 billion people, it's just going to be welfare entitlement society. And that's UBI. And I think the contrasting perspective to that is I don't think it has to be that way. I think the contrasting concept here is one of UBO, universal basic ownership, and universal basic opportunity as well. That for talent formation, also capital formation, you do have agency. And even in the world of AI, you do have a choice and you do have an ability to own part of your own production, own a part of the society that you're a part of, and there is a path outside of one of ever more entitlement and welfare. And that is the contrast between universal basic income, view of the world oriented around universal basic ownership, and that also is what having global capital markets access, the ability to go public on the internet, and having the foundational financial rails to enable that, that's the significance of that. So that's what we're working on here at Solana, and welcome you to all be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lily, for your insightful sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, on this new infrastructure, how will value move? The dream is for access to flow as seamlessly as information does today. Our next keynote addresses this directly, where money moves as freely as messages. And without further ado, please welcome Mr. Adeniyi Abiodun, co-founder and chief product officer of Milestone Labs. A big round of applause to welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hi, my name is Adni Abiodun. It feels weird, but a robot passed me my microphone this morning. It's a weird direction we're taking the world. But super excited to talk to you very quickly about what we're doing at Miston. At Miston Labs, we're working on making moving money, moving assets on the internet as simple as sending messages. So my team actually comes from Facebook. We were predominantly responsible for launching a global payments rail called Libra. And the goal of Libra was to make moving of money as simple as sending messages on WhatsApp. As you all know, once we made sending messages global free, it was really easy for people to become better sending messages. We felt we could ultimately George, we acquired this company at Facebook to build Libra. The inventor of the Move programming language. I've been involved in crypto since 2012, built one of the largest Bitcoin mining systems, and over time I've launched blockchains for Oracle, VMware, and of course Facebook. So we're going fully agentic in the world, right? Machines are going to be part of the economy. You've heard more and more about how agents are going to have a part to play. In our view, when we looked at transactions on the internet, today, majority of internet traffic is largely automated. And we also believe the financial rails of the future, most on-chain online transactions will be driven by agentic pools. So when you make a payment, when you buy, when you sell, a lot of that is going to be automated on your behalf. Now, these are the kind of things you're going to need in this world that we're going towards, right? Money movement has to be free. So the idea that you pay to move your own money is ludicrous. That's going away. And many companies exist today simply here to charge you fees for moving the money you've worked hard for. Money movement is going to be free. Separately, money has to be agentic. It needs to be digital so agents can use it. The idea that you are going to have to go to a website and click 5 buttons to make an order is going away. The human interface is going to be conversational, and agents need to be able to action things on your behalf. Separately, money needs to have rules. So different assets will have different rules that decides who can buy, who can own, who can participate, what are the rules around privacy. Separately, as I said, money has to be private. Today, all blockchains fall foul of a world where I send you $5 and somehow you can look at the entire history of what I've done on the internet. That does not work. And we need to move to a world where money is truly private, the same way you get it today. And of course, yield. The idea that a bank will pay 0.04% when really the real yield rate is about 3.5%. Money will natively generate yield. So we're happy to announce that SWI will be the first public high-speed network to make money movement free. SWI, to move any amount of money on SWI, whether it's $0.0005 all the way to $1 billion, there will be no fee. And that is setting us up for a world where agents can move money globally at the speed of light without a cost. That is going to be something you can do with USDC, USDT, SWI dollar, every single stablecoin in the market. SWI will be the central area for commerce. Beyond that as well, bank-grade privacy will be available on SWI. So the idea, as I mentioned, that you now only can count on central organizations for keeping your information private. The public network itself, using cryptography, advanced cryptography, will keep your transaction history as secure as a bank would without having to trust a central entity. So whether I send you $50 or I send you $1 billion, you'd be unable to see the entire history of my transactions or my balance. That is privacy that actually works, and also works with full compliance and regulatory overhead as well. Beyond that as well, I mentioned money needs to generate yield natively. Right now, the mass majority of stables that exist in the market, the yield goes to separate entities. We're going to a world where the yield needs to go directly to users, but also needs to go directly to infrastructure. So in the yield that will be generated by SWI dollar that we've launched in partnership with Stripe, that goes back to the SWI network in buying SWI, liquidating SWI, in burning SWI, and of course in boosting yields for holders of DeFi assets as well. So you're going to see a world where the yield that is generated from stablecoins, right now in the market is about 3.5%, goes back to feeding directly into the ecosystem for the benefit of its users. And it also means transactions are always going to be free on SWI. And these are the things you're absolutely going to need. Agents need to move money quickly as possible, irrespective of the amount. Agents are going to pay agents directly, and rails that count on fees will not survive. Also, it's one thing to make transactions free, but can you handle the necessary demands of that for agents? I think Stripe estimated you will need horizontally, the same way we built if we need 1 million transactions per second, so we can do that. A lot of sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, ETF holders who came over to our company and asked us questions around putting their Bitcoin to use. They could not trust the infrastructure offered to them by layer 2s, and there were complicated tax consequences of wrapping assets. So we actually, I've worked with a number of sovereign wealth funds and ETF institutions as well with building Hashi. The goal of Hashi is to give institutions a DeFi-first approach to generating yield for Bitcoin. So if you're sitting on a balance sheet of $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion in Bitcoin, and previously weren't able to make use of it, now with Hashi you can. With a click of a button with a number of our partners, BitGo included, you'll be able to quickly deploy Bitcoin straight to DeFi while keeping it on the BTC network, paying no taxes, in addition to being able to mint and borrow stablecoins in real time. Unlike what happened with CeFi before, when we had mass liquidations, nobody knew what happened to their assets, this is entirely different. It's fully public, fully available, and is covered by a Bitcoin-based insurance as well. So you have the most secure protocol to borrow assets for Bitcoin, built on top of the fastest layer 1 with full privacy ingrained into it as well. Another thing to mention with Hashi, it's institutional grade. So you're going to start to see ETFs that starts to pay you yield directly from BTC instead of charging you a rate for holding the ETF. And that's all powered by the advanced technologies we built at Mist and Labs. As I mentioned, Fenwick and West, which is one of the top law firms in the States, have given a strong legal opinion that, especially in North America, using Hashi will not constitute a taxable event, which means large institutions with billions of dollars on a balance sheet can start deploying Bitcoin at scale to the most performant, the fastest and most reliable network that exists in crypto. Deepbook, as we all know, liquidity is important, but also how you make liquidity available is critically important. Using DEXs or AMMs for highly liquid tier 1 assets makes no sense. So SWI has the only high throughput on-chain deep order book that's composable. So you can trade in and out of positions at large size with minimal slippage with Deepbook. In a world where you'd be able to swap between BTC and dollars, swap between gold and USD, swap between USD and EUR directly on-chain as fast as you want and with very, very low cost. Deepbook's already built and it's there to meet that kind of need as well. So we'll be talking a bit more about Deepbook towards our own event, so we'll really encourage you to come over. And the most important thing to talk about with SWI is it is literally a multitude of technologies. Right? People talk about layer 1s, and I think it's important to know that you cannot survive in the world. You can't solve the world's problems with just a layer 1. The goal we set out to build at Facebook with Libra was to build a global network that made it possible for anybody to own their own data, anyone to own their own assets, and anyone to transfer money whenever they wanted, unencumbered by central organizations. And what we have with SWI is not just amazing front end, right? You've got a highly scalable blockchain. You also have storage. If you need to store gigabytes or petabytes of data, you could do that with SWI. If you want to encrypt data and decide who can access that data, if you want to set rules on when that data is available, right? If you're a news reporter and you want to make news available at a particular time, you want to programmatically make it available and charge for it, you could do that with Sui natively on the platform today. You can host entire websites and applications on Sui using Walrus today. So you have to solve the full stack problem. We're moving from a world where apps are run on central infrastructure to a world where they'll be run on shared infrastructure. And we've built that with Sui. And as I mentioned, payments on Sui will be ultimately free. Slush, which is one of our wallets in ecosystem, will actually allow you to would ultimately make sending ecosystem. This will allow you to spend Sui US dollars, Sui dollar, all across over 130 million merchants. So in a world where it'll now be free to move your money, it also will be easy for you to take that money and spend it at at any kind of auto-telling machine or any kind of merchant service point in the world as well. So Sui is globally, it's quickly becoming a global layer for commerce, a global layer for liquidity, and it can do that at the scale that the internet actually demands. So as I mentioned, it's becoming the most powerful stack for financial services. We recently announced a number of merchant banks, especially member banks who are now leveraging Sui for financial rails. Namely, they can start to allow their users to globally move money across the internet and do that with the same resilience that they expect with Sui. Think of Sui as an ultimate replacement for the cloud stacks we have today, but also more importantly as a Swift replacement. It moves money faster than Swift can, more robustly than Swift can, and it settles instantaneously. I want to share a video with you about what we're doing with AI.
The next $5 trillion won't be human. Today's internet wasn't built for AI agents to become economic actors. Agents can decide in seconds, but payments still rely on logins, apps, approvals, and disconnected systems. That makes agentic commerce fragile. The Sui stack fixes this at the foundation. Builders can give agents scoped authority to pay, with clear limits on what they can spend, when they can spend it, and who they can pay. Those permissions are composable. The payment rules can be structured to work across apps. So agents can move between apps automatically to accomplish all their tasks. Agents can buy inventory, settle invoices, or pay for services while they work. Each step produces a verifiable receipt on-chain. Every outcome is auditable, provable, and easy to reconcile. Sui makes agentic business possible.
It's important to notice that Sui offers something very unique that we've been trying to do for decades in computer science. It gives you full atomic composability across applications. What does that mean? Today, when an agent works on your behalf, it does things one after the other in a procedural form. You ask it to book you a flight, book you a hotel, book a restaurant. It needs to do these things one after a time. And that's the most basic example. Soon you imagine making investments, you need to withdraw from a number of accounts at the same time and deposit elsewhere. The world is shifting to a place where agents will be way more efficient than humans, and you need atomic composability for that to happen. Sui lets you do any number of these composable transactions together and execute them at once. You can't do that at AWS. You cannot do that with Google. You certainly can't do that with any Web3 stack that exists today. This game-changing feature of atomic composability is going to make the difference between an agent that charges you $5 to do an action, between another agent that could charge you $1 to do an action. It's going to be ultimately what leads to greater efficiency. And as I mentioned, here's part of the stack. Sui, Walrus, Deepbook, ZK Login, Nautilus, Seal, all these are part of the most critical things that agents and developers can use to build a future internet. We're very, very glad about the progress we're making, and we believe we're fully ready to dominate agentic commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Adeni, for your wonderful sharing. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next session, a gentle reminder for everyone. Today's forum provides simultaneous interpretation service. Please scan the QR code for translation service on your catalog and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 提提大家，我们本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，请扫描同传二维码即可获取同传服务。In our next session, when AI itself becomes a prolific creator, what does ownership look like? The answer lies on-chain. Our next keynote explores the future of AI UGC on-chain. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Kai Xu, COO of Meet 48.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kai with Meet 48. We are a project that combines real-life idle entertainment with the on-chain fan economy and added AI experience with AI-powered virtual idols. So our background is in traditional entertainment and gaming, and we've been working to bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3 for the past 3 years. And I'd like to actually share with you all what we've been doing for the past year and what we plan to do later this year. So over the past year at Meet 48, we have been working directly with real idols, not just as performers, but as evolving digital identities. And instead of treating idols as static public figures, we have helped them create their own AI agents and develop persistent virtual personas that extend far beyond their physical presence. And these AI agents are not simple chatbots. They are interactive, personality-driven systems that continuously learn from both the idol and their fans. And as a result, an idol is no longer limited to a single stage or a fixed schedule or a specific time zone. So they can exist pretty much anywhere, everywhere at once, engaging with fans in real time in ways that were never previously possible. And building on this foundation, we asked a more ambitious question: what happens when fans do not just support idols, but actively shape their journey? And to explore this, we launched one of the world's first and largest idol competitions powered by Web3 mechanics. And in this system, fans are no longer passive voters. Instead, they actually participate on-chain, where every vote is transparent, verifiable, and globally accessible. And this fundamentally changes the relationship between idols and their communities, because influence becomes measurable, participation becomes meaningful, and fandom evolves into a form of governance. I actually have a video here to show everyone. Please play video 1. So we actually held this event last year right here in Hong Kong at the Hong Kong Expo in August, and we will be holding a similar event this year as well. So what we have learned from working with real idols is that the future is not about replacing humans, but about extending them. An idol today can exist simultaneously as a human performer, as a virtual persona, and an AI agent. And this creates a new kind of intellectual property that is always active, always evolving, and deeply connected to its community. And once you reach this point, a natural transition begins to emerge. So if we can extend real idols into AI, then we can also create idols that are AI native from the very beginning. And this is where our vision expands beyond traditional entertainment, and we move from digitizing real-world idols to creating entirely new virtual idols and intellectual property based on community input. So they're no longer just characters or avatars. Traditionally, content creation has been centralized, expensive, and the idol fan community, something fundamentally new emerges. It's a new kind of fandom experience, and idol content creation becomes a collaborative process, and fans are no longer. This shift transforms idol community instead, they are and leveraging resources that are based on AI advancement is the speed in which we're able to actually iterate our products. So what you're seeing here is actually visuals from about 4 to 6 months ago. And today we're actually able to make very, much more realistic looking characters that would have been quite impossible to achieve simply a year ago. So here we have a much more anime 2D style. So again, it's all in different styles. Characters that you can animate without critically important. So if fans and creators are contributing value, they must also be able to share in that value, and Meet 48 addresses that by integrating on-chain rights, transparent attribution, and automated revenue sharing. And this ensures that creators are rewarded fairly, collaborators are recognized for the contributions, and communities remain aligned around shared incentives instead of being extractive. The system becomes participatory. And what we are building is not just a platform or a single product. It represents a new category of the ecosystem. And to bring this all together, we're dance choreography and the performance stage, and that are tradable on-chain, as well as the music that they create and also the dance. Other players can use your dance move. And this goes back to our I also want to note that the music library used in this game are also user created with our music generation tool. So there are no copyrights problems, and the user can pretty much create every aspect of this game. Okay. And now to bring all of this together, we need infrastructure that is vertically designed for AI UGC content, and that's why we're co-developing PO Chain. So we believe the future involves AI agents interacting at massive scale, millions of pieces of AI-generated content being created and exchanged, and complex collaborations between fans, idols, and creators. And PO Chain is designed to support AI UGC at scale by enabling high-frequency interactions between agents and users, and supporting on-chain ownership of creative outputs and automating value distribution across entire communities. And by closing, we began by working with real idols, and we extended them through AI, and now we are evolving these extensions into fully virtual intellectual property that can be transacted on-chain. And many of the pioneers in the crypto and blockchain industry have been saying for years that entertainment in the future is co-created and fairly rewarded, but it wasn't ready to happen until now, until AI miraculously lowered the barrier of creative expression so that the future is no longer some faraway, lofty ideal, but something that is now very tangible. And I also would like to take this opportunity to invite anyone that has an unfulfilled idol dream to reach out. Whether you want to be a real idol or create your own virtual idol IP, we're more than happy to engage with you. And our 2026 idol voting event will take place later this year, so it would be a great opportunity to debut new idols, especially if we're able to we're able to package someone from the Web3 space to mainstream entertainment, and that would be a very worthwhile adventure. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kai, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you. Before we move on to the next session, a few gentle reminders for everyone. This forum provides simultaneous interpretation service. Please kindly scan the QR code for the translation service on your catalog and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 提提大家，本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，请扫描同传二维码即可获取同传服务。Besides, you can also collect stamps by visiting the booths. When you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. The number of gifts are limited. They will be provided by first-come, first-served basis. 另外，在会看手册的赞助上 logo 页、参展上均有一个盖章处。活动期间完成集章任务，可以到咨询台领取对应礼品一份，每人每天限领一次，数量有限，现到现得。Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first panel. From back end to front end, how crypto assets are making their way into mainstream finance. First, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Franklin B., General Partner of Patera Capital, and also his distinguished panelists, Mr. Steve Zhou, Managing Director of Food2, Mr. Michaelas Majauskas, Global Head of Policy at Bybit. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our panelists and also our moderator.
Well, it's great to be here today and to be with you, Stephen and Michaelas. It's actually a hard act to follow, virtual idols. I personally have my own dream of doing that someday, but I think we'll talk about some less exciting things than that with the emergence of crypto assets from the front end to the back end. Why don't we start first maybe with introductions, a little bit about what we're working on. I'm Franklin, General Partner at Patera Capital. We are an investor in blockchain and digital assets since 2013, having partnered with companies like Circle and Figure, Amber Group, Red Dot Pay, and others here in the region as well. We invest globally and manage about $4.5 billion in assets. Myself personally started the blockchain team at JP Morgan back in 2015 and worked on many of the early stablecoin and tokenization initiatives there. Michaelas, how about you?
Hello. Happy to be here. My name is Michaelas. I work with Bybit. It's the second largest global exchange. But I'm Lithuanian. Whilst I'm a European, I'm actually based on the plane, economy class. I fly to different places and meet government people and try to explain them what is crypto. And then I meet crypto people, try to explain them what is government. And I'm very fortunate to be here in Hong Kong, which is one of the most advanced places on earth where my job is not required because both the government and crypto people have very good interaction and the digital asset industry is really advanced.
Great. And Steve?
Sure. My name is Steve, Managing Director at the Food2 Group. So I'm responsible for two businesses, the Web3 and the digital assets business, as well as the wealth management business.
Fantastic. You know, with Food2, there are many people here in the audience obviously very familiar with Food2. And just coming from the US, my closest analogy is perhaps Robinhood, of just being the new generation of digital brokerages serving investors today. It seems like you fast into serving crypto assets. I mean, it seems like 2024 was really maybe when the journey started. I mean, when you think about the backdrop of institutions still moving at such a slow pace, it's so impressive that you have just turned on all of these capabilities for your investors. I'd love to hear the behind-the-scenes story of what it took to make that happen, and you know, what were the sort of inspirational moments that made you and the full business just commit to digital assets as a strategy?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I think many of you probably already know Futu, right? So Futu is the largest retail broker here in Hong Kong. So we have like a market share of over 50%. So that means actually, among two outside in Hong Kong, and at least one investors use Futu as their trading platform. So we have been in the market for over a decade. When it comes to digital assets and Web3 business, I think our went a bit further back. So we officially start doing business in Web3. I think that was back in 2023. Right after regulator actually have an open statement on the policy making for So I think what we have seen over the past few years crypto trading business. And then in January 2025, we got our VATP license with the conditions. And then last month, we removed all of the conditions so that allows us to integrate in a full scale of our security brokerage business with the crypto trading or VATP, the crypto exchange capability within our firm. So I think, back to your question, so I think, it's a push and pull. The biggest factor is actually, it's a pull factor, means actually the clients need exposure to crypto, to digital assets, and then the regulators actually provides much more clarity over the past few years. That's actually a push factor for us to make a big move in the digital asset space here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, it resonates deeply because when we look around the world, including all of our portfolio companies, I think they feel the same thing, right? Which is that yes, they have to move in lockstep with local regulators and policymakers, but the most important trend is really just that their customers have such appetite for this, and that's been the driving force. Mikolas, I'm curious, from your perspective, you've been deeply involved in policy within Europe. You've been at the legislative level, you've worked with governments directly, been an economic advisor to the Lithuanian Prime Minister. Curious, what is your view on the regulatory path that's been developing and where you think traditional finance is starting to merge because of the regulatory developments?
Sure, I get often asked for financial advice, which cryptocurrency one should be investing in, how many. But, if you want guaranteed returns, your children and buy for your wife. That's a guaranteed return and the best return on investment you can get out there. If you've got some money left, which probably you shouldn't, after you do that, now you build a portfolio and you have a certain proportion in digital assets. But if you want to do, in addition, something meaningful, you go out and build products. And to do that, you need to understand the regulation. I hear a lot of companies complaining that there's a lot of regulation, but I can assure you that in 2 years, 3 years, we'll look at this time and we'll remember like honeymoon days with years, and they will continue to do that in the different positions. Europe has been a first mover with markets in crypto assets regulation that has been used globally. Those the markets in crypto assets, the main regulation in Europe has been implemented. The grandfathering period is over. The governments will now go after the DeFi sector, and that will be the interesting part. Now, if we look globally, governments have taken very different positions. So in United States, we saw the support for private issuance, private sector. In Asia, in China, we see the support of government initiatives. And in Europe, we see a hybrid model, which seems to be working for now.
Yeah, I think it's always great to get the perspective of someone who's just been deeply embedded in the policy framework even before crypto and digital assets, because I think it tells you so much about how the regulatory path will play out. I mean, exactly as you said, the US has sort of embraced its historical model of the private sector really providing solutions, but then you see India and Brazil, where it is a much more government and central bank-led economy already from a monetary perspective, and that's why from a stablecoin strategy, the central banks have sort of led that.
We can have a look at actually one of the key topics out there right now is tokenization. And part of my job that I do, I go from different conferences, and I just came back from a Paris Blockchain Week, where the major line out there is not how will you invest in crypto, you will digital asset portfolio, but how will you use blockchain technology, infrastructure, capital markets. And I really liked Lily's presentation, the president of Solana, just now, how inefficient global capital markets is. And what we're being from public domain and conversations are supporting the government-issued digital money. And then you have the Hong Kong, which is one of the most beautiful places on earth, as a channel and gateway for tokenization. In Europe, we have a hybrid model where the government-issued money and the stable coins will be used for tokenization. And in the United States, you have the private issue. The second part is what you're buying. Because when we hear a lot about tokenization, buying the real product, are we buying the real share? Do we actually own it? Can we vote on it? Are we getting the dividend? Is there a counterparty risk when you have a tokenized share? So right now, if we look at the global tokenization, is only roughly 30 billion if we exclude the stable coins, although a lot of people talk about it. But if we want to move the scale of trillions, we really have to think the product that's out there. Is it the real shares? Is it the real bond? Do you actually own it? What is the counterparty risk? And that will scale, and the governments will play a very important part in it.
Yeah, I totally. Once you've actually digitized the financial markets, you have so much more room to actually create new types of financial instruments and new types of capital markets. Steve, I know who's been at the frontier of this as well in tokenization with tokenizing money market funds with China AMC. Would love to hear your perspective on actually taking that from just an idea to a live product.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I think there was a very positive, exciting news actually coming out yesterday. So SFC, issued a circular to allow the tokenized mutual fund, particularly money market fund to start with, to be transacted on the ATP. Last year, we last year. However, up to now, we can only allow people to subscribe and then redeem from like primary market, meaning actually you have to deal with the, the fund houses directly. So with all of the technology behind, we can allow the subscription and then redemption to happen actually within 1 day, T+0. However, instant trading, dealing, settlement still need to be realized on a crypto exchange. So that's actually why the news actually coming out yesterday was very, very positive for the industry. So for us, I think, for Futu, again, so we're not a crypto native platform. So I think what we are trying to do is actually to fully integrate TradFi with Web3, with the DeFi. So that's actually our mission and also the mandate we take on. So from a client perspective, imagine that in the future, clients actually can use either fiat or stablecoin to trade stocks, fiat stocks, and digitized stocks, tokenized stocks, and as well as funds in fiat or digital format. So it doesn't really matter. However, if you choose to use stablecoin to transact and settle with whatever actually sort of digital assets you have, it could be like a native, like a BTC and ETH, or it could be a tokenized format of like financial assets that can happen instantaneously. So that's actually what we're trying to build. And then I think in Hong Kong, I think we are one of the first mover on that front.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it goes back to what you were talking about before, which is it's all about what the customer wants at the end of the day, right? I mean, we can tokenize everything we want to, but if nobody really wants to buy the tokenized version or doesn't have a reason to, then it doesn't really have an impact, right? And so, I think everything you're saying around tokenizing equities, for example, hopefully we get to the point where customers start to realize that the tokenized version of their equity portfolio is actually the better one, right? It's the one that they can, as you said, settle instantly, but also potentially even earn yield on or be able to access new types of equity markets and actually get more value from their existing assets and existing portfolio. So I think the end state for that I see is eventually one day we'll have two different versions of Apple stock or Alibaba stock, and one will be at a higher price potentially, and even the superior version. And that's when I think, everyday investors will start calling up, the very old, very historical institutions to say, why tokenize my portfolio yet?
Yeah, right. I mean, one of the beautiful thing about tokenized financial assets, or is a 24/7 sort of a trading, right? So there's no after hours, and you can trade it basically wherever you are, and then what time zone you are in, right? In recent weeks, I think most of volatility actually could happen over the weekend, right? Because of a tackle, and then if you have tokenized version of stocks and financial assets, you can hedge, you can trade, you take a profit, do whatever you want. So I think that's the benefit of tokenized financial assets.
I'd like to, if I may, to disagree for the purposes of entertainment here. I don't think we're going to have two types of token and not token. And if we take a step back, why are we using stable coins? It's not because it's just some miracle. It's because it's cheaper, simpler, easier to settle, to send money. If it was easier to do with sending, we'll do that with pigeons, but it's easier to do with the blockchain. And this is what's happening with the capital markets. If we move on blockchain, it becomes easier, cheaper, quicker, more transparent, 24/7, and this is the future. This the time for experimentation is over. This show going on the road. And it's not pilots, it's happening now. And if I just had meetings with the French and German governments, they're not experimenting anymore. They're going in full on blockchain systems, saying how can we tokenize our existing capital markets? Because if we look at the new ones, I mentioned 30 billion. 30 billion makes 0.0% something of the whole equity market, which is 125 trillion. So the scale is just enormous of what's out there. The important thing is that we keep on building new products. And I keep hearing original crypto companies on panels talking how they will be disrupting the traditional finance like never before. But in reality, many of them are not even at the table. They're on the menu of traditional finance companies who are slowly moving into the crypto and eating those companies up. And unless we start building new products, and my colleague here is doing a fantastic job with getting licenses and bringing these products to market. And many companies out there, but we have to build new products. We have to come up with new services, because talking just about Bitcoin is not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so important that it's happening in places like Hong Kong as well, right? Because that is the real story that's going on, is it's a global competition between all the financial hubs of the world, and the ones who are left behind are the ones who will lose market share, whether it's about capital flows or the next great company being built here or the next big IPO happening on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, because it has the benefits of tokenization and global blockchain rails.
And it's how do you distribute the great assets of China? So how do you, so there are magnificent companies in China, and how do you allow for a simple European sitting back home in London or Barcelona and say, look, I want to buy a small share of it. How do I participate in that? And there are, I think, the great structures are being developed here, where you have China developing the digital currency, which is government digital currency, and using Hong Kong as a gateway for tokenization of it, which means that the great assets, the businesses of China, are able to tap in the global distribution globally, get money from Europe, get money from the United States, and attract here to China to build more businesses. And that's the opportunity. Same thing is being done in the United States, same thing is being done in Europe, and we see Deutsche Börse moving in, we see New York Stock Exchange, we see NASDAQ opportunities are tapping into it. So we have the global distribution that crypto exchanges have, and they allow the opportunities for the assets within different continents, within different countries, to be merged on the global platform. And that's the beauty of it. And that's exactly what brings the point to what Lily Liu just said from Solana, the president of Solana Foundation, that we integrate the global capital markets using blockchain, and we allow for every person to participate in the future, not to make money, but to build and be part of the future that this earth is building. Take part of it by buying one share, one bond, to be part of it. And this blockchain enables it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a lot of today's panels have been focused on both blockchain and AI, right? And AI is actually a nice lens to think about people all over the world who are concerned. How do they hedge their portfolios for the AI future? And AI is happening in China and in the US, but how do I get exposure to both of those markets, right? And so that is the exact kind of pain point we could be solving.
And AI is a great thing. Let's not be afraid of it. In Bybit, we use AI for internal reporting, internal forecasting, internal auditing, customer support. We use for sanctions, AML. We use for market forecasting, for trading. A lot of it is AI. But the most important, the most radical change that we will see is the front end. The front end is not going to be charts and buttons when we decide we want to buy a Bitcoin. It's going to be a decision layer. It's the intention. I will say, I want to have exposure to crypto next 3 months. And AI will be designing for you the strategy and will be executing it. I won't need to go on the platform and find the platform, find the venue, find the cryptocurrency, decide the time. The AI will be the decision. Only I will have to show the intent. I want to buy Bitcoin for a particular price. the AI will decide which venue, which platform, what time, and how to execute it. So we'll see that, and the important thing that we also measure the risks around it. One is, so who's accountable if something goes wrong? Because decisions will be made by AI. I only have the intent. I have the thought and the intent, and the AI executes. Who is taking the responsibility? Two, are those decisions suitable for me? Because I'm a retail investor, do I understand completely all the risks that have been taken? So I believe that these elements will be very important as we go forward, but AI is going to be here from the front end to the back end.
Absolutely. And Steve, what about from your perspective? How do you see AI changing the business and the future roadmap for Futu?
Yeah, sure. I think the AI starts to play a very, very important role in Futu's business. Most recently, we announced a agent skill, which allows you to, use your agent like OpenCloud to connect with the Futu trading platform through Open API. And then you can use like a very plain, natural language to set up your strategy and then backtest it, and then the agent, the skills to trade on behalf of you. So I think that's very, very cool. It's called it's actually largely lowering the barriers to quantitative trading for retail clients. So that's point number one. Number two, I see it's going to be a perfect combination of digital assets, and AI. For one, think about this, right? Like, a lot of people say, in a crypto native world, it's actually not very user friendly at all because you have to remember the dynamics and then, private keys, public keys, so on and so forth. But it's actually a very, very easy for agent to do that. So from a user perspective, experience perspective, that's point number one. Number two, again, all of the digital assets actually should be trading 24/7, right? So as a human being, and you have to sleep, right? But an agent can sort of, make money or trade on behalf of you for 24/7. So I think that's also kind of cool. So again, I mean, back to Nicolas at the point, I can't agree any furthermore, because right now, from a user experience standpoint of view, if you want to sort of trade stocks, you have to open up Futu Bull, and then in the future you don't have to open up our app, right? So you can use AI, your skills or your agent to trade behind of you. So this is actually what a lot of people are talking about, the transformation from GUI, graphic UI, to AI UI type of thing. So I think Futu is actually still stay on top of this trend, and we are very, very proactively embracing the new trend and bring new, client experience and also tools and products, relating to AI, to our platforms.
Yeah, that's really exciting to hear. I mean, at Pantera, we've been investing heavily actually into this trend of agentic trading, agentic commerce and payments. And for us, even though we are blockchain investors at our core, we're not pivoting to AI. It's just so clear that blockchains are actually the perfect technology for building financial systems for AI agents. There's just no other better option. And so the convergence is just already starting to happen through, as you said, open claw type activity, where you see agents are making this decision, right? When they're presented with the choice of whether to open a traditional account for banking and payments versus using stablecoins, they're choosing stablecoins. And so, I think that's just the start of an exponential trend. Now, I know we're getting towards the end, and I'd love to just do maybe like a rapid fire sort of questions for you both. You sit at this intersection where crypto's converging with mainstream and with just everyday investing activity. I'm curious, what you would recommend for your peers to actually catch up to where you are, right? So, Steve, for you, if you were talking to an audience of mainstream brokerages, what's the first thing you would say they should do to start building out their crypto native roadmap?
Yeah, sure. So for crypto native side, I think we should improve the crypto and even more. Have to think about can do like a further integration of like Web3 and the Web2 type of thing is actually what Futu has been doing. For example, like a unified account, like cross margin, collateralize your crypto assets, and then you can trade, and then you can use that money to trade the stocks, for example. So that's one thing. Trading platform.
Yeah, definitely. And Mikolas, what about?
Crypto companies and mainly not enough to have a platform to come and buy and sell Bitcoin. I connect to that IBAN account. Of wealth management companies will go out of business because they historically been about making you feel wealthy as opposed to actually building your wealth. And now you have the opportunity to own your decisions and manage your own wealth. So I believe that this is the next phase. And this is exactly what we do at Bybit. We build a one financial platform with one IBAN, linked card. You have your salary in there. You can pay, you can transfer, you can manage your wealth, and I believe this is the next stage.
Definitely. And then just personally for myself, my peers are investors, and my advice to them would be just spend more time in Hong Kong. Right? There's an amazing market to engage with here. It's super exciting.
Absolutely.
And so, with that, I'd love to thank you all for having us, and to our hosts as well, Hashkey and Wansheng, and everyone who's made this event possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's give it up for our speakers on stage. Thank you. Thank you for the amazing discussion. And please remain on stage for a photo together. And when you're ready, let's look towards our official photographer. All right, our official photographer is here. Okay, please look towards the center when you're ready. 1, 2, 3, big smile. And thumbs up for another photo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big round of applause for our speakers on stage again. Thank you for sharing your expertise and experiences with us. I'm sure we've all got really great takeaways from the session. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, gentle reminders for everyone. This session provides simultaneous interpretation service. Please scan the QR code for the translation service on the catalog and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. Vision, network, assets, creation, and adoption. These threads are woven together by foundational infrastructure. Our next speaker has been building it for years and now pushing it into the AI era. His keynote is titled From Tron to BAI, Infrastructure as a Game Changer in the AI Era. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Justin Sun, founder of Tron and advisor to HTX and BAI. Big round of applause, please.
我在这儿讲吗？在中间讲吗？大家好，有点变成粉丝见面会了。好，今天呢，我其实想讲的话题呢，就是我最近的自己做的一些工作吧。其实主要是从波场创到这个 B.AI， 也就是白的这样一个AI 时代的。一个应用结合吧，我会用自己身边的一些小例子，然后来谈一谈 这个区块链和 AI， 我想在未来是怎么整合的，然后以及未来我们可以用它们做什么。第一个呢，我想谈一谈，就是在香港，我觉得是目前做这个 BAI 以及做 AI 和区块链一个很好的选择。首先我们可以看到，今年呢，香港政府呢已经开始发行这个稳定币牌照，这证明了这个行业的一个稳定性，以及对于虚拟资产无论是从虚拟资产交易牌照，还是到今天的稳定币牌照。这样一个持续的一个支持我觉得这样的一个支持呢，其实是非常重要的。同时呢，我们也可以看到Web3 技术呢在被港府呢纳入相当于一个路线图计划这样的话呢所有人都可以在这样一个Web3 一个非常大的概念里面呢从事这个创业和创新工作。第三呢，我觉得就是 AI 加 Web3 了实际上这个是我今天演讲中想重点谈一谈的一个主题，因为我觉得二者的结合呢，是 Web3 从实验阶段迈向真实运行阶段的一个加速器这也是我今天为什么把我的身份呢，不仅是波场的创始人，还是这个 B 点 AI 的这个顾问的一个很重要的原因。因为我们整个集团呢，未来也要将加速向AI 和区块链结合的方向来发展首先呢，我们可以看一下现状现状呢，其实现在创呢是全球最大、使用最稳定的稳定币结算网络之一。现在在波场上的这个 USDT 呢稳定币吧，总共加起来有864亿美元，其实加上其他稳定币差不多都快超过900亿美元了。然后在全大概有3.76亿个账户所以呢，从波场的角度呢，其实我们现在是给全世界的人呢提供一个高频稳定的跨境支付结算体系，而且呢是真实使用，遍布全球多个角落。然后呢，足够稳定足够便宜也足够可靠我们最近吧，大家也又发现了这个黑客被盗事件，对吧？就是在以太坊上的这个黑客被盗事件不管原因如何吧实际上呢，其实我觉得波场呢之所以能够持续稳定的获取客户的一个很重要的原因是我们是稳定安全的。其实我现在都不是很强调这个便宜因为我觉得便宜并不是关键金融服务最重要的是稳定与安全这个是金融服务的一个最核心的一个标准要求吧。所以我们觉得就是波场的网络最重要是才能够得到确认在波场网络上，你进行任何一笔交易在你发出的那一刻，它就会向你这个告知你这笔交易是否成功，对吧？是否失败？这个而且波场网络是完全去中心化的，全世界所有的共同节点呢都是在去中心化的情况下进行协作的我觉得这一点也很重要这个保证了波场网络的去中心化性然后呢，第二个呢，我就想谈一谈，那在现在的波场网络的这样一个去中心化的前提条件下为什么我们觉得 BAI B 点 AI 我觉得未来呢会，首先这名字不错这个 B 点 AI 呢，这个 BAI 会成为和波场这个我认为 BAI 是有希望与波场成为同样伟大的一个公司潜力的原因。首先呢，我们看看 就是AI 的发展路径，从最早的大家所熟知的 ChatGPT 我们把它称作是一个单步人工干预的，你不问他不说。未来呢，现在的这个我们已经进入了这个 AI agent 和这个 harness 的时代。未来的 AI agent 呢，首先呢，它不是一个 chatbot， 它是一个能够自主拆解并执行完整任务的这样的一个智能体，它能自动调用工具与资源，无需任何旁人的监督，然后呢，能在真实的场景呢展示出真实的效果。能在真实的场景中展示真实的效果。这个我自己先讲我自己使用的一个很小的例子吧。这个就是我最近呢，其实大家可以看我平常以前的录像，我是从来不戴手表的。然后最近呢，我因为在做 AI，AI 告诉我就是要收集越来越多的一个数据然后呢蒸馏嘛。然后呢，我就戴上手表，因为它可以这个提取我身体里面的各种各样的数据。然后呢，我再将这个数据呢以及检测出来的结果呢丢给 AI。这样的话呢 ，AI 呢就可以给我一个非常完整的关于我身体的一个观察，以及对于我身体的一个分析。我觉得这个当然是我的这个专业外的话题了，但我觉得如果有这个习惯以及这种技术的话，可能这个心源性很多猝死都可以避免，比如说类似于像张雪峰这样的网红，我觉得都可以避免发生这样的悲剧就是在 AI 时代的这个大背景下。然后呢，但是呢，我觉得目前呢，人类的现有的支付体系呢，就我们大家每天用的银行每天用的各种各样的支付，哪怕支付宝微信支付这些所有东西呢，都是并不适配 AI 的原因很简单，第一个呢，人类的账户体系毕竟是一个人类的账户体系，它需要假定使用者是人类，对吧？首先是人类，在这个环节中呢，就有很明显的，比如说你使用这个 AI 使用银行账户呢，你就得用比如说最简单的。最严格的银行会要求你要本人去开户，本人到场进行开户，我们确认你是本人，我们才能让你去开这个账户。现在呢，就是电子银行呢，以及一些电子支付牌照呢，他们可以做到说你做了人脸识别，如果我能够人脸识别技术足够先进，我可以让你远程进行开户。但是无论怎么说，都需要你是一个人类。你说我不是人，我是机器，我是 AI， 我可以开设账户吗？这个是不可以的。所以呢 ，AI 是没有办法进行资金调用的。所以呢，每笔支付需要人工授权，无法支持 AI 高频的决策。然后呢，也与人类身份是强绑定，无法独立决策。而且参与者数量增长后，人工智能瓶颈必然成为规模化的一个瓶颈。所以呢。本质上，如果支付工具仍然绑定着人类账户 ，AI 就只是一个高级执行工具，而无法成为执行主体本身。然后呢 ，B 点 AI 呢，我们是为 AI agent 时代打造的底层金融基础设施，这个我觉得挺重要的。第一个呢，就是在波场上，每一个 AI 呢都无需成为人类。可以自主呢，利用密码学管理密钥的方式呢，从链上支付统一支付结算，通过统一的 API 调用支付，借助链上的这个专属钱包完成每一笔支付，然后呢，解决传统金融账户与 AI agent 的不适配之处。 同时呢，全球唯一的隐私保护，这个仅需钱包地址，可匿名调用全球最强模型，不需要留痕任何支付痕迹与行为画像啊。当然，再给波场抗量子做一个广告，对吧？波场我们现在也是在下个季度呢，会将抗量子地址就是部署在波场网络上啊，这一点也很重要，因为大家也知道，可能由于 AI 的快速进步不排除2029年前比特币都将被 AI 量子计算所攻破。所以呢，现在量子计算呢，防抗量子计算已经是我觉得我们这些公链就是最重要的一个场景了。因为如果我们能做不到这个抗量子，那用户的资金就做不到安全。所以呢，波场会成为全球第一个抗量子计算的，好吧？所以大家不用担心自己波场的这个账户的安全啊。然后但是比特币，希望比特币也尽早采用抗量子算法，对吧？然后最后一个呢，就是每一个链上地址呢，是每一个 agent 建立的可验证、可持续积累的专属身份，使其成为自主经济能力的链上主体。所以呢，我们 B 点 AI 呢，其实上线以后已经上线了，现在已经有超过，其实这个写的不对啊，是100万用户在 B 点 AI 上，就是我们叫白，中文叫白B 点 AI 上进行了实际调用。然后呢，我个人认为呢，就是B 点 AI 呢，就是的使用场景呢是非常广泛的。第一呢，就是 B 点 AI 呢，通过支付通道就是波场，当然我们背后也其实集合了以太坊Arbitrum 以及所有2层的区块链，我们也都结合了。在 AI 端呢，就聚合了全开源的这个大模型以及闭源的全球最先进的大模型。例如 Cloud 呀、ChatGPT 啊、Gemini 这些主流的模型。当然，像中国现在新发布的 Minimax、Kimi 我们也包括很快就要发布的 DeepSeek V4 我们都会接入这个 B 点 AI 这个网站。所以你现在登入 B 点 AI 呢，你就可以根据自己的选择调用全球所有的这个大模型。这一点是我们唯一一家可以做到，在国内的模型厂商是调用不了国际的模型的，然后国际模型厂商很多调用不了国内的模型，所以呢，就算能全部调用呢，是没有办法用这个区块链地址作为身份做支付的所以我们在这个agent 方面呢，我觉得是有很强的一个护城河。然后呢，最后呢，我先讲个。很有意思就是当然会越懂你所以从这个角度呢，我已经因为我平常有很多演讲嘛包括我有一个摄影团队专门跟着我然后呢，我现在就家呢把所有的这个麦克风就是录音设备都打开，我自己平时呢也打算带一个录音设备，然后这样的话呢，我呢就可以把我自己的视频、图像所有的数据保存下来。当然，我们要放在一个冷钱包里面，一个冷的电脑设备里面，然后呢就用我们 BAI 最强的大模型呢，对这个数据呢进行一个蒸馏，对吧？这个吃透了，相当于这个然后就是一个 BAI 版的孙哥模型就正式上线了。然后呢，你就可以任何事情你就有事情问孙哥，对吧？就是赞同孙学的人呢，就可以直接来问孙哥了，因为孙哥已经被蒸馏了，就在 B 点 AI 上你就是随时调用孙哥当然加这个 Cloud， 你可以选可以选 也可以选 Cloud， 你就调用孙哥，你说是这样，孙哥你打算应该怎么办，对吧？然后当然 agent 也可以用孙哥模型，对吧？就是让孙哥帮你去办事儿吧，就是可以。但是呢，我们现在当然还是要做一些安全工作这个防止这个提示词注入这种蒸馏攻击，对吧？ 把我这个生活中的一些事情给问出来了，好吧？这个是我们要防止的啊，而且呢，与此同时呢，我们这个功能呢，可能下周就会上线啊，孙哥1.0版啊，就是为你服务，对吧？这是我们一个独特的 BAI 白这个大模型孙哥模型，相当于是下周吧我们就即将上线。与此同时呢，其实我们还会提供一个大家也可以像我一样这个自主制定这个模型，只要将足够多的你平常的邮箱邮件然后我们在这个实验场合就是把结果你果然就去吃了火锅，然后呢，大模型就预测的很准确这个现在大模型呢，我觉得已经具有一定程度的，只要蒸馏的足够好，它会对个人的行为具有一定程度的预测能力当然，我这是讲的一个很小的用途，不能用于非法用途一定就要用于正当的用途所以呢，在这个里面呢 ，B 点 AI 大家也可以上去看一下。不仅未来呢，我们现在 B 点 AI 已经推出了Chatbot 功能和这个 Agent 的 Cloud 功能就是白点 Cloud， 就是对应的 Open Cloud 白点 Cloud 的 Cloud 功能。然后呢，这个下周呢，我们就即将上线 B Brain 白 Brain 这个功能我个人把它称为叫克隆，刚才叫克隆大脑功能。当然，我克隆的大脑，因为我自己有我自己的大脑嘛。所以我第一个是克隆我自己未来呢也会给所有的用户也可以通过把数据上传的方式呢，来制造自己的大脑，然后让自己的大脑呢和现在最新的大模型一起结合去完成任务。因为我觉得这样呢是一个更为定制化的而且会对你的生活各种产生预测。所以我觉得未来这个可能在这个大模型我们这个AI 时代发展很快，所以可能就是下个月或者大家可以紧盯我的推特下个月或者下个季度，可能我们就会又有不同的产品和不同的系列更新欢迎大家访问我们的网站B 点 AI 呢，随时查看。当然呢，我最后也是一个很重要的一个点，就是大家一定要注意安全，数据安全呢，在我们这个时代呢。这个前所未有的重要的，因为拿走了数据，就相当于拿走了你自己。所以呢，任何我们上传的这个数据都要通过 B 点 AI 的这个官方的网站，以及呢这个如果数据的很多调用分析最好通过离线的本地的模型进行，因为呢我们要防止数据的泄露以及数据的安全。未来的数据呢，我希望大家要像保管私钥一样小心保管我们的数据当然，我们 B 点 AI 呢也会就是将用户上传和我们有的所有的用户数据呢，都会进行一个类私钥式的安全保管，不能发生类似于因为像今天可能很多巨头他们保管用户数据信息都是很随意的，像发生安全事故脱库这样的情况出现我们是在 AI 时代呢，我们保护用户数据呢，也会像保护私钥一样安全，绝对不要发生像用户数据泄露以及这个被提示词被人家蒸馏攻击这些，所以我们会在 AI 安全上也花费很多精力。好的，谢谢大家。
谢谢，掌声感谢 Justin 的精彩分享。Thank you so much, Justin, for that perspective on infrastructure as the ultimate layer. Before we move on to the next panel discussion, a gentle reminder for everyone. The following session provides a simultaneous interpretation service, so please kindly scan the QR for the translation service on your catalog and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 提醒大家，我们本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，请扫描同传二维码即可获取同传服务。Ladies and gentlemen, all this innovation culminates in applications we use. So what are the breakout products of the year that define this AI crossover crypto convergence? Our final panel will showcase them, and the topic is Star Applications of the Year, OpenClaw, Prediction Market, DEX, and more. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big welcome to our moderator, Yao Qi, founder of AltLayer, and an all-star lineup of our panelists. They are Mr. Peter H. Keiko, PBM Executive Director and Group CEO of Oceanus Group, Ms. Nina Rohn, Executive Director of Growth at BNB Chain Chef Kids, Head Chef of PancakeSwap, Mr. Justin Sun, founder of Tron and advisor to HTX and BAI. Mr. Sungmo Park, partner and head of APAC GTM at 16Z Crypto. And last but not least, we have Chef Kids Head Chef CEO, PancakeSwap. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big round of applause for our moderators and our panelists.
Yeah, great honor to moderate this panel. As you can see, there's so many people here. And yeah, we will just a quick start with self-introduction. Wakil here, AltLayer founder, and we're building infrastructure for blockchain and also AI. Peter, next.
Hi, I am the most inappropriate guy to be sitting here because first, in terms of the age, I'm totally disparity between the group here, and next is also the industry I'm from. Sometimes I was wondering why a farmer like me is sitting here, because we actually comes from a world largest land-based abalone farm. So anyway, for me, it's more here to learn from all of you guys here than more than anything.
Nina here from BNB Chain, Executive Director. Very nice and pleasure to be here.
I'm back again. Justin Sang, I'm the founder of Tron and advisor to B.AI.
Hi, my name is Sungmo from Andreessen Horowitz, aka A16Z. I'm head of APAC here. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is Chef Keys, the CEO of PancakeSwap. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, as mentioned, it'd be great to have this panel with all the panelists. And we're talking about this sort of like star application right now in crypto, probably is in all the different industries. So the first question I would want to ask all the panelists is about we already have this OpenClaw with sort of like tons of millions of users, and Justin just also share a lot of this AI new stuff. And we also have like sort of the stablecoin and payment rails using crypto everywhere, Visa, MasterCard, and all the different crypto cards. And so in your opinion, so what are the sort of a star application we have in crypto right now, and what they have in common? Let's start from Chef Keys.
Yeah, if you ask me as the first in the DAX, the reason for that is the AM pool is kind of innovation 4 years ago to give the on-chain assets more easier access to start to kick off, right? There's no need to involve a physical market maker if they want to enable the access for users to trade it to swap their tokens. That's first thing. The second thing is, I would say, a lot of people want to, the meme coin model is kind of another way issue assets on chain, because for AMDEX, new assets issued on chain is very important for our business. So that's the reason I think another. If you're asking me this cycle, these models give another way for assets issuing on chain easier for everybody. It's not limited to a certain people like tech guys who have a very deep understanding for DeFi, and only everybody can click the asset or issue assets in one click. So that's, I would say, innovation or kind of a startup this year or in this cycle.
Salman?
Yeah, if you ask me about like a star application or a killer application, I would say like probably two things. One is obviously, I think stablecoin is one of the very, very popular and very meaningful invention of this industry, because I think payment itself is a real use case where nobody can doubt or dispute about the use case. So I think the stablecoin itself is really important, especially in the Southeast Asian countries where the infrastructure is not really good. And also the second thing is probably it's not as hot in the Asian market, but in the US, prediction market is really hot, and companies really dedicated it into finding out the real use case and any kind of investment opportunity around investing in Kalshi. And we also announced new investment in the cost analytics platform for the prediction market. So I think this part could be an interest case for and star application.
I see.
For me, still AI plus blockchain, I think will be the next big thing. I explained a little bit earlier with my speech, because it's impossible for AI to open a human bank account. So that's why blockchain access is the only way AI agent can pay others, receive payments. So basically, I think blockchain, right, is more like a bootstrap built for AI. So it's just started, right? So everything we build actually is not built for human; it's built for AI anyway. So that's why I started B.AI. So, which I think is the first company here bridge the blockchain with AI. All the major AIs in the world, cloud and Gemini, ChatGPT, like everything, with Kimi and Minimax all together. And the other side, you can bridge to all the blockchain, BNB chain, Tron, Ethereum, all the Arbitrum, like all the EVM blockchain. So that's we are continuing to do more, because right now, as you know, chatbot is the history now. So now it's agent harness. How we can make AI probably one person do 100%, 1,000% things. I was just come back from Kyrgyzstan, and I told the Kyrgyzstan president, in the future, country, because today country is defined by the population and defined by the territory they have, right? But in the future, for example, a million country population place may have like 100 billion AI agent doing their work. So this country might be the biggest country in the world. And for example, other country, if they only have like 300 million population, but none of them is educated, don't know how to use AI, they cannot compete with 1 million population country, but with 100 billion agent like work consistently, right? So that's why I think even every country should focus on this kind of the trend of AI, because they are capable of doing a lot of things, right? Even can crack Bitcoin in 2029, right? So that's why I think everyone need to take it seriously and start to build something concrete for it. So we are doing it. Next week, we are releasing Brain, right, which can clone like everybody's brain, you know, and he can help you do lots of things. I'm gonna clone myself first, and everybody can start to using me. But also, of course, I think the security is very important, right? Because right now they can hack your money, right? With crypto, you know, recently they just hacked like 300 million more, but in the future, be aware of people can hack your brain, right? If you didn't use it right, people can get into your brain like easily, which is also dangerous. Yeah.
Well, I think the other panelists touched upon agentic crypto. Definitely very bullish on that sector as well. I think the common thing here is that now building an app is very easy. Like everybody can vibe code in a matter of a day. But the real key is your product going to open new imagination, creativity in the world that's been running for thousands of years? Open cloud is a great example here, right? Before, nobody could have imagined that an agent could tackle such complex system tasks, but now it can. So I think imagination, creativity, new use case are the core of having a very popular and a dApp with adoption.
Well, for me, I think coin. Now, today actually an app that can actually that will be the app that we thought, but my board of directors and all these things will come after me. I mean, there will be still a form of responsibility and accountability. So I guess it will have to come to a point whereby that is all in place and people feel the safety of just going to do that without even having a second thought about what's and all this stuff. So I guess it's getting the traditional people to get into the system while the people who are already in the systems to actually make it even more user-friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. So we really like all the very diversified answers from like AMM, prediction market, AI, agentic payment, all the things. Yeah, and then we have some follow-up questions. We all know that ACNZ sort of published a bunch of these reports all week, bullish on these AI agents. And Justin also mentioned about like sort of this infrastructure he's proposing. So I have a quick follow-up question for some more. Like, do you think the next generation of users in crypto are agents? Because a lot of people saying like, right now we have tons of millions of users, real human users for crypto, but in the new years, do you think we will have another 1,000 users, just pure agents? I feel like it's not a real shift, it's just like some bunch of bots instead of like these autonomous agents.
I don't even think we have to go to next generation, and I think it's already happening. So we are already using a lot of agents ourselves. I'm pretty sure all of you should be already using agents already. So I think that is not even a question of like when, like I think it's already happening. So in the next generation, I think what could be more important is about like how much authority those agents can get. So right now, I think the humans are giving the authority and signing. And,
yes.
AI is next year. Will be obsolete in a few months, right? Just go, right? It's just like feels like, you know, you're doing it, you know, but you know, see like what DeFi you become a very big topic, and I think in the future, AI plus blockchain, beat out AI, but I will do the best for the security side. I think it's the similar situation. Lots of people don't know that how to preserve their data or thing, and they give AI too much authorization. You know, kind of like all the hack will happen. But also we will see on the other side is like one person can do like 100% thing if they just really want it. So that's why in our company, instead of like how many work we do, we also have a data to run this for fun, you know, not to any like salary, you know, or like any bonus, right, like plan. But we just want to track every single employee token consumption.
Yeah.
Yes. So we track this data and we see like, because if like one employee is consuming 100 million token per day, you know, he probably either, you know, doing a lot of job for the company, or he just like uses on a bug, so it's consistently consuming the data without doing anything. So, but we using this data to check and to teach everyone how to use AI efficiently, but on the same time increase this data, right?
Actually, I have a quick follow-up question, because in your keynote you mentioned about like we probably need to prevent this kind of prompt injection or a bunch of these security issues, right? You also mentioned about the RV DeFi issues. Because right now in this agent world, right, these, we don't know who will be liable for this stuff. Is it for human or is it for agents? So in your opinion, like for in the future AGI world, right, for all the agents, how we make it secure and how we make it accountable in general?
Yes. So first of all, open cloud is great, right? But it's a sandbox. So this we have seen on GitHub, I believe it's all sandbox. So you can try it, you can do whatever you want with it. But eventually, if we want to introduce this to the consumer or the enterprise, it needs to be cloud source. Either like by cloud, you know, you can use my services. We have a BAI cloud, or for example, you can use AWS. They provide this kind of the cloud services with security as well. So that's why I think innovation will always happen on GitHub, because open cloud, everything, yeah, right, will happen every day. But if you want to reach the services, you can ask, which is cheaper, and you can also go with AWS, which will be expensive and slower. But both of us, we are closed source, and all the data is encrypted, and there's no way to hack them. So I mean, right? So the Bitcoin hack in the 29 something, right? So we will do our best, of course, to encrypt it, to make it safe, closed source, and yeah, that's I see what's gonna happen. For example, the ByCloud, ByBrain, which we will also deliver in few weeks, which you can use MyBrain as a test. And you can also upgrade all the data you have to create your own brain. And the brain is you have basically a clone of you, plus the any model, right? You can use like Kimi or Cloud can do things for you, right? All together. And we will basically make sure the data you give it to the AI can only use by yourself, because we verify by your addresses, right? You need to sign the transaction, and we know it's you, and you authorize this transaction, and you can use it to talk to your brain. So which I think is also going to be very revolutionary and going to be very useful, because in the future, I think people want their brain plus the LLM mode to tell them what to do, right? So that's important. So and I will see how this play out and update it. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Justin. You said about the security, and that's something that we traditional businesses is waiting for and looking forward. And then the other thing about, you say, the responsibility part, I always remember old saying, they say the most dangerous nut in a car is always the nut behind the wheel. So I guess at the end of the day, it's still the human that actually operates it. So that's how I feel up to now.
I see. I would just shift the gear a little bit. And so we are talking about like these agents, other things. Like Nina, you are in charge of like sort of the BNB chain ecosystem. So I also want to see, so what's happening on chain these days. So because we are seeing like there's a big shift from CX to DEX, and there's a lot of DeFi protocols, agents on chain. So based on your experience, like what are the new cool stuff on BNB chain in general?
Yeah, I think blockchain as an infrastructure, nowadays the performance are more towards commodity, right? Like the TPS are somewhat similar. Everybody, it's more straightforward to make your TPS higher and more block space. We have unlimited block space today, so that's no longer a constraint. But where it really shines is the middleware, especially for a sector, a clear sector of agentic crypto, agentic payment sector. So that's definitely where blockchain can shine in a AI sector. So in terms of BNB strategy, we do have the vision to make our infrastructure AI ready, both on payments and reputation. I know IQ also has a reputation. The 804 scan is live on BSC as well. We also have Justin's product supporting BSC, allowing BSC agents to purchase tokens, AI tokens on BNB chain. So all front, we want to make sure agents have everything they need to do their agentic work. On top of that, we also have a BEP 57A, which is allowing to mint your token into an NFT. Allowing to mint your agents into an NFT. So we'll continue building financial infrastructure for AI, and all the different pieces will come into place to create an ecosystem where AI can freely deliver the tasks, either from themselves or the task that's given to agents by the agents itself.
Yeah, that sounds great. Also, the follow-up question actually for Chef Keys, because you are running I would say, one of the biggest DAX in the world, right? And we also saw like, even in this kind of bear market, but the volume is huge and still growing. Do you think it's really something like in the future we will have better DAX than CEX? Like in your opinion, what that means? I mean, yeah.
Well, firstly, a correction, we are the biggest one.
Yes.
Secondly, and then answer the question, well, we see as you mentioned, the volume of DAX is, of the percentage to CX is growing and growing, in this cycle. And also we can see, for PancakeSwap, actually, a lot of people think PancakeSwap is only a DAX, but actually we are providing a lot of product line. We're provide prediction. Perpetual tradings and also the other products. But the reason I think the thinking behind this is only one thing, is liquidity. Because right now, if you're a CX user, you can use the same funds to do spot trading, perpetual trading, lending, earning, everything in one account. But if it goes to DeFi, you need to deposit a fund in PancakeSwap for spot trading. You need to go to Aster for perpetual trading. You need to go to Arve or the other lending protocols, Venus on BNB chain to do lending. But all these liquidity are segregated. So the way we are thinking is how we can make a user, DeFi user experiences more similar or more seamless as they did in the CX. So we're trying to see whether we can utilize existing liquidity like PancakeSwap. We have around 1.5 billion or even sometimes 2 billion TVLs. And Venus even has around 2 billion TVL as well. But how we can use this the same 2 billion, but enable user different functions. And you don't need to go from one app to another D app to another D app to do all the financial activities. So I think that's the reason for the kind of out. And also, I would say recently in the Venus, there's a innovation called Flux. It's a collaborative fluid, because we do see this model as kind of integrate or combine DAX and lending protocol together to utilize the liquidity together to enable user have different functions to maximize their yield on chain. So this is one direction I think all DeFi protocols should think about, how we can give users the highest yield while they don't need to move their fund from one place to another. Yeah.
I see. So it's not just a DAX anymore. It's basically all in one, like sort of this platform in general. Like all the panelists mentioned about this kind of agentic payment, wallets, and one of the things we really need is actually stablecoin. And and we also have Peter. Peter is from this traditional world. We really want to ask you about like, we have stablecoin and also these payment rails in crypto. Like, how do you feel about like this kind of payment rail support in like this traditional world at the moment? And do you think the best way to have the crypto payment is like people use it and people don't feel it's on blockchain?
Well, I guess the usage is very apparent. I mean, like just when I came here, I was talking to my COO. He said we wired some monies to US. It's been 7 days and they're still having a problem getting the money. Yeah. While at the same time, we did also wire this stable coin, and it said it was done in 5 minutes. Now, I mean, it's a no-brainer that basically how this stable coin is moving and changing the world. And for traditional business, we have to embrace it. But I guess the problem right now for traditional businesses is the fear on who is responsible. I mean, when we talk about traditional business, when we have any issues, we call the bank and we check with a person and say, what's happening? Now, when we're talking about crypto and all these things, there's always this question mark, and that creates uncertainty. Now, that's one part of it. Now, if we overcome, but like we were probably one of the very first runner in actually embarking and actually raising it. Why? Because we see that gap. Traditional companies, we are talking about, for us, we are probably one of the largest distributors and all these are very traditional. I mean, apart from seafood farming and all these these are things whereby it's been around for decades, and where we get our resources from traditional banks. But for traditional banks, they will have to go through that whole chain. So right now, there's another group, and this group is, you talk about the foundations, you talk about the stablecoin guys. They need real-world usage and real-world assets. And that's where we are building that platform or that bridge to try to bridge the need, not just for ourselves, but for all our partners, and then also for those who actually want it. But even in the process of doing that, I can tell you, even today when I appear here, I bet you my last cent, my banks will start calling me. When I make an announcement about few weeks ago, when we have a MOU with HashKey, straight away my traditional banks call me and say, Peter, what are you doing? I had lunch with one of the bosses of the traditional bank back in Singapore, and I was like, looks like the business of money, while I'm in the business of trading. Yeah. Can you share with me some light? What should I be looking at in the space that stablecoin, and what should I be doing? The funny thing is that he's the owner and he's the family, and he's in the space of the money business. And he laughed and he tell me, Peter, you know what? I really do not know what I do not know about stablecoin. But I do know one thing for sure. It's going to kill the banks. Now, for that reason, when traditional companies pivot towards going into stable and making a deal that way, the traditional banks will find a threat. We have to, on one end, we cannot say we don't move, because this is how the world is moving. I was talking to Citibank recently, and I say, what? Maybe in 2009, when Bitcoin came around, nobody knows when the last, or it's just a passing shower. But today, we know for sure stablecoin is here to stay. And on the contrary, the paper notes may be gone one day. Yeah. Things have changed. But point is, for the banks, this is a threat. Why? Because when we've gone through this path, like I say, it takes me just a couple of minutes to wire the money compared to the traditional way, and I pay a lot lesser for the bank charges and all this stuff. So in somewhat, the bank will be irrelevant moving forward if, let's say, the whole world is moving on that. And basically, it's just afraid of lobbying many countries. Governments are also not sure. One, because the banks are paying a lot of tax. On the contrary, the stables are not paying any of the taxes. And another thing is the national currencies is something that they do not want to lose sovereigns, and they do not have control over it. So at the end of the day, the situation, we're at a crossroad right now. It's like, how do we pivot from here, and how will we move forward? But one thing is for sure, this is going to be the next future. And at the end of the day, it's only when it can be transparent, whereby it can be seamless, whereby everyone uses it without having a fear of losing their money or anything. And I think this will be a widespread, and no one can stop it.
I think Justin probably has the answer to this stablecoin, because Tron is running most of the USDT volume. Do you want to share a little bit words on this? The future of a stablecoin, and what's the current status?
Yes, so for the future of stablecoin, I think for us, we recently still, most of the work is being done on NIST, basically quantum solutions.
Post-quantum.
Yeah, post-quantum. We want to be the first post-quantum blockchain, because every exchange, everybody holding a lot of money on our blockchain is around $90 million. So we want them to be safe completely. Before B.AI is doing something crazy there, right? and I know, so I need to make sure Tron doesn't get hurt by B.AI, what it's doing. So that's the first priority. And I think this is very important for all the stablecoin users in the future. Right now it's fine, but I think AI probably gonna crush the traditional Bitcoin, Ethereum, everything in 2029, right? So we only got, but I don't know. It gets smarter by reading all the data. They might get next year, right? So that's why I think we have this kind of the urgency to put post-quantum technology on the blockchain as soon as possible. And also, of course, right, I'm a believer of tech acceleration, right? So on one hand, we adopt post-quantum HIST standard. And on the other side, we also use the stablecoin Save here to enable the agent to do whatever they want, right? I mean, lots of people won't be ready at that time. So, but I won't do this part, but hackers probably they are looking forward to it. How to do it with the quantum technology. But I think this is a big risk. So it's a big opportunity for the people if the time comes when you are ready, right? So we will be the only blockchain is safe. The stablecoin of blockchain will be safe. And the AI agent powered by this blockchain will be safe. Is very important. Yeah.
I see. Security is the most important for stablecoin. Samo, I have a very harsh question. For the past few years, right, everyone's saying like crypto is almost dead, and we can see this year, actually since last year, a lot of protocols went down. And because in XNZ, you make tons of investment into all different categories, right? And we learned that probably this kind of decentralized social, decentralized gaming may not work out for the past few years, past few cycles, right? In your opinion, from the investor's perspective, what are the lessons we learned, and so what are the probably valuable application we can still have, or you guys will still make investment into in crypto for the next few years?
Yes. So for the people who do not know about our company is A16Z. We are the largest venture capital in the world with 90 billion USD under AUM. And we have been around from 2009 from Web2 side, and we have been investing in crypto from mid 2010. And then our very first investment was on Coinbase. It was very successful for us. And ever since then, we have been investing a lot in very much in every sector of crypto. And just like we have invested in many different categories in GameFi or many things. One of the thesis we have is we are not day trader. So we invest in a very long time. So when you look at our portfolio companies, they are like Solana, Base, Aptos, Sui, or Phantom, Eigenlayer, Layer 0 even, right? So we are a very long-term holder. So probably sometime Bitcoin price will go down, and some of the sector would look like they are dying, but sometimes it can come back. So think about Solana when they were about to crash, they were single digit in token price.
$8.
Yeah, and they came back to $200 in a couple of years. So anything happen in this industry, and that's why I am believing there could be a bit more revival of specific sectors, and we are an investor with a thesis, and that thesis does not go away at least for a decade or so. So I think to answer your question, some of the sectors are probably dying, and it's going to die for sure, but we are a venture capitalist. Some of the investment we make might not return if they expected return, but some of them do, like Coinbase or Solana, right? So we are the people who believe in those new technical infrastructures.
Yeah, sounds amazing. Nina, how about you? You look at all the projects for the past few years. Right now, any promising directions?
WA, coin issuance, those are get ready for the next bull market when the thing that we're very bullish is on payments, right? And that's also something that we're very
the star applications right now. Year. Can you DeFi? Peter next.
I think, to me, I would look at it, it would be stablecoin. And the process of having this, any of this product that actually can bridge these stablecoins to the old world and the new world coming together. So to me, that will be the key. And of course, at Oceanus, we are developing Odin, and through that, we want to do that passage and that bridge.
Nina?
Which sector is going to take off in the next year?
You can name the product.
Okay, can I say anything other than pancake? Am I not allowed to say any other answer?
Justin.
I think it's AI, BI, you know, we'll do a lot.
Can you name another one? Together with this one.
Yeah, sure. I think cloud. Cloud is very, doing very, doing crazy things, right? So they basically delivering different product can make the other competitor, the stock price going down like 20%. You know, that's how AI capable of doing. I think the market now like AI is doing the things like way faster than you think actually. So that's why I think it's very hard to do the future prediction because AI is way faster. They are doing things way faster than we thought, right? Just take, you know, like the quantum attack, for example, right? Before that, we think, you know, attack on Bitcoin is gonna be like 200 years. So we don't need to worry about that. So Bitcoin is the storage of, you know, in early days, right? So the OG always talk about, just get the Bitcoin and send you the cold wallet. And if you break the law, went to jail, 10 years comes out, you become the trillionaire, something like that, you know. Because, you know, the reason they have this kind of scenario, the reason is one, Bitcoin gonna be there forever, safe, and Bitcoin will going up, right? So, but right now, the first assumption is collapsing because of the AI. So the Google posts those research paper says like conservatively 2035, right?
Today.
Yeah. And then people were like, wow, it's gonna happen in 10 years. And Google is like, you know, depend on our research, that's the timeline, but it can happen way faster if AI and everything get developed. So that's why, I mean, for myself today, I look into every AI development like very closely. You know, not because I want to develop AI application, it's even, you know, I know AI gonna have a big impact on every industry, right? Crypto is definitely gonna be one of these because the new cloud version will release like very soon. And it will get everybody, if you are holding crypto, a security exposure. right? So that's why all the major companies, but I think it's also, I mean, A16Z needs to help here because, cloud is not inviting all the major exchange in the world. I think Binance, like HTX, like Tron, we also need to be invited to use Mythos before it's released, right? Because right now I think they are only allow JP Morgan, all the banks to get access to that. But the crypto companies is also holding tens of $1 trillion, right? So we need to get early access to their product too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Some more. Name a product or
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I think it's a security. So nothing can happen without security.
Oh, that's pretty good. Mythos.
You don't expect the other answers from my mouth, right?
Then you need to give one more.
Pancake. Because we are a trading venue, so I would say, and also I always say Pancake Swap is an infrastructure, level the app. So I name another infra level. I think it's lending.
Lending.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Thanks everyone, and thanks for all the panelists' time. And it's a great panel, and I hope you enjoy it. And thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you. What a fantastic panel. Big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. And please stay with us on stage for a photo together. Oh, a selfie first. Yeah, selfie. Lovely. Thank you once again for sharing your expertise and experiences with us. What an incredible panel. And I'm sure we all are very inspired by that. So when you're ready, please turn around and look to our official photographer in the middle for a photo together. Let's move a little bit closer together. Okay, fantastic. All right, towards the center. 1, 2, 3, big smile. And thumbs up for another photo. Fantastic. Okay, ladies, give it up for our panelists again. Thank you. And thank you, moderator, for moderating the session. What an incredible journey this morning from the deep infrastructure layer to the dazzling applications. This is the full future being built. You have heard from the pioneers who are not just predicting the next wave, but are the very engineers of it. They are programming the rails, issuing the access, and designing the interfaces where AI and crypto converge to define finance itself. Therefore, this concludes our AI crossover crypto, the next finance infrastructure session. Please once again give a final round of applause to all our brilliant speakers today. Thank you very much. The afternoon sessions on main stage will begin at 1:30 p.m. and we'll get to the bottom of RWA then. We definitely look forward to seeing you all again this afternoon. 女士们、先生们，今天下午主会场的议程将于1点半正式开始。我们将邀请更多优秀的演讲嘉宾，围绕 RWA 给大家一个精彩的分享。我们下午1点半再见。A final gentle reminder for everyone. You can collect stamps by visiting the booth. When you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. The number of gifts are limited. They will be provided on a first-come, first-served basis. 另外，在会刊手册的赞助上 logo 页参展上均有个盖章处。活动期间完成记录，可以到咨询台领取对应的礼品1份，每人每天领1次，有限，先到先得。So for more wonderful upcoming sessions at Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2026, please kindly scan the QR code on the event catalog. 大家可以扫描会看手二维码，了解更多精彩的议程。欢迎大家1点半再见，谢谢。 先生们，大家下午好，欢迎大家莅临由 Our sessions presented this First, please allow me to extend and ZA Bank, and also a big thank you to Cyber贸发局的战略支持。Group for our opening keynote. 现在我们有请
各位嘉宾，大家下。那么今天下午呢，特别的提出过一个叫做3代币模型。经济模型，那么哈希克集团我们本身就是在践行这样一个3代币模型，所以我们有自己的功能性代币，当然我们在某些活动场合里面也有 NFT 发售。那同时呢，哈希克集团是一个有股权的，我们股权也在港交所 IPO 上市的这样一个权益架构，3层。那其实我们发现，在过去10年时间里面，10多年的时间里面，基础协议最基础的基层的基础协议，也许一层代币就已经足够了。但是，如果你是一个面向应用、面向客户、面向不管 B 端还是 C 端用户的时候，可能仅只有1层代币，比如说只有功能性代币。并不能够建立一个健全的、完善的和有效的经济激励机制。功能性代币是一个相对来说面向社区的一种激励机制，那股权代币呢是面向创业者团队以及股东的这样的一个激励机制。那么这是我们在代币经济学白皮书的1.0版本，现在进入到了3.0版本。那么这一次呢，我们聚焦在 AI agent 所带来的智能体经济如何跟 crypto 跟 blockchain 去结合？所以呢，我今天的一个开场的演讲题目呢，叫做智能体经济模式的一个创新。AI 的 token、区块链的 token 和以 JK 和全同态加密这样一些隐私计算的技术结合在一起，可能带来的智能体经济模式上的创新。我们知道，我们回顾一下区块链技术，从商业角度，从商业创新的角度来看，区块链技术其实它最主要的特性在于2点。第一点，区块链网络是一个无需信任的网络，也就是说，任何人并不需要事先 KYC 也好，或者签署合同也好，任何人它是一个开放的、公开开放的网络，无需信任和 无需许可是区块链原生的商业活动的最主要的一个技术特点。但是，仅仅有这样一个技术特点显然不够，显然不够。区块链的另外一个特点是公开透明。那么我们很难设想，比如说银行或者其他的一些对隐私保护、对合规有非常高要求的那些金融机构，那么他们如果要把他们的整体的业务流程通通都上链的话，它会面临一个巨大的问题，一个什么问题呢？就是数据裸奔。数据裸奔是银行也好，其他金融机构也好，包括对隐私保护有非常高要求的，比如说医疗的数据，是不大可能直接在数字原生的区块链上去运行的。但是 AI 到今天为止 ，AI 确实带来了巨大的经济创造的一个活力，尤其是从大模型走到 AI agent 之后，我们大家现在谈论的都是有关于 AI 智能体经济如何在未来释放10倍以上的释放我们的商业价值，正在谈论这样一个事情。但是这里面遇到的问题就是数据透明。数据透明之下 ，AI 的智能体经济显然有巨大的缺陷。而这个缺陷要解决，必须靠隐私计算技术。所以，我们来回顾一下这个区块链技术的一个发展过程。最早的是2009年比特币区块链上线以来，15年的发展，接近16年时间的发展，已经证明了区块链技术它的巨大的商业上的价值、经济上的价值。但是，以比特币为代表的区块链技术，它确实有一个公开透明的这样一个技术特性，所以在2015年的时候，传统的银行和各国政府监管部门就开始提出了联盟链或者叫做许可链这么一个概念。联盟链和许可链是因为公链的数据公开透明，使得很多合规的业务无法在分布式账本上，在公链上面去运行。但是联盟链这种许可链技术的出现，虽然隐私保护得到了一定程度上的缓解，因为联盟链上只有被许可的人才能成为区块链的节点，并且互相之间才能在一个被许可的范围里头，大家能够了解各自的一个信息，看到各自的数据。它有它的巨大的缺陷。在过去的10年时间里面，随着联盟链概念的提出，我们看到有2个非常大的一个联盟链组织，一个是全球银行间之间的叫 R3， 一个呢是 IBM 有一个联盟链组织叫 Sharplink。最后你发现，虽然10年时间过去了，他们并没有能够做出什么样的有商业前景的这样一些应用出来。于是就出现了一种看法，说联盟链也许不是区块链。在当时的这样一个语境下，确实联盟链可能不是区块链。但是现在我们发现呢，随着 tokenization 的出现，随着传统金融资产代币化的出现，联盟链开始回归。我们几乎可以了解到，全球主要的银行都已经运行了自己内部的一条许可链，只是说银行内部运行的许可链可能只是单一节点，只是他自己给自己行内确认这整个区块链的运行单一节点的许可链，我们把它叫做私有链。那么这种回归为什么能回归呢？那首先第一点，一家全球著名的银行为自己的客户去提供区块链上的代币化服务，比如说存款代币化，它不需要解决一个信任的问题，不需要第三方作为区块链的节点来帮助它去背书这个信任， 因为你已经信任这家银行了，你已经是这个银行的客户了，你只是在一个银行的账户体系之内去用代币化去完成纽约到香港的汇款，那么跨境汇款2分钟。但如果你没有把你的存款代币化，你要完成这样一笔汇款，你可能需要2天时间。所以私有链首先复苏，但私有链复苏呢也存在一个问题，就跨行，当2个银行的客户跨行要进行跨境的汇兑的时候，你仍然需要有私有链之上的其他的区块链。于是联盟链正在被探讨当中。我们知道 SWIFT 联合全球最主要的9家银行，那正在探讨怎么解决用区块链技术、用存款代币化的这样的工具来解决跨行之间的一个资金跨境的一个资金的汇兑。但这目前为止还在探讨当中。但我们已经看见了联盟链技术又重新回归了，是以单一节点私有链的方式回归了。但是，如果涉及到跨行，仍然有一个巨大的问题，就是你能允许你的合作伙伴看到多少你银行内部的数据？现在有一个新的技术开始出现了，这个新的技术就是隐私计算。零知识证明和全同态加密这样的，在隐私保护之后，同样还能够进行计算，并且计算出来的结果和明文时候的计算结果能够完全一致。这新的技术其实早就有了，是吧？我记得2016年的时候，以太坊的 DevCon 在上海举办的时候，其中就有很多演讲者提到了零知识证明，也提到过形式化验证等等这些隐私计算的技术。但到现在为止，我们没有看见有广泛的应用，因为它的性能不够，商业应用成本上、时间上、效率和成本都不构成能够支持商业应用。但现在我了解的情况，全同态加密的芯片可能在今年下半年就能推出，能达到什么样一个性能呢？能达到每秒大概1000笔，每秒1000笔的性能，那显然就已经可以满足一部分商业应用场景，因为有些场景并不需要实时的得到一个计算的结果，你可能可以等10分钟。等半小时，甚至也等1小时。这全通的加密之下，区块链的 token 加上 AI 的 token， 再加上零知识证明和全通态加密的这样一个隐私计算的技术，这3者融合在一块，才可能真正的能够在智能体经济方面的商业模式上做出一个完全颠覆式的创新。它必须把3个技术叠加在一起，才能够出现一种颠覆式的创新。后面我会讲什么叫颠覆式的创新。那同时，如果我们设想零知识证明和全同态加密算法在商业上，不管是效率还是性能还是成本，都已经足够支持商用的时候，那么区块链技术可能又会出现一次回归。就是我们那个时候可能真的不需要有私有链，不需要有联盟链，所有的数据都加密之后都上到公链上去，因为你即使在公链上跑，隐私计算、隐私保护也足够满足目前为止全球最高的有关合规的要求。所以这也就是未来3年或者5年可能发生的事情。我想，昨天以太坊的创始人 Vitalik 也在这个舞台上讲到过。以太坊未来5年的一个发展路径，那么他其实也讲到过，就是以太坊并不需要去竞争谁是最快的链，只要守住自己去中心化安全性，它的性能不需要做任何的一个性能上的提升，因为这个区块链不可能3角，去中心化安全性和性能。那么它就解决去中心化安全性、性能的问题，交给别人来解决，交给硬件的加速，交给算法来优化，交给 L2、L3，根据不同的应用场景来决定自己的共识机制，是吧？我们举一个例子来说明一下这3项技术 ：AI 的 token、区块链的 token 加上零知识证明和全通的加密的密码学的在隐私保护，会怎么样去创新出来新的商业模式？比如说一家医院，我们知道医院的医疗数据是非常有价值的，但是医院的医疗数据也是对隐私保护有特别严格的要求的。那么根据现在的 token 经济学的模型，我们设想未来所有的商业机构都会是 token 工厂。那么这些医疗数据如果有足够好的零知识证明或者全通态加密的隐私计算的技术加持，那么任何一家医院就可以把它的医疗数据变成 token， 它就成为一个 token 的工厂。任何人都可以去调用它的数据，去算出它需要的某一种技术上的特征，但同时它也不可能掌握任何一个个人的这些需要隐私保护的那些数据。所以这才是3个技术加持在一块，才有可能是对传统商业模式的颠覆，才有可能是智能体经济的一个终局的形态。所以，如果仅仅只有 AI 的 token 加上隐私计算的技术，当然这个商业也是成立的，对吧？一家医院也是可以在没有区块链 token 的加持之下，去创新它的商业模式的。但是，你的商业领域的范畴就不可能扩大到全球。我们知道，所有的数字化技术基本上都是全球服务，数字化产品和数字化服务历来都是全球的。因为如果没有区块链去加持，那么即使一家医院的数据使用了同态加密，我们也仍然任何一个想要使用这些医院数据的人，都需要去线下找到那家医院，跟他谈判，跟他签协议，通过银行的付款。那么这不是 token 工厂的做法。token 工厂的做法应该是什么？应该是用区块链的无需许可、无需信任的这样一个技术特性，把这家医院的所有的数据都变成 token， 变成 AI 的 token， 然后以无需许可、无需信任的方式开放给全球的使用者。任何有需求的人都可以像我们现在使用比特币网络、使用以太坊网络那样的，随时随地7×24小时，无需签署协议，也无需 KYC onboarding 的情况下，去调用这家银行的数据。你调用数据，你就消耗 token， 消耗 token， 于是你就付费给了这家医院，这家医院就变成了一个 token 工厂。所以这3者结合在一块，才是智能体经济的一个终局的表现方案，终局的结果。包括如果这个任何一个个人，你的所有的隐私数据，比如说你过往多少年的一个体检的数据、医疗的数据，在加密之后，那么你就可以用无需许可、无需信任的这样一个商业模式，你可以在网上、在链上，向全球的保险公司发出一个需求：我的数据经过加密都在这儿，你们有你们的精算模型，你们可以到我这儿来，在同态加密之下去计算，用你们的精算模型去计算我的数据，然后给我提供一个适合我的个性化的、成本最优、效果最好的一个保险方案。因此，也许金融服务的方式，在这样一个3个技术加成之下、融合之下，这种智能体的经济，也许金融服务的方式就彻底改变了，不再有保险经纪人，不再有中介， 你也不属于任何一家金融机构，你不是他的客户，但是你也是所有金融机构的客户，因为你的数据在那，你可以全网去寻求对你来说的一个最优解，这种无需信任、无需许可的这样一个方式。就这是我所想到的，就是尤其是这段时间，我在探讨有关于这些隐私计算的技术发展的过程当中，零知识证明、全动态加密这些技术发展当中，我得到的这些信息，那依据这些信息，再结合我对区块链技术这种无需信任、无需许可的商业技术的特点，以及 AI token 所带来的 AI agent 这种智能体经济，这三者之间的结合融合，我得出来这么一个结论。在这里面呢，我还特别强调一下，我们现在有一种误解，我们把 AI 的 token 叫做是 AI 智能经济体的货币单位，不是这样的。AI token 是智能体经济的生产资料，它不是智能体经济的货币单位。从电力到芯片算力，到大模型，到算法，最后到应用，这是英伟达的黄仁勋所提出来的 token economic 的5层结构。这5层结构实际上描绘的是一个智能体结果的一个生产过程，描绘的是如何去产生一个智能体的产品或者服务。但是你去获取这个产品或者服务，你去购买这个产品或者服务，你去享受这个产品或者服务，你需要付货币。这个货币只能是数字货币，因为 AI agent 它能够被使用的货币不是我们人所方便使用的货币，一定是可编程的货币，可以细分的货币，能够实时的结算的货币。因为一个 AI agent 去调用别人提供的 API 的时候，比如说一个 AI agent 去调用一家医院的它的数据 token 的时候，它可能第一，它不可能通过银行账户体系说，我先付你钱，明天到账了以后，我们两个再来看看你提供什么服务给我。我必须是实时的确认钱要到账，并且我可能每一次调用可能只是几分钱，或者1毛钱，或者1块钱。不管你是1块钱、1毛钱还是1分钱，银行目前的支付系统，它的成本不可能支撑一个 AI agent 去调用 API 的数据，做这么微小的一笔支付。所以数字货币是其中的一个血液，是智能体经济的一个血液。当然，智能体经济还是商业机构所发行的代币化，因为如果一个 AI agent 要能才可以被机器识别，被机器所使用。那所以最终我做一个总结，就 AI 智能体经济是一个无需信任的商业，无需信任，无需许可， 无需信任和无需许可会使得商业的成本大幅的下降，因为我们知道，为了构建商业当中的信任，整个社会是有一个庞大的体系在运转的。这个庞大的体系庞大到什么程度呢？庞大到连监狱都是为了确保商业的信用而准备的，因为你一旦商业上背信，触犯了刑法，你可能要坐牢。这都是在，当然会计师、律师、法院、公安局，一直到监狱，整个社会运行了一个庞大的体系来保证商业当中大家不会背信，或者说在成本上你不至于去背信。但是如果是一个无需信任、无需许可的商业，那么这样一个庞大的体系运行的成本，大家都要分担的，你就不需要了。那在这样一个基础上，在这样一个新的商业模式基础上，就会生产出来新的资产类别。在 AI 智能体的这样一个无需信任、无需许可、成本大幅下降的这样一个新的商业体系当中，那么新的资产类别，我把它叫做数字资产、原生数字资产。所以 ，crypto 我们有原生数字资产，比特币、以太坊，也有孪生的数字资产，比如说各种代币化的金融资产，都是现实世界已经有的，只是它 digital twin 是有一个孪生体在链上而已。AI 也会有 AI 的原生数字资产和孪生数字资产 ，AI 孪生的数字资产和 AI 原生的数字资产。AI 孪生的数字资产，我们可以用 tokenization 以资产代币化来概括它。AI 原生的数字资产，未来几年一定会涌现出来。那这一代 AI 原生的数字资产会构建一个全新的商业模式。同时也会需要一个全新的金融服务体系，因为那是一个要让机器能够使用的金融服务，而不是人去使用的金融服务。目前为止，我们运行的很好的金融服务体系是为人而设计的，将来一定会出现为 AI、为机器、为这些 AI 原生的数字资产所建立的新的金融服务体系，甚至资本市场体系。那这就是我今天的一个分享，谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢肖总的精彩分享。With the vision set, the question becomes execution amidst a complex global landscape. And now please welcome Ms. Anna Liu, CEO of Hashkey RWA, to share more insights on RWA. A big round of applause to welcome Anna.
"对，大家下午好，很高兴再次站在这里和大家聊 RWA 的话题。那今天主会场的这个主题叫做 RWA 的终极问答。那现场看到了这个有监管机构的朋友们，然后有金融机构的同行，有 Web3 的这个建设者，也有远道而来的投资人们。那这个组合本身就说明了 RWA 今天所处的位置，它已经不再是某一个圈子里面这个内部探讨的话题，而是真正意义上把不同背景、不同需求的人聚集在了一起。现在大家谈的也不是 RWA 还火不火的这个问题，这个问题可能在这个1年前就讨论结束了。那现在大家聊的更多的是资产怎么合规的出境，发行的架构在哪里落地，投资者怎么真正的进来。那这些问题并不是靠今天我这个短短的15分钟能够回答的，但是我们有整个下午的时间和这个专家们一起探讨。过去1年，我们在代币化这条路上做了不少真实落地的项目，也借这个机会给大家来做一个汇报。像这个全球首批代币化的货币市场 ETF， 代币化票据、非金融类实物资产代币等等，从基金到固定收益，从实物商品到结构化产品，涵盖了机构客户最关注的几个主要方向。这些项目不只是概念验证或沙盒测试，而是在真实的监管环境下运营的产品，有真实的投资人和投资需求。那从数字上 ，Hashkey Chain 目前已经部署了11项代币化产品，链上的 RWA 资产总值达到了20亿港币。那 Hashkey Exchange 的理财频道已经上线了第7支这个代币化产品，也就是昨天的应该是香港的首支代币化的这个黄金 ETF， 覆盖了不同资产偏好和类别。数字背后是我们从合规发行、链上基础设施到交易流通的一站式能力。我们把整条链路这个凑合在一起，不是拼凑，是系统协同。这也是今天我想和大家主要分享的问题。在具体分享经验之前，也希望带大家看看这2年监管环境的变化。那过去2年，全球主要金融中心也正在从观望转向立规。美国的 Genius 法案正式立法，为稳定币建立联邦监管框架。欧盟的 MiCA 法规已于2024年全面生效。香港金管局刚刚发出了首批稳定币的发行牌照。那就在昨天，证监会也发布了有关代币化证监会认可投资产品2级市场买卖的通函。新加坡 MAS 更新了资本市场产品代币化的指引。更值得一提的是，今年2月，内地多部委联合发文，首次从监管维度明确定义了 RWA 代币化。这是对整个行业来说，也是一个重要的坐标。相信对在座的各位来说，这些都不是新闻，但它意味着一件重要的事：规则已经到位的地方，机构终于可以放心动了。问题不再是监管什么时候来，而是监管已经到位的地方，我们能做什么，做到什么程度。那规则已经就位，但是在正式启动之前，我们还是要正视 RWA 的几个现实挑战。第一个想跟大家分享的是底层资产的真实性挑战。区块链能保证数据上链之后不被篡改，但它保证不了上链之前的数据就是真实的。资产估值、租金收益、交割状态和利率波动，这些链下信息如何可信、准确、防篡改地进入链上智能合约？这就是预言机的问题，它是 RWA 的核心难题之一，也是每一个项目在开始之前必须正面面对的问题。与此同时，链上代币所代表的所有权必须在链下的法律体系中得到完整的确认和强制执行。代币持有人的权益在发生争议时能不能得到保护，这需要完善的法律框架和可靠的资产托管机制。技术上的所有权和法律上的所有权必须同时成立，缺一不可。否则，即使代币持有人掌握了资产本身，也无法享有底层资产应有的权益。第二个想和大家分享的挑战是商业闭环的缺失。当前的这个市场上，我们见到了非常多的这个项目，他们是为了这个未上链而上链，陷入了这样的一个误区。我们必须清醒地认识到，上链是方法，不是目的。一个真正有生命力的 RWA 项目，它的商业闭环还是应该回归到区块链的第一性原理，也就是有没有真正利用这个公开透明、不可篡改的公共账本，创造出当前传统方式下无法实现的新价值。 如果仅仅是把链下的这个整个流程在链上再复制一遍，没有形成价值的正向循环，那我相信终将是不可持续的。因此，在项目的推进过程中，我们必须反复地追问，代币化究竟为这个资产、为我们的商业带来了什么不可替代的新价值？唯有回答好这个问题 ，RWA 才能真正从技术实验走向商业落地。第三个想和大家分享的挑战是流动性困境。我们曾经期望 RWA 能够释放万亿资产的流动性，但现实是，大部分的 RWA 在二级市场的交易量非常低。即使是成熟如美国的这个 STO 市场，我们观察到美国的合规 STO 交易所发展多年，日交易量常常也只有几万美元。这个不是技术原因，而是一个更根本的问题：流动性不会自然出现，必须主动建立。流动性需要3件事同时到位：有投资人愿意持有的优质底层资产，有深度的持牌分销渠道，以及足够的二级市场交易基础设施。缺少任何一环，流动性就难以闭环。从更长远的角度看，当资金端的代币化存款 （CBDC） 与资产端的代币化，如 RWA 等代币化资产，同时在链上汇合，流动性才能真正发挥出区块链的潜力。原子结算、全天候交易、点对点转让，这个也正是我们行业朝之努力的方向。第4个想和大家分享的挑战来自监管的持续演进与合规复杂性。香港的监管路径相对清晰，但全球主要市场的监管仍在动态发展中。对于有志于全球化布局的机构，跨境业务需要应对复杂的司法管辖区差异，这对合规能力提出了极高的要求。合规的成本不容忽视，专业的法律、税务、审计和反洗钱尽调是成功发行的前提。我们建议从第1天就纳入资源规划和预算，不能等产品快上线了再补齐，这样的话可能代价更大。但从这个短期来看，合规增加了时间的成本和资金的成本，但从中长期看，它是机构资金进来的前置条件，也是这个市场能够运转的基础。我们在这些挑战上踩过不少坑，也正是因为如此，我们才把这些经验系统性地融进了我们的 RWA 一站式解决方案。在介绍方案之前，我想先说一个我们在实践中观察到的误区。很多的企业、很多的朋友在布局 RWA 的时候，习惯的做法是，先想我们要发一个什么样的产品，再去找相应的资产来填补。我们建议应该走的方法是倒过来的，从资产出发，首先问自己3个问题：第一，这个资产能不能代币化？链下的真实性如何在链上得到可信验证？第2个问题，这个资产适不适合代币化？代币化的究竟是资产本身，还是资产的所有权，或者是它的现金流？第3，也是我们最关注的，这个资产为什么要代币化？代币化能带来什么当前方式下做不到的新价值？如果这3个问题都有清晰的答案，那么我相信我们的资产就选对了。接下来才是架构设计的问题。具体来说，我们的这个建议的一站式解决方案有5大核心能力。第一是合规发行框架的设计，这是整个流程的起点，也是 一个债权二是链白名单、转让限制、司法管辖区的约束，不是靠人工审核，而是写进智能合约自动执行。合规第三是经济市场的申购，我们提供全程的支持。我们的原则有一条：每一个上链的资产都必须经得起监管和投资人的双重审查。欲速则不达，宁可慢一步，也要行稳致远。第四是交易和流动性管理。发行成功只是一个开始，下一个考验是二级市场。就在昨天，证监会发布了通函，允许代币化认可投资产品在持牌虚拟交易平台进行二级市场买卖，零售投资者也可参与。这是香港代币化市场发展的一个重要里程碑。流动性问题有了监管层面的正式解法。那我们依托香港、中东等地的持牌虚拟资产交易平台，已经具备了承接这套机制的完整基础设施。合规的一级市场申购赎回通道、场内订单部和场外大宗交易，配套即时清结算机制。这份新的通函让我们长期在流动性上做的基础建设有了更清晰的落地路径。我们将积极探索代币化产品二级市场的落地路径，让代币化资产的潜在价值被真正激活。此外，我们也将持续和外部的持牌平台、分销机构共同合作，为代币化资产建立更广泛的流动性网络。第五是信息披露与持续的跟踪。传统的金融产品有自己的信息披露机制，这套机制从定期报告、审计、监管申报等方面都是行之有效的。区块链能做的是在这个基础上，通过公共账本的特性，让信息披露变得更全面、更及时，也更低成本。利息、租金、股息的分配记录、财务报告、重大资产净值的更新，这些数据一旦上链，就具备了不可篡改、可追溯、可独立验证的特性。投资者不需要等待定期披露周期，不需要通过中介查询，可以直接在链上进行实时核对。这不是替代原有的信息披露架构，而是用区块链的公共账本特性，把它做得更高效、更透明。这5个环节涵盖了一个 RWA 项目从立项到退出的完整路径。我们有合规的分销渠道、链上基础设施以及全流程的代币化能力。这套系统已经在真实项目里反复验证过，而且还在持续迭代。每一代金融基础设施的更迭，不是因为旧的坏了，而是因为新的工具出现了，让我们可以做到以前做不到的事。复式记账法的出现，让跨国贸易成为可能；中央清算机构的建立，让资本市场规模化。那今天，分布式账本给了我们一个新的可能，让资产的发行、流转、 结算和所有权记录在同一个开放、透明、可编程的基础设施上完成。这不是颠覆，是延伸，是金融体系在新的技术条件之下自然的下一步。那在今年的1季度，全球代币化 RWA 市场规模已经接近300亿美元。那过去1年的增长是超过260%。IMF 在本月初发布了报告，将资产代币化定性为金融架构的根本性重构，不是实验，不是趋势，是重构。我们正处在资金端和资产端同时代币化即将在链上汇合的关键时期，稳定币市值已经超过3000亿美元，代币化国债、代币化货币市场基金、债券正在形成真实的规模。当两端在链上闭合，一个完整的链上资本市场就会出现。这不是未来，是正在经历的当下。今天的时间有限，那接下来还有几场深度对话，专家们会从合规路径、发行实操、市场格局和全球趋势等方面深入分享。希望下午的分享对大家有所启发，谢谢。
谢谢，感谢 Anna 的宝贵分享。Thank you, Anna, for the informative sharing. Before we move on to the next session, a gentle reminder for everyone. The afternoon session provides simultaneous interpretation service. Please kindly scan the QR code for the translation service on your catalog and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 提醒大家，我们本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，请扫描同传二维码即可获取同传服务。Also, you can collect stamps by visiting the booths. When you collect a certain number of stamps, you can claim a gift at the information desk. The number of gifts are limited. They will be provided on a first-come, first-served basis. 另外，在会康手册的赞助商 logo 页参展上均有一个盖章处。活动期间完成集账任务，可以到咨询台领取对应的礼品1份，每人每天限领1次，数量有限，现到现得。接下来，我们将进入我们今天第一个原作讨论环节：连接实体与数字。中国资产通过 RWA 出海，合规机遇与挑战。首先，我们有请我们原作讨论的主持人，国泰海通证券产业政策研究院联席首席分析师姚世佳女士，以及我们各位原作讨论的嘉宾，国家金融与发展实验室特聘高级研究员赵耀先生。君和虚拟资产业务部负责人及合伙人乔哲元女士，万象区块链总经理陈斌先生，进度律师事务所合伙人赵应先生。现在我们给掌声欢迎我们的主持人还有嘉宾。
那欢迎大家来到我们这场的 panel。然后我们这一次的主题是中国资产通过 RWA 出海的机遇和合规挑战。那今天我们也请到了这个乔律、赵律然后赵博士，还有包括我们的陈总来跟我们做一个深入的交流吧。那我想大家最关心的第一个问题，就是第一个话题肯定是关于政策那特别是我们今年年初42号文推出之后，大家对它的解读其实是大相径庭的。那我们听到2种说法，一种是说这个42号文推出之后，是 RWA 的这个大门就正式打开了还有一种说法是说这个42号文出来以后，相当于是把这个 RWA 就 只留了一个门缝。那对这2种说法，就是想问一下各位是怎么看的啊？那我们想先请这个精度律所的这个合伙人赵律为我们解读一下，就您作为相当于是整个政策的一个主要贡献者之一吧，您是怎么看待这个监管的逻辑以及这个政策？
那这个42文呢，今年是2月份出来，在此之前呢，其实大家知道，在去年的12月份的时候，由中国互联网金融协会等7家行业协会出台了一个风险提示。那风险提示第一次谈到了现实世界资产代币化这个概念，并且在那风险提示里面呢，重点讲了它有几类风险，以及讲了它这个不能做的业务。然后在这个基础上呢，今年2月份出台了40号文。那这2者关系呢，就是在这个文出来之前啊，有些朋友问我说，那这看起来不是很矛盾吗？说12月份说不让干了，2月份那这个到底是可以干还是不可以？你仔细这2个吧，它其实是一个过渡和关系，两个不是一个冲突的关系。对，在这个12月份这个风险提示里。2个禁止的内容是境内不能这个空白的备案也好，审批也好，那么可所以说从这个让大家干，但是呢，结合上一个文件精神，是不是说相关的相关部门依法依规同意这个稳定币是目前看来是不能做的。那作为在这个很多人看来说都是有底层资产支持的这种代币化的业务，那么 RWA 是不是和它也应该类似的解释？我们说这个理解呢，也是有一点这个怎么说呢？就是需要澄清的一点是，因为在境内看来，稳定币和 RWA 虽然看起来都是一种 tokenization 的一种业务和产品，但是呢，它们的本质是有区别的。它的本质区别在于说，稳定币在这个40号文里也给它定性了，就是挂钩法定货币的稳定币，在一定程度上起到了法定货币的功能。这句话是40号文原文，所以结论就是说要经过相关部门同意，未经同意你是不能做的。所以它的定性是，挂钩法币的稳定币，它是一种支付工具，会起到替代主权货币的作用，而底层资产作为实物资产的其他类型的 RWA 产品，它是一种融资工具，它应该对标的是什么？是传统的债、股票所以把它按照这个功能监管原则，按照相同业务、相同风险、相同监管这个原则呢，那就由传统的 负责这类股票、债券监管的金融监管部门来负责监管，那就是由证监会、发改委、外汇局按照他们传统上在这个业务上的分工来进行监管。这个证监会负责这种资产证券化的代币，然后和股权性质代币。那发改委、外汇局呢，负责这种外债性质代币，这是它分工的一个逻辑。也就是说，在这个事情上和稳定币和虚拟货币它的这个监管的不同的逻辑，以及在这个金融监管部门内部的一个监管分工的安排。
好，谢谢赵律。那我们再请这个赵博啊，就是这个国家金融与发展实验室的赵博，就是您作为一个就是兼具银行系的这个实操经验，又同时有这个学术背景的这样一个行家吧那您是怎么来看待这个新规的
谢谢谢谢主持人谢谢各位朋友，谢谢各位来宾。就是说我只是谈自己的一点比较浅显的一个认识吧因为主要的内容呢，就是政策的这个解读呢，刚才赵律师其实我想他已经做了非常全面和非常准确的这样子的一个解读。那么在去年我们在做这个政策研究的这个过程中呢，其实我们也是发现了里面呢就是从这个学术的比如说我们从这个用的说这个名词的这个准确性或者是合法性我们是做了一点点的小的建议。那么第一个就是就像赵律师说的，那42号文它主要针对的是代币化那么这个代币化虽然在英文里面它叫 tokenization， 而且呢在这个国际的这个环境下面 tokenization 呢它其实是有各种不同的含义第一种比如说就像这个货币的 tokenization 它就是代币化第二种呢就是我们在传统的或者也不叫传统的我们现在使用中的电子支付的标记化它也叫 tokenization 是吧？那么当然还有在这个 crypto 这个里面呢它也有 tokenization 所以这个同样的 tokenization 是吧？它的不同的这个语义不同的语言环境下它表达的意思是很不一样的那么比如说就像42号文它禁止的或者说它反对的是货币的 tokenization， 就是说你是一种法定货币也好，或者说你是一种底层资产也好，它反对的是你把它往货币的 tokenization 这个方向去发展。就像赵律师说的是吧，部分的取代了或者说部分的具有法定货币的这种功能法定货币的功能最核心的或者说最前提的是什么？就是记账功能我们叫 unit of account那么对于这个货币的代币化来说的话，任何一个国家的这个监管或者货币当局也好，或者中央银行也好，它对于这个都是非常警惕的就像大家可以回顾19年的时候 Libra 是吧？美国都是表示反对的所以 Libra 到现在也没有成型，对不对？那么这个我们说的 RWA 它使用的技术是 tokenization， 但是它发挥的或者说它发挥的这种金融功能，它不是货币功能，它是资产功能它是一种价值储藏的功能，或者说它是一种金融产品的功能所以这个中国的监管部门来说的话呢，一直都是非常严谨的就是说我们叫这个资治通鉴是吧？第一句话就是名不正则言不顺所以42号文它反对的是货币的 tokenization， 但是它没有说我反对这个资产的上链或者其实国内现在还有一种更好的一种中文翻译其实在官方里面也开始使用起来了，叫通证化它不叫代币化，它叫通证化比如说我们的一些证券，我们的一些这个单据我们的一些凭证我上链之后是吧，我都可以进行通证化但是我不是说但不能说它是代币化是吧？所以这是我想就是说补充这么一个就是有点像咬文嚼字吧但是呢我觉得就是说不管是我们做实务也好，还是我们 做学术研究也好，特别是在中文的这个语境下面，我觉得还是要做一个区分。这样子呢，起码就是对于中国的监管部门或者说更高层的领导来说的话，对他理解起来，它是一个或者说我们学者写那些东西是一个正确的一个表达，或者说一个准确的表达，而不是这种泛的啊。就像很早以前是吧，那个 cryptocurrency 它是一种非常口语的表达。但是在国际的这个环境下面，比如说国际的监管环境下，国际的比如说一些学术讨论环境下，我们都不叫加密货币了，我们早就不叫加密货币了，我们叫 crypto asset， 啊，所以一个是 currency， 一个是 asset， 啊，这个区别就是天壤之别的啊，所以它的法律属性也不一样，它的功能也不一样，是吧？它的受众也不一样啊，所以它的监管框架或者监管态度也自然就不一样。好，我就做这么一点补充。
好的，好的，好，谢谢这个赵律和赵博士，相当于帮我们从这个监管的思路，把这个货币功能跟这个资产属性，就是做了一个很明确的这个切割，对吧？那下面想请教一下这个乔律师啊，就君和的这个合伙人乔律师，就您们也是作为行业内有诸多这个之前有标杆项目的这样的一个律所啊，那你们在实际操作的过程里，筛选项目的过程里，你们是怎么来看42号文？就是哪些东西能做，哪些东西不能做？
我觉得在42号文和这个境内资产代币化的这个指引发布之后，其实最大的一个区别是，以前如果我是基于境内资产去做代币化的项目的话，在国内是没有一个特别清晰的一个备案的流程，可能也并不需要去证监会去拿一个正式的一个备案的审批啊。但是现在这2个文出来了以后呢，其实现在是有一个非常清晰和具体的一个合规备案的流程。那根据42号文呢，其实你境内的这些机构，如果说要这个发行代币化的，即使是在境外发行，只要你是基于境内资产的话，你需要拿到这个外管局发改委还有证监会的这个备案的审批啊。那在这个备案的过程当中呢，你需要去递交，比如说备案的报告境外的这个发币的成套的文件。包括你境内的主体的一个适格性的信息，以及境内资产的一个具体情况。那如果中介机构 involve 在这个过程当中呢，中介机构也是要对这个备案的信息去保证它的这个准确性的所以整个的这一套流程呢，现在是如果你基于境内资产做代币化的话，是必须要走的那如果你是基于境外的资产做代币化的话，我感觉整体上来说区别并不是很大并不需要去走这一套在证监会的这个境内的这个机构的整个的这个审批备案。刚才我说的这些流程是不适用的那唯一就是如果你涉及到了境外的金融机构的子公司的话你做这个业务可能需要纳入境内的一个合规风控的一个体系，但也并不代表说需要走这个境内的这个一成套的一个审批的流程。那如果说从整个这件事情上来说，我觉得其实对于香港市场来说是一个机遇因为以后这些境内资产为底层的这些代币化项目就可以在香港去做一个合规的一个发行。那我们香港也有一整套的这个关于 tokenized security 的一个合规的流程，在 SFC 这边拿一个 authorized 的整个的这个流程包括这个通函。所以对于这样子的一个项目来说，香港本身又有一个非常完善的一个1号牌的一个分销的体系，包括 VATP 的这个分销的体系，所以一整套下来的话，其实就天然的对于这些境内的资产来说，我们可以 leverage 传统金融对于一些PB 产品DCM 的产品基金产品等等的这个分销的这个渠道，包括合规交易所的这个分销渠道，其实是一个很好的协助境内的资产吸引境外投资人的一整套流程。
好，谢谢乔律。那最后来请教一下这个万象的这个陈总帮我们，就是您作为这个相当于是行业很早期的这个生态的建设者了您是怎么看这个42号文以及这个文件之后给行业带来的整体的机遇和挑战？
对，应该说这个42号文就是还是提出的就恰逢其时吧，就对行业来说应该是一个 非常大的利好。那么为什么这么说呢？因为我们都知道，就是在这个文里面呢，其实因为刚才特别是赵博也提到了，就是包括赵律也提到咬文嚼字的一些事情啊。就是在行业里面呢，我觉得40号文第一次就真正的把这个token 代币化，把它去链接在一起啊。因为虽然说可能从学术的角度来说，代币化有不同的解释，但是从整个行业的语境来说，我们知道说在公链上有 coin 对吧？它原生代币，然后那么它的在上面发行的各种其他的 token 叫代币。所以我们把很多的资产去做链上化，就叫 tokenization， 叫代币化。这个在我觉得整个区块链在全球的这个行业里面也是一个比较充分得到大家认可的一个词。所以我觉得今年第一个呢，就是在语境方面啊，有2个特别有意思的地方。就第一个是在区块链行业，国家正式的在通过42号文把代币化。就是允许大家这么说了啊！我觉得过去国内有时候邮报劈叉半遮面，叫通证化，叫这些，其实因为总觉得代币是不好的，但我觉得这一次国家的40号文就第一次在国家的正式的这个法律法规里面把代币化就是跟国际通行接轨的一个词儿用出来，我觉得特别好。当然，代币化在 AI 行业就是 token 在 AI 行业里面又叫词源，对吧？就是一个词在2个行业里面的。不同的翻译啊，我觉得非常准确，也是跟国际在接轨，所以我想这是第一个点。那么第2个点呢，就是我们知道说从差不多19年之后吧，其实国家特别17年吧，就禁止 ICO 啊这些之后，国家也发现说，区块链技术很好，但是代币不好，所以呢，国家当时也出台了很多政策，一方面呢在技术方面，在鼓励区块链技术在国内的大力的发展。那同时呢，又出台了非常严格的法律和法规，禁止代币在中国的一些这个发行。那么所以呢，就是最后就形成了2个截然不同的赛道。一个在国内我们通常叫所谓的链圈吧，就是做联盟链，用在区块链的技术里面，我们阉割掉代币的功能，然后把它当成一个纯粹做技术底座。做可信呀、溯源呀、确权呀等等一些的能力，但是我们看到在国内的，就是大量的这些这个区块链作为联盟链吧，一个底层的基础设施的投入之后，在上面并没有产生特别好的这种商业的一些应用价值。那这里面呢，其实确实我们也看到说，在区块链里面很重要的一个，其实就是代币支付、结算、流通是非常重要的一个能力。那么这次我想国家40号文，就是明确的这种代币化。的一个在这个领域特定领域的一个合规合法化有明确的指引，我觉得这个是提供了非常好的一个框架和一个监管的预期，所以这个我想对行业来说是一个非常大的好事儿。
这个谢谢陈总啊。那我们这一趴就是聊完了规则啊，相信大家其实对这个监管的思路应该有了一个更加清晰的理解。那下面我们再聊一聊这个资产啊，因为我们的这个主题是中国资产啊，通过 RWA 这个出海。那么我想就是一个是现在 RWA 行业其实是面临了一些痛点的啊，比如说这种优质的啊愿意承担这种高成本的啊这样的发行方啊，包括我们说一些创新性的产品供给其实是比较稀缺的。同时呢，我们在监管上、在确权上，其实也有很多的挑战啊，而且我们还面临的这种大国博弈的这样的一个大的背景吧。所以，您们是怎么看？就是说，中国资产什么样的中国资产可以通过 RWA 出海？什么样的这种标的是相对比较可行的？就通过你们各自的一个视角。那这个问题想先请教这个乔律就君和的乔律，就你们在实际的这个筛选过程当中，你们比较青睐什么样类型的中国资产
我们团队在过去的4、5年的时间里，也是做了10多单这个落地的代币化的项目啊。那基础资产呢，就包含像黄金金矿美债基金消费贷股票、债券都有，基金都有那我觉得没有一个固定的标准，说什么资产一定是最好的。最终呢，其实还是要回归到保护投资人和对投资人有利的角度。因为我们做 RWA 的实质的目的，还是希望能够做出一个金融产品，是适合投资人去投资，是吸引投资人的。比如说风险相对小一点然后收益率尽量的高产权要清晰 啊，最好这个资产类别呢又能够广泛的受到认可流动性要好。那这些因素其实都是去定义了说什么样的一个资产可能潜在是吸引投资人的包括方案上来说的话，我觉得并不是说一个代币化的方案越复杂越好的。如果一个方案你看过去觉得看不懂那大概率不太好因为我们希望能够看到的方案是它能够让产权很清晰当你在执行的时候，不要有严重的这个法律的障碍，让投资人蒙受损失，不要有坑那在这些的前提下，当然我们希望这个结构能够让这个收益尽可能的高让这个风险，不管是商业风险还是法律风险，尽可能的低包括整个这个代币它的流动性要好，比如说它能够对接到很多这个分销的渠道包括未来这个代币最好还能够有一些资金效率它可以质押，可以去做 staking。能够跟长远来说能够跟这个 Web3的这个世界有更好的融合。那如果说能够满足这些因素的话，我觉得就是一个比较好的项目。
那下面一个就是说，想请这个万象的陈总因为你们除了是这个生态建设方，实际上你们还是一个投资方也投过很多很出彩的这种项目。那从你们内部来看，有没有过这样一个筛选的标准，或者我们说排序吧因为刚刚乔律其实也给了他的排序，就是产前的清晰度然后这个收益率然后是这个这个资产的质地就是说，那您这边有没有一个排序
对，我觉得如果从金融产品的角度的话，其实我觉得就是所有的机构其实排序的标准应该都是类似的，对，无非就是产权的清晰度。然后包括它的这个收益的稳定性，然后包括它的这个就是这个权属的这种清晰，那这些方面吧，对。但是我觉得可能当然我们现在看到就是现在落地的很多项目，就特别像一些什么 ETF 这些货币基金那么它都属于标准的金融产品，它也比较容易去做规模。但是我觉得可能从另一个角度去看就是我觉得如果要做真正的 RWA，可能除了就纯金融的这个路径之外，其实我们还有一些链上原生的一些方式，对，就是比方说就是这个底层资产，当它被穿透的时候，它是不是能够去用技术来去做 tracking， 对吧？就是因为我们现在其实当把所有的这些资产已经金融化了之后，实际上这个金融化后的标的跟底层资产之间其实已经是隔了好几道，对吧？它有各种各样的一些会计手段、金融手段、法律手段来去做一些隔离。但是说，如果我们当一个链上的投资者，我们真的想去看，就这个每一个代币背后代表的这个底层的资产，它本身的这个收益性，和权属在这些方面之外的话，就是还是比较需要说能够清晰的知道底层资产到底是什么，这个东西是不是能够被技术来去做 tracking。那这里面的话，可能就跟我们现在看到的大家比较喜欢的、容易做规模的，像什么货币基金什么这些 ETF跟这些就可能就不太一样了。包括可能讲的什么房地产这些都不太适合。可能有一些原生的，比方说像我们讲一些什么算力的资产一些新能源的资产。那么这一类的资产，就是说我可以通过物联网的技术。我能够去在这个资产本身它产生收益的每一个环节，从源头我就开始做数据的采集，然后把这些采集到的这些数据，可信的数据，我放到这个我们叫监管链上面或者联盟链上面，然后呢，同时呢在公链上去发行它的代币，然后通过预言机的机制，我能够去很清晰的去知道说这个资产的每一刻的状态，每一刻的收益。那么这一类的资产的话，我觉得可能是会。就是从长远的来看的话，其实它更有特点，我觉得可能也更容易被监管去接受。否则的话，我觉得其实不管对投资人来说，对监管来说，他说我们在传统的金融已经有各种各样的工具，对吧？有 REITs， 有 ABS， 我们为什么还需要 RWA？ 对，所以我想就是 RWA 的资产本身，可能在资产的本身，我用技术的手段，我可以去 tracking 它，然后这个是跟传统的这些金融产品 最大的不一样的地方。所以我觉得，当然这个可能需要一个过程啊，从现在规模啊各个方面来说，大家可能还是更喜欢做这种标准化的资产。但是我想从这个行业从第一性的原理啊，我们长远来看的话，我觉得就是真正的通过一个新的技术，我能够去 tracking 到这个底层的资产，那规避了其实对原来的很多这种金融的中介机构的包装的模式、资产的包装模式，其实都是一个很大的变化。那么这样的资产，我认为可能才是未来 RWA 发展其实真正的有价值，也是区块链技术在这个领域能真正发挥价值的地方。
好，谢谢陈总。陈总提了一个就是我们就说很具有万向区块链的这种特色的这个方向啊，就是利用技术的这个优势，增加它本身数据的可溯源性啊，就这一类的资产啊。OK， 好，那下面我们请这个精度的这个赵律啊，因为您这边跟监管的沟通一直都很紧密嘛，那您能不能从监管的这个思路帮我们来分享一下什么样类型的资产可能是比较符合这个监管的偏好的啊，和他们的这个框架的，
好，那我分享一下我的一些观察，然后我非常赞同刚才陈总说的这个观点，就是这种天然的能够利用区块链这种分布式的这种数据采集上链的这些资产，那一定是非常适合去做这一类 RWA 业务的。就比如说之前的这个什么新能源啊，这种充电桩，还有一些这个算力啊等等，就是这种分布式的资产，它本身数据采集的就比较困难。那这个区块链呢，就是天然利用这区块链这种这个技术优势，我觉得这一点呢，就是非常能够契合。就是说，那本来原来资产它是这种集中式的，它就很容易去做一些这个包装，去做一些这个债券这个证券化的发行。那对于这类资产，那可能相对来说，区块链和 RWA 会更有优势一些。当然，从这个监管的角度来讲呢，那有一些资产肯定是不行的，就是有一个所谓的负面清单嘛，我们都知道，那不符合国家产业政策的呀，不符合这个，然后这个基础的权属不明确的，还有一些可能实控人或者主体发行人本身涉及到一些重大违法违规行为的等等。那抛开这些负面清单不说，那剩下的呢，我们说哪些可能更符合这个就是监管希望看到的？那我想从可能这个时候呢，需要从这个前期和长远来看。那从前期来看，就是短期来看，那可能是需要有一些资产资质状况比较好一些，然后呢，主体的信用比较好一些，这样可能在监管部门看来，它的风险会更低。当然，我们说也存在一个这个需求错配，也就是反倒是这类资产，它可能它的融资需求反倒没有那么大，对吧？但是呢，对于监管部门来看呢，那这类的资产，这类主体可能在前期它是更愿意看到、更愿意放行的。那从底层、从基本的这个逻辑来看呢，那目前我们说已经放开的是这个有落地指引的，就是 ABS 的这种代币化。那么只要是能原则上符合能够去发行 ABS 的这个资产，那么理论上都是可以去做 ABS 代币化发行的。那么它最基本的要求是什么？首先，第一要有稳定的、可预期的现金流，这是做这类业务一个最基本的一个要求，对吧？然后呢，这个资产是能够实现真实出售，能够做到资产和风险的隔离，和原来发行主体进行隔离。只有满足这样条件的资产，那么在当前去做合规的在境外发行 ABS 的代币化产品，它才是一个合格的资产。我们说从负面清单刚才讲刨出那些，那么从正面来讲呢，那要符合这些条件，符合能够去做 ABS 的业务的这类的资产，你才能够去做 ABS 的代币化发行，因为它的基本的原理也是类似的，因为你的稳定的现金流要能够覆盖你发行期间的所有的本息偿付的这个要覆盖你的本息，对吧？所以这个刚才讲的这几点呢，是一个最基本的要求。当然，如果下一步这个股权性质的这种 RWA 放开的话，那么可能我们可以预测一下，那它可能需要看到的资产是说一定依然是有现金流，要有盈利模式，对吧？因为你要向监管部门报告，向这个投资人去讲这个故事，那么他要看到的是说，你既然是股权性质的，那你的盈利点是什么？你的商业模式是什么？ 做不了。所以你要向投资人、向监管部门讲清楚，那可能才是一个合格的资产，才是一个能够更容易获得放行的一个资产。
谢谢赵律。赵律也是帮我们先从监管的角度把负面清单理清了，然后同时也给了大家一个很重要的推演吧。就第一步 ABS 对吧？关键词，然后下一步如果说是有股权的机会，同样是参考 ABS 的这样的一个标准啊。那我觉得这个还是一个很明确的一个信号的啊。那最后我们说再请教一下这个赵博，因为您其实在这个学术领域做了很多的大量的这种专注啊，然后包括金融史、全球的金融史啊，您这边其实都很了解。那如果说把中国资产的 RWA 放到全球的这个坐标系里面去，跟包括像美股美债的 RWA， 然后新加坡的这种房产的 RWA 就跟中东的能源的 RWA 去做对比的话，你觉得什么样的中国资产是比较有特色的？就是我们的优势在哪里？
谢谢主持人。那个去年的时候呢，我们确实做了一个就像刚才主持人说的一个历史的这方面的一些研究。那么我们看到呢，一个很重要也是很有趣的一个现象，就是说我们把上世纪比如70年代美国它的这个知识产权，然后占全球的这样子的一个知识产权的一个比重，我们做成一个指数，然后和美元指数，然后我们再画在同一个时间轴上，我们发现这两个指数的正相关性非常强，所以呢，这个我们现在都说是吧，美元霸权是吧？美元的霸权可能大家看到的很多都是这个比如说军事的霸权金融的霸权科技的霸权等等，是吧？那么呢，这么一个图呢，其实也清楚地表明，就是说，这个美元霸权，如果我们看这个霸权的这个含金量来说的话，是吧？除了这个军事的、地缘的、金融的、科技的，是吧？这些各个因素里面，我们基本上可以通过一些数据分析计量的这种方法，可以看到科技的这个是一个主导性的作用，或者说起的作用是比较明显的对于美元指数的这种走强是比较明显的。那么由此呢，我们呢也想到了，就是说，因为从去年开始呢，大概去年8月份开始吧，是吧？这个人民币国际化呢，它进入了一个实质性的一个推动和发展的这样子的一个阶段。那么我们人民币国际化，它到底走什么样的一条路，是吧？刚才说的地缘军事等等。那么现在来说的话，最可行的应该还是科技所以这个大家也看得到，就是这个 DeepSeek 是吧？这个 DeepSeek 推出来之后呢，全球都在感叹，就是有一个 DeepSeek 时刻，是吧？那个时候中国的这个这个 A 股这个港股是吧，就经历了一个快速的一个上涨，也就是说全球投资人其实对于中国的这个科技的这种含金量，以及这种含金量，然后对于人民币计价的这种资产，特别是在国际上可以交易的这种资产，是吧？它是表现出兴趣来了所以呢，我去年呢我也写过一篇文章，然后这个文章呢发在这个人民银行主管的这个中国外汇上面说的就是这个意思。那时间关系我就不再继续展开。那么第二个层面呢就是说什么样的一种品类，是吧？我们科技是一个大的一个品类。那么比如说我们就是大陆是吧 ？A 股它有科创板是吧？它有中小板是吧？其实都是适合一些科技型企业，然后在这个我们叫打引号的传统的证券市场上进行上市、进行交易的。那么对于 RWA 这样子的一种产品来说的话呢，就像刚才陈总我觉得他说的特别好，就是说如果说我们把数字资产分成2类，一类呢叫原生数字资产 比如说它就是基于链上产生的这种原生的这种数字资产，还有一种呢，我们叫孪生数字资产，就是线下或者说链下它有一个真实的一种资产，然后链上它有一个 tokenization 的这样子的一个映射，这个可能是一种孪生的数字资产。那么可能 RWA 来说的话呢，可能它对于这种孪生的数字资产，的这种领域，随着这种领域或者说这种融合，它和实体经济它的这种融合越来越深，或者说能够真正的开始为实体经济提供这种独特的这种作用的时候，孪生数字资产它会表现出比较强大的这种生命力，而这种强大的生命力，我想它就是深植于我们就是整个中国。它的这种科技创新、科技自立自强这样子的一种强大的驱动力所以这是第一个。然后第二个呢，可能从政策或者从监管部门来说的话呢，你比如说，就像赵律师刚才说的，有一些资产是线下的，它已经 ABS 了比如说一些信贷资产，它 ABS 了，是不是？而且呢，交易的时间很久，而且形成了比较。这个规范的比较这个有市场这种广度、有市场深度的这样子的一种金融产品和金融市场那么这样子来说的话呢，如果我们再去做一个 RWA，它能解决什么样的问题，是吧？所以我想监管来说的话，就是说我们有一个说法叫不要拿着锤子找钉子这是个比较通俗的一种说法。意思呢就是说还是要发挥这个 RWA， 就像陈总说的，它的这种技术的这种，一个是技术的这种链上的这种可追踪，是吧？然后同时呢7乘24小时这种交易，是吧？还有一个呢就是链下和链上的这种孪生数字资产，它这样子的深植于科技的这样子的一个特点这是第二点。那么第三点呢，我想呢，就是说，还有一个我们要考虑的就是，其实对于股权的一些资产，或者股权的这种资产，它做 RWA， 就是包括美国 SEC 现在它是可以做 tokenization 是吧？允许这个纽交所、纳斯达克去做，还有一个就是刚才那个主持人说的大国博弈的这样子的一个考虑，就是说，如果我这种股权我能做7乘24小时交易的话，而且又是这种科技的这种属性很强而且在全球的这种风险偏好对于科技的估值又很高的这种时候，如果我有这样子的一种补充性的或者是这样一种创新性的这种市场，那么全球的这种流动性，就金融的这种流动性，还有投资人。是吧？它有可能被吸引到那个新的那个市场里面去，那么吸引到这个新的市场里面去，它的这种资本就能够进一步带动这种科技的这种产业大踏步的发展。好，我就说这么几点，谢谢。
好，那这个我们要不最后就是说聊完了这个规则，聊完了资产，然后我们最后再聊一聊这个路径简单的聊一聊。那这边也是先请这个精度的赵律就是说您从监管的这个视角吧就是说在整个资产在落地的时候，什么样的路径是比较符合这个监管框架的，以及特别是在最后的这个清结算环节是CBDS还是用国际上的稳定币，还是说用法币？那这个您是怎么看的
那我就简单的概括一下吧。因为按照目前42文的要求呢，那它的整体的路径就是分成2段，一个是境内，一个是境外。那境内这一块呢，它主要是做资产的筛选、资产的确权，以及前期的尽调，还有相关的一些财务审计等等。那这些完成之后呢，那就是准备材料向证监会去报备。拿到这个备案之后，那接下来就主要是在境外的一些工作，但是前期境内还有一个数据上链的一个过程。那在境外呢，那 重点就是一个是说这个区块链的这个选型啊、技术标准，然后以及这个 token 的发行啊，这个把它是要包装成一个什么样的产品，然后这个上链发行啊，这是整体概括来讲它的这个2块这个路径嘛。那当然中间还涉及到比如说境内境外的这个 SPV 的设立啊等等，那都应该在包含在这个里边。那至于说到这个结算的这个路径的话，那我理解呢，因为这一部分是在境外来实现的，所以说，只要你这个结算的方式是符合境外监管部门要求的，那么都是一个可行的。当然，你这个资金最后融资回到境内，那肯定按照现在的逻辑，一定是以法币的形式回去。你无论是通过传统的这种外汇渠道，还是通过 Bridge 这个形式，那一定是这个以法币啊、以人民币或者其他的外汇形式回去。那当然你在投资人去投资去这个阶段的这个结算这个买卖的时候，投资产品买卖，那你只要是符合当地监管部门的要求，那无论是稳定币也好，这个法币也好，或者代币化存款，我想都是一些可行的选择。
谢谢赵律。那我们今天的这个 panel 就是一路聊下来，总的来说是机遇大于挑战的。那我想就是最后一个简短的问题，问在座的4位嘉宾，那在未来的1年的时间里面吧，就是你们分别就是在这个中国资产通过 RWA 出海这个框架下，你们最期待发生的事情是什么？或者说你们最看好的资产是什么？那要不乔律从你这边开始。
我觉得首先最期待的还是这个有项目，它真的是拿到了这个备案的审批，我们能够看到走完这个全流程的这些成功的案例，以及它获得了这个海外投资人的一个广泛的一个认可
我想呢，就是说，可能就从金融市场这个角度来说的话，还是需要一些安全资产。然后，如果通过 RWA 能够上链的话，它能够把整个这个新型的金融市场，然后形成一个底层的支撑。谢谢。
对，可能我想的会不是1年可能更远一点，就是因为区块链技术强调的是共识。所以我想在 RWA 呢，我们也希望说在未来能够形成一类对中国的 RWA 资产的共识。就像当年的什么熊猫债这样一样，就是能够有一类的中国资产能够普遍的被全球的投资者能够去接受，形成它的共识和价值，所以这是我们期待的未来。
那我简单说一下，就是那这个未来，我觉得作为境内42文发布之后，将来作为一个常态化业务去推广的话，那希望看到越来越多的中国境内的资产，那通过这个合规的渠道路径，然后到香港这个离岸中心市场来，离岸金融中心来发行 RWA， 然后以此来吸引更多的国际投资者这些资本，然后流入到香港，然后来购买这一类的投资产品，形成一个良性的互动。
谢谢在座的4位嘉宾。那今天我们的这个 panel 就到此结束了好，
谢谢，掌声感谢各位嘉宾的精彩分享，请留步拍一个合照。有请我们的嘉宾可以靠近一点，一起拍合照。我们看看中间大会摄影师的位置。好，我们一起给一赞。谢谢，掌声再次感谢我们台上的嘉宾，谢谢你们的宝贵分享。RWA 的愿景固然宏大，但真正的挑战往往落在最后的一段路：如何将合规资产顺利推向链上，并实现跨境流通？这最后1公里，既是技术与法规的交汇处，也是理想与现实的碰撞点。今天我们非常荣幸邀请到4位在这个领域兼具理论与实战经验的专家，为我们拆解这段路的关键障碍和可行路径。首先为大家介绍我们圆桌讨论的主持人，香港科技大学金融研究院助理院长唐博博士，还有我们圆桌讨论的嘉宾，中国国际金融股份有限公司财富管理国际业务负责人廖志海先生，进度律师事务所合伙人费斯律师，以及 SNC Holding and SNC Capital 管理合伙人兼首席投资官 Gavin Wang 先生。现在我们用掌声邀请我们的嘉宾来到台上。
喂，大家好，非常感谢这个主办方 Hashkey 的邀请尊敬的各位来宾、各位同仁，大家下午好欢迎来到这次 Web3 Festival 的这个 RWA 圆桌讨论环节。那我是今天的主持人唐博，来自香港科技大学。那首先非常感谢各位在百忙之中抽出时间参与我们这次聚焦这个 RWA 跨境合规的深度交流刚刚我们上一个这个圆桌讨论其实也讨论了不少这个相关的问题那大家看到随着这个证监会在最近推出这个监管指引的正式落地，那我国 RWA 跨境的业务呢也正式的迈入备案制的这个时代但是呢从这个资产备案的这个合规落地，以及这个链上发行的这个顺畅衔接呢，中间仍有不少的这个难点和堵点那这也是我们今天圆桌讨论的这核心主题，从资产备案到链上发行，打通 RWA 跨境合规的最后1公里。那为了今天这场高质量的交流我们也有幸请到我们3位来自不同行业的权威嘉宾他们将从这个金融实操、法律合规、投资视角为我们去拆解痛点、分享经验展望未来。那接下来请允许我隆重介绍他们。那首先是这个金度律师事务所合伙人费斯律师，欢迎费律师。那第2位是中国国际金融股份有限公司财富管理国际业务负责人刁志海总，欢迎刁总。那第3位呢是 SNZ Holding、SNZ Capital 管理合伙人兼首席投资官 Gavin 总，您好那今天我们的讨论的圆桌呢，时间大约是40分钟。那我们将围绕着3个核心环节来去展开那首先就是开场的这个破题也希望能听听3位嘉宾眼中RWA 跨境合规最后1公里的这个核心痛点。那首先要不就请各位嘉宾用比如1到2分钟简要的分享站在你们各自的领域的视角您认为资产备案和链上发行的这个衔接，目前最核心的痛点是什么？这个也是我们今天要探讨的最后1公里的关键所在。那首先，要不有请费律师就从左边这么开始，对。
好，谢谢我觉得这个资产备案呢，还有这个链上发行呢，正好就是描述了怎么一个跨境 RWA 发行它的2端。一个呢，这个资产备案呢就是境内端，然后呢，链上发行就是在香港境外发行的这一端。我觉得其实它不是一个痛点了，只不过是一个我们要达到的一个目标，就是说要跑通一个这个可复制可这个持续的一个合法合规的一个在境内资产在境外发行代币的这么一个渠道，这么一个路径。那么在这方面呢，我觉得最重要的其实就是跟监管机构密切的这个沟通。境外这部分呢，其实这个市场已经比较成熟了，香港的证监会金管局已经出台了很多政策，而且呢已经落实了差不多3到4年了。香港市场有很多各种各样的这个代币化的这个金融产品，但是在国内呢，在42号文还是一个比较新的一个政策文件，然后呢，这个证监会的这个第1号的这个公告呢，也是一个比较新的一个备案的一个机制，所以呢，在这个初期呢，还是要跟这个监管机构有很多的这个沟通，来设计一个这个就像我说的一个可复制、可持续的一个合法合规的一个交易结构，我觉得这个是非常重要的。
谢谢费律师。那刁总，从金融实操的角度，您也谈一谈。
对，其实接到这个话题有点诚惶诚恐然后42文出了，42号文出了之后，其实对于大部分的这个，特别是中国背景的这个金融机构来说，其实这是一个你希望去创新，但是其实又蛮挑战的一个事情。所以实操不敢说但是说一些我们实操方向上面的一些思考。所以其实我看2位大佬都没有准备这个文字的材料就可见我们作为一个这个金融机构，在这个方面是非常的这个谨慎。那么我们同时准备了很多的一些我看是一些专业的一些词汇，主要考虑就是你得准确的要去描述对应的 我们要面对的一些条款，或者对面对的一些事情。所以当然我们是一个投行了，所以从投行的角度上面来说，我觉得最核心的挑战还是说得如何系统性的干这个事情。而不是说中间有哪个堵点我们去解决一个。现在我们发现其实堵点挺多的，所以你要把所有的堵点都打通，然后连贯起来，形成一套有效的机制，这可能是一个所谓最后1公里最关键的事情。就是我们发现你前面无论是监管的这个以及数据的这样的一些协同，这里面涉及到这个不同的一些部门不只是说原来我们考虑的可能在香港是不是香港证监会就 OK， 对吧？但你说你落到了一个跨境的一个环境，可能还涉及到中国证监会，可能涉及到商务部，可能涉及到这个相应的这个数据管理的这个部门，所以整一个的这样的一些所有环节的一个闭环的完成，可能才能够去弥合最后的这1公里吧。我先开场说这些，
对，刚才刁总讲说这个没有准备，是因为我觉得很多问题我可能也没有能力去班门弄斧啊，所以因为我可能稍微，因为我作为一个投资人视角，而且可能当然我自己也干传统金融科技也有10多年，那但是我们最近几年可能还是比较native 的在看 crypto blockchain 还有上链这些事儿。然后我自己刚刚也从纽约回来，待了1个多月，也和这个所有 BlackRock、Fidelity、Franklin Templeton、Billy Gifford 这些机构都有聊过一遍，可能我稍微提供一点点不一样的视角。虽然我们今天在讨论说中国资产怎么出海，那我刚才讲的其实这里有核心的点还是说我们为什么要去做这件事儿，只是到最后还是落到，因为干金融嘛，最后就是资金怎么匹配资产嘛，你这个资产到最后能不能有合适的资金。那我觉得这件事情为什么那么重要？大家愿意连续几个，包括我们刚刚跟那个唐博也在聊，我们这个 session 和上一个东西，我们怎么样能有一些区分度，给大家更多一些信息。那我觉得这里最核心的点是，我觉得有2个判断我是很坚定的。第一就是说，整个资产上链这件事情是在全球范围内很坚定的在发生。如果大家因为纽约上周刚刚开，上个月3月中的时候刚刚开了这个 Digital Asset 就 DAS Digital Asset Summit。你会发现今年就特别不一样，全都是像各位老板这样 suit up 这个非常正式的这些大佬啊，也有就实际上可能亚洲人只有5%吧，那就是你可以理解成整个华尔街，因为我们客观承认，其实整个金融市场的主导权还是在美国。那当然香港有做很多很好的地方，那么就意味着说我们一定这个大趋势我们一定不能 miss。然后第二一点呢，就是说我觉得中国资产还是大幅被低估的。就包括今天上午有篇文章讲这个 DeepSeek 100亿美金，然后 Anthropic 1万亿美金，对吧？那当然我们可能还是个零头，但是可能技术上我们远远不是这样。那包括有很多其他资产，包括宁德时代在港股叫 A 股有溢价，都体现了说，如果你有这些需求在海外是有的，就中国有很多的优质资产。所以我想讲的点说，这个地方我们更多从投资人视角，就是从 demand 的角度来讲这是一个。更高可行性的事情，其实我们最近会 focus 很多
是在这个金融行业然后我们中国的资产未来我相信也会有很大的机会那接下来我想就是问一下费律师就是费律师，因为我也知道这个金度这个之前也助力了不少机构去完成这个香港 RWA 通证化基金的合规搭建，对吧？在 RWA 跨境备案的这个法律实务中有非常丰富的实操经验。那也想请教一下您就是这个最近这个出台的这些指引这个里面中有这个备案管理负面清单等等的要求能不能帮我们这个解读一下现在境内主体赴境外发行这个 RWA 的时候，那备案的时候需要重点去关注哪些的合规要点？那如何去应对多部门协同监管的这个带来的合规挑战？
好的，谢谢 刚才我们那个北京办公室合伙人赵英律师也介绍了挺多这方面的，所以我就简单说一下。从我个人的角度呢，因为就像您说的，咱们这个42号文它的这个监管机构的这个分工还是挺重要的，所以呢，而且这个分工呢要取决于咱们最终要发行的这个 RWA 产品，它的这个法律和监管定性是什么？它是哪一类的？它是股权类的呀、ABS 类的呀，还是这个中长期债务类的？如果是债呢，可能就是发改委和这个外管局那边负责，但是如果是这个股权类的或者 ABS 呢，就明显是由这个证监会负责。所以呢，这个分工还有跟你的这个产品的设计，还跟你找哪个监管机构还是挺重要的。所以这个又回到我刚才所说的这个第一个问题，就是你的这个交易结构，你的这个产品的这个顶层设计是非常重要的，因为你这个设计好了，你要找哪个监管机构怎么沟通什么沟通的内容，然后后续的这个法律文件等等的，它决定这个后续的这一切。那么目前呢，说起这个落实的这个项目呢，是这样的，因为目前虽然有了这个42号文这个总体的框架，但是呢，这个具体的落实的细则呢，咱们目前在境内只有这个证监会的这个一号公文是吧？就是这个，所以呢，而且这个公文里面它所设想的发行的这个具体的类型呢，是一个 ABS， 就是这个资产支持证券的这么一个发行。所以呢，咱们目前现在开始落实的项目呢，主要是要在这个交易结构里面得体现 ABS 的这么一个特征，就是资产支持证券的这么一个特征。但是呢，这个答案也不是那么简单，因为你在设计整个交易结构的时候呢，这个 ABS 这个特征，它其实可以在整个的一个跨境的交易里面，不同的这个阶段、不同的环节体现。它是境内的部分做 ABS 呢，还是跨境的部分做 ABS， 还是你在境外发行的这个票据是个 ABS 呢？其实都是有可能的。所以呢，这个就像我刚才所说的，需要跟这个监管机构去沟通，因为对他们来说也是一个新的机制。大家呢要在满足这个监管机构的这个政策和监管的预期的同时呢，也要满足这个境外投资者他的这个投资者的这个预期。这个我觉得是挺重要的，设计交易结构，而且呢，争取设计好了，跟监管机构沟通完了之后呢，就不要再改它了，因为你如果对交易结构有重大的改变的话，会影响到你后续所有的工作，很多工作要重新开始。另外一个我觉得比较重要的就是筛选优质的这个境内的资产。监管机构已经列出了像您刚才所说的这个负面清单呀等等的，就有一些底线是不能跨越的。但是呢，在这个范围内呢，还是要选择哪些资产比较适合这个发行跨境的这个 RWA， 因为不是所有的资产都适合的。我觉得初期呢，大家应该选择质量最高的、流动性最好的、现金流最稳定的、现金流最可预期的，而且呢，最好是一个资产呢是符合咱们国家的一些产业的政策的。这种资产，我觉得是更有可能作为这些第一批的成功的 RWA 这个发行的这个底层资产。
谢谢费律师，非常全面且深入啊。那接下来再问问刁总吧，因为刁总其实您刚刚也说了一些这个面临的挑战哈。那我们就是围绕这个指引啊，就说因为现在整个行业都还是对于这个新的规则呢，处于研究和理解的阶段，对吧？那能不能请您再多分享一点，基于您目前的这个观察和交流啊，您觉得哪些关键方面是现在市场需要这个重视和这个留意的？
对，其实整个政策发布完之后，其实大家都一直在摸索跟研究哈。但是回到这个业务的本身，像费律师刚刚已经说了很多的一些具体实操层面的一些思考啊。那么我们会从这几个方面去考虑，一个是资产跟主体的前置性。什么意思呢？就资产的层面，除了传统的这个权属跟现金流，要审视它的这个权益结构能否被精准的定义并映射上链。这个其实应该是监管很关心的点，然后评估数据上链的跨境合规风险。第二点呢是主体的层面，就谁来发行。那么在项目的初期就要彻底的厘清并锁定实际控制这个资产的主体，确保其资格完全符合备案要求。其实这两点都不容易的去 define。所以为什么需要去有这个专业机构去支持是很重要的。第二点呢，就是我刚刚其实已经简单提到的，就是全链条合规的识别与协同，在整个备案的链条横跨了金融机构、 金融监管、数据监管、网络监管、外汇监管等多个监管领域，涉及多个主管部门。那么关键的是，你在方案设计的时候，是否已经系统性的识别到了各个节点的合规要求？那么特别是数据跨境跟网络安全这种比较容易忽视的一些非金融部分的一些监管，有机的整合到你整个架构里面来，能够去确保这个流程的这个顺畅。这跟刚刚费律师提到的那一点应该就是吻合的，就是你要充分的考虑各个节点啊。
谢谢刁总。那接下来问问 Gavin 总吧，因为您作为投资方啊，其实您之前也参与了不少这个 RWA 相关项目的融资哈。那您肯定也很关注资产备案的这个合规性。那从投资的视角来看的话，那这个备案是不是完成了？然后备案流程的这些规范度，您觉得会怎么去影响这个 RWA 这个项目的这个投资的这个价值和风险的评估呢
？OK， 对，我稍微正好补充一下因为两个机构都非常知名啊，我稍微补充一下 SNC 的背景。当然，可能 Web3 Festival 的老朋友也知道，我们也是 co-host， 一直也从万象区块链峰会一直支持了10多年。就是刚刚问到这个问题，因为有关联，就是因为 SNC 本身我们自己我们是最早的以太坊的参与者，就和肖总大家一起吧，就和万象从上海一直走到香港，就我们其实从 Day One 就主要做3件事。第一件事情是开发者社区的一个 building， 那包括我们今天在香港也 launch 了一个叫 Ethereum Hub， 是整个以太坊亚太的这个中心是for 这个孵化器吧。然后第二呢，就是我们其实也跟这个 RWA 相关联。其实我们15、16年在国内就开始探索，就supply chain 就是供应链金融，然后 RWA DePIN 甚至是我们国内的团队还参与贡献了这个中国的第一个 CBDC。还包括我们现在工信部的星火链网，其实我们也一直在很积极的贡献。所以这块来讲，我们其实在早年也会有些实践，我给大家简单分享一下。然后第3一点就是刚才唐博问到这个投资的事情啊，投资呢，因为我们主要还是早期基金，因为投资的对投资来讲，你有不同的一个mandates， 你有不同的 focus， 对吧？那一方面是我相信很多讲到 RWA， 那你投资对我们来讲，可能你要不然就有些时候你可以投一个RWA 的一个发行方，就 originator， 或者说你 RWA 的一个分发平台，或者你还是可以投一个 RWA 资产。那它其实这样的这个所有的这个 risk reward 都不一样，对吧？就比如说我们是HashKey 我们是最早期的投资人，那 HashKey Group 本身当然是一个非常好的一个发行和分发的一个平台，对吧？从这个角度来讲，那那至于说我们会不会投，比如说因为你如果说直接投 RWA 资产，取决于你的底层资产是什么，对吧？包括聊到是股是债，那它其实有不同的一个偏好，它可能更多是偏2级的，甚至偏固收的一些。那这些往往其实就不是我们可能最focus 的一些方向。但回到刚才唐博讲这个问题上，那我们确实是会关注说，如果我的投资的这个企业，它要去帮助别人去发行 RWA， 不管分发 RWA 的时候，我是不是在乎它的合规性啊？这点其实我们是非常在乎的。包括他刚才讲到一个项目叫 Faros 嘛，那 Faros 也是一条可能4月份马上就要 launch 的一条公链了，也是我们和一个国内比较知名的这个我就不说是谁，大家应该可能都知道的一个科技企业，就是我们 Day One 去帮助他们一起去设计孵化的一个这么一个平台。那他们早年可能过去大家也能看到有一些比如说充电桩比如说一些分布式光伏这些资产的项，但那会儿其实是在国家发布对应的一些规章之前，所以那会儿还是就没有法可依的一个状态。那会儿其实还是跟各种监管部门在做一些试点，甚至是他们可能贡献了一些怎么说呢？他们那些试点贡献了一个后来的一些文件的一些初步的一些监管的一些框架等等。那我们现在整体上来讲，坦白讲，就是因为刁总费律师包括前面几位嘉宾，其实大家都在很努力的推动国家在慢慢落地这一些细则。那从我们角度来讲呢，我们可能是我们的第一选择就是说我肯定先不碰那些比较不确定性的东西。这也是为什么刚才讲，包括其实 Faros 最近上，大家如果关心的话，也能看到他们其实上面有很多的。有一些比如说东南亚的一些销金的产品什么的，那可能是一个早期的中国团队或者说什么这些他们在海外创造的这些资产。那在这个情况底下，因为 again 就10月28号国家发了这个文，非常强调说我们国内资产的备案性 对吧？就我们的理解是，国家其实也包括像国家给香港一些自由度，也是给了一些离岸的一些资产可能的一个更多的自由度。所以说我们实际上看到大家往往都现在跑通这个东西，而且这个还有一个原因是因为RWA 你除了发行这个资产以后，你最关键的是你要解决分销问题嘛。包括刁董刚才讲到投行对吧？我承揽承做，我如果不包销的话，对客户的价值可能就有限了。所以他们其实也会想说，那我要先把我的投资人的群体养好，这样我的别的资产过来，我才有足够的销售能力，才能让发行人更放心的去做，而不是说我只是跑同一个流程，到最后我只是手动撮合几个单然后上链，那可能意义就没有那么大了。那回到你讲，就是我们肯定是黑色的，我们就是红线的事情，我们一定是不做的。然后灰色大家在探讨的部分呢，我们可能更多是更观望或更谨慎。那我们是觉得说，明确是可以做的事情，我们会更 focus 一些啊。包括我们最近其实也有在帮美国和英国的一些大的基金在做他们的 tokenized fund 的一些分销啊。这块其实如果大家感兴趣，也可以和我们沟通啊。
好，谢谢 Gavin 总。那接下来我们聊一聊这个链上发行链上发行的这个合规衔接和这个实操路径。那首先问问费律师那从法律层面上来看呢，这个资产备案完成之后，那链上发行的环节还是可能会面临诸多这个跨境合规这个风险，对吧？比如说这个代币定性跨境数据流动这个反洗钱等等。那结合您过往的这个实操经验，这个您觉得链上发行的合规衔接中最关键的步骤是什么？怎么去确保链上发行流程和备案要求一致，避免出现这个备案合规但这个发行不合规的问题？
好，谢谢提问对，咱们刚才讨论的都是这个第一部分就是这个境内资产备案，所以呢，这个更多是境内的监管的这个框架以下的。但是呢，大家也知道，这个发行端呢是在境外，而且呢，大多数情况下是在香港，因为香港毕竟有一些自然的优势，是吧？最理解、最了解内地资产的这个投资者，还有这个金融机构都在咱们香港，而且呢，香港有一个非常完善的这个数字资产的这个监管和法律的框架，也比较适合在这个发行 RWA， 所以呢，这个中资企业或者中资资产境外发行 RWA 的首选应该就是咱们香港了。那么在这方面呢，合法合规也是很重要的。然后您刚才提到了这个法律定性是吧？这个其实也是非常重要的。这个呢也又回到刚才说的这个交易结构的时候，你要做这个法律定性，而且呢，它的法律定性也决定了后续的这个监管，包括您说这个 AML 数据合规等等的怎么做才能合法合规，取决于你在香港发行的这个 RWA 代币它到底是什么产品。那么简单来说呢，其实在香港大多数这些代币它都是属于一种金融产品，一种投资产品，是由这个金融监管机构把它当做金融产品去进行监管的。更具体来说呢，其实绝大部分的这些产品其实在香港都属于证券的这个定义。但是呢，证券呢也有各种各样的各种各样的证券是吧？有普通的公司股票，有债券，有这个结构性融资产品，有这个资产支持证券，刚才说的，然后呢还有这个投资基金的份额。那么取决于你在这个境外发行的这个产品，它到底属于哪一类具体的证券呢？也会决定你的这个合规的路线是怎么走。简单来说是吧？你在香港，你这个分销这个证券，基本上有一个1号牌就够了。你去发行证券呢，一般来说你不需要牌照的是吧？普通企业也可以发行传统的这个证券，它代币化证券也是一种证券嘛，都是可以发的。但是如果你所发行的是一个基金份额，那可能就更复杂一些，因为你发行的过程当中，你可能需要有一个9号牌照的基金管理人去管理你的基金，那就是一个额外的一个监管的要求。而且呢，你的这个监管要求和合规呢，也取决于你发行对象是谁，是吧？在香港，基本上如果你指望给普通老百姓或者散户发行产品的话，那这个门槛还是比较高的，监管的门槛。你要这个是吧？要做一个这个招股说明书一个 prospectus， 或者需要这个香港证监会去许可你的产品。那么为了避免这些门槛比较高的监管要求呢，很多人会选择把他的这个发行的对象，境外这个合规发行的对象呢，仅限于这些专业投资者，这 professional investor。那你的这个合规的成本这个步骤就短了很多。但是呢，还是有一些问题要解决的，比如说这个 KYC 是吧？怎么确保境内的投资人不能买我的这个产品？怎么确保 这么规定或者约定，可以通过技术来解决。我对你做 KYC， 做完一些的 KYC， 我所发行的代币才可以。我的这个代币从发行。它使用的区块链技术是一个比较新的技术，那你作为发行人，你作为分销商，作为这个跟他打交道的金融机构，你要确保这个区块链所带来的一些潜在的跟科技啊、网络安全等等的一些风险是这个可控的。这个呢也是需要跟监管机构去沟通，然后呢你的这个通过智能合约啊，通过其他的技术要落实一些具体的方案来防范这些额外的风险。
谢谢费律师。那接下来也问问刁总吧，就是因为传统机构呢，在这个链上发行中，也更多承担这个资产筛选、资金托管，还有投资者对接啊等等角色。那请您也想听您分享一下，这个传统金融机构怎么去衔接资产备案和链上发行，怎么去保障合规的前提下提升这个链上发行的效率，然后也保证它的这个合规监管的安全。
对，这个该说不该说啊。其实我觉得在监管越来越清晰之后，这样就变得没有那么传统了。Web3 好像也变得没有那么前沿了，因为大家会走得越来越近啊。所以其实我们自己也反思了一下中金公司在推进相关业务时候的一些模式的一个考虑吧。其实有很多的一些点反而是这个传统金融机构在新模式里面它能够发挥价值啊。那么特别是你像我们这样的一个投行，在资产端、资金端中间的合规包括托管。其实我们都参与其中啊，就这些环节，其实传统券商都有参与，只不过它没有在Web3 的领域参与，它在传统的领域都有参与哈。那么如果是假定啊，在这些领域你都有相应的一些，无论是法律还是技术上面的迭代，那么你回来还是你的传统的角色。例如说，在资金端，投行的部门可以筛选企业客户，对吧？找到合适的这个通证化的这个底层资产，对吧？这个不是投行本来就该干的事儿吗？然后在产品端，对吧？那么资管部门，对吧？无论是这个另类的资产部门，还是传统的二级市场的资产部门，那么你做的事情就是去设计你的这个基金嘛。对吧？那无非就是你基金的底层从传统的这个证券变成了这个通证化的这个证券。那么资金端就更直接了，客户还是那些客户，对吧？无非就是现在的这个我们叫做 crypto native 的客户，他要关注这个传统金融的这个 tokenize。那么同样的，就是你的传统的客户是不是在新的投资领域需要去做一些投资？那么回过来，这就是资金端，无论是你的机构销售也好，还是你财富管理销售也好，私人银行销售也好，都要去关注的这个资产配置的这个需求。那么另外的话，就是你相应的，目前其实说实话，我觉得最活跃的这个 market making 都在 crypto 的领域，对吧？这个你可以看到，在这个 crypto 的领域，这个提供 liquidity 的这个供应商，其实可能比传统的券商还要多，对吧？原因是这个领域的资产特别需要做市商的这个流动性的这个支持，所以这个东西反过来，那你所有的券商、投行，你的 global markets 的部门不就干这个的吗？所以其实反过来，传统的券商在这个领域好像又没那么传统了，但无非就是你在对应的这些能力上面要去做一些提升。那么这个回到这个提升的这个角度啊，因为其实现在更大的这个 gap， 我觉得是两个角度，一个是你对相应合规的这个认知的这个 gap， 可能我觉得还是有挺大差异的。另外的话，在技术的这个能力上面还有挺大差异的，无论是在这个 cyber security， 甚至在你的所有的确权的这些能力上面，以及这个链路上面的，无论是公链还是私链的管理上面，其实传统金融机构的技术储备是不足的。但我觉得这不是障碍，是你要不要迈出这一步 去实现你这样的一些能力。所以为了更快速的去实现这两者之间的连接，我觉得第一个是可以跟科技的这个伙伴去合作嘛。因为其实我们自己也在做一个私募基金大家都不能想我在做一个大陆的私募基金，海外公链的一个 tokenize， 我在做这样的一个 pioneer project。那你说实话，中金没有这样的技术能力啊，那么我就跟我们的公链合作伙伴，跟我们的这个流动性提供伙伴去合作嘛。所以这个就是刚刚这个费律师提到的白名单制嘛，然后你的合格投资者的准入机制，这些其实都是我们比较熟悉的。另外的话就是监管的协同这一块，其实我觉得跟监管的沟通反而是 Web3 应该去利用的优势。因为你上了链，你在区块链上面，你有不可篡改的优势，你有全程留痕的优势，你为监管提供了穿透的实时的监控工具，这个是你传统金融反而是不能提升的，你反而需要很多时候要借助第三方的一个确权来去帮助你去实现相应产品的发行。但是你利用了区块链的技术之后，这些方面反而变得更透明了。所以我理解，其实中国的监管并不是不了解这一层，而是他希望说，在一个更可控的范围之内，大家跑通了之后，再更大范围的推广，这个是中国金融的一个审慎监管的一个态度吧。这些就是我们能想到的一些比较具体的一些点，也是我们现在来为之实践跟尝试的一些突破吧。
谢谢刁总。那问问 Gavin 总就您作为投资机构，您现在认为这个监管政策的这个完善对于 RWA 跨境的投资市场会产生什么样的影响？那未来哪些类型的 RWA 资产在跨境这个 RWA 发行里面会最具有这个合规的优势和投资的潜力？
我觉得是这样的。首先，我是非常认同和就是说监管和立法要提供更多的明确性，对于金融都有更大的帮助嘛。因为我自己的其实从可能10年开始在国内看，就最早的时候是看金融科技当叫小微借贷也好，叫 P2P 也好 ，whatever， 就是 FinTech 看了整个 cycle， 其实我们是非常理解整个中国监管的一些想法。所以刚才刁总讲了一点，我觉得非常认同，就是说其实一方面是 Web2 和 Web3 是互相拥抱、互相融合，但另外一方面，其实在很多理念上还是不一样的，互相之间要可能更理解一些。我举个例子，就比如说当年 FTX 爆雷的时候，其实爆雷的一个事情，你不要讲那些什么小作文，对吧？你就看它其实最实质的就是它作为一个 broker， 或者即便到今天，其实币圈的交易所其实也存在混业的。他其实不是，他又干了 broker 的事儿，又干了Hong Kong Exchange 就交易所的事儿，对吧？他其实又干了附图的事儿，又干了港交所的事儿。那当时 FTX 爆雷就是很简单，他就是把客户的资产和公司的自营资金混在一个池子里了。CEO 可以 easily 拿客户的资产去做抵押。那这个事情其实你从任何一个干金融的人，不管你是学金融、学法律出身的，你可能都觉得这是红线嘛，这是一个底线，对吧？所以就这种，其实我觉得很多 mindset， 包括很多。因为我们这次也请了很多全球的 crypto native 的朋友来，对吧？那大家可能也非常关注，对吧？香港，包括过去可能大家会觉得，香港好像 Stay 年4月份就过了这个 bill， 为什么今年才发牌，对吧？那他其实很多时候他们不理解整个社会要运营的一些可能需要很多的一些其他环节，所以说反过来讲，就是我觉得。包括我们前段时间也和这个沟通，是跟监管去介绍一些 DeFi 的项目的一些最基本情况，等等。其实我觉得这双方之间的更多的了解是非常重要的，其实有帮助监管去给业界更多的明确性其实就是预期管理嘛。那业界也能知道说在底下我什么事情该做，什么时候能做，然后大概什么样是一个比较 realistic 的一个时间表。这个我觉得是对资本市场最大的影响吧。然后你刚刚说那个未来会有什么样的品类我自己觉得呢。第一，其实这里有2点，第一点是 RWA， 第二讲是跨境嘛。那 RWA 整体上来讲，肯定最多的还是标品嘛。你在美国看，其实BlackRock 的 Build 就是T-bill 的 tokenization 现在是$20亿。我之前跟他们聊，他们希望说单品至少先干到$100亿。那他觉得 market share 也还能往上涨，对吧？那接下来BlackRock 就会想说，那我要 tokenize 哪个fund？因为他们有不同的 strategy 嘛，因为还是回到这个点，就是技术或者是什么上链这些都不是绝对的难点了。那核心是说，你把这个底层资产上链以后，到底能不能卖得动？然后这个事情是最重要的。那哪个客群是不是真的能匹配这个产品？所以大家就会想说 ，OK， 那我觉得回到这讲，首先第一肯定是标品嘛。那第二呢，就是肯定是还是有一些刚才大家也都聊到了，有些怎么说就是特异性或者有化的一些 比如说在美国，其实在看很多叫做链上美股嘛，对吧？那他觉得说我提高交易效率，然后包括我可能给没有办法去 trade 美股的人去交易美股，然后包括最近可能大家能看到有很多链上交易原油或者大宗的这些产品，因为是符合整个实证的一个情况，对吧？那我觉得对于中国跨境来讲，我觉得未来中国有2类资产是特别有差异化的。第一类就是外国人会一致性很容易理解的这种大蓝筹，比如说字节，就比如说刚刚讲宁德时代，其实字节就我不是说给哪个公司做广告，我只是说这就是很典型的，就老外会觉得，哎，那我相比于 Mata 2万亿美金，那这么好的发展，那我是不是有机会？但他们其实不了解，也没有 access。那这就有点像当年可能中国人出海想去买港美股的时候，富途老虎这波券商吃到一波红利。那其实美国人其实也是这个状态。那第二呢，就是像比如说我刚刚讲到宁德时代这种有溢价嘛，对吧？那你实际上就很明显，大家知道说我要来香港，只有中国有这样的资产啊。这一类是一个所谓非常大的一个蓝筹。第二类呢，就是我觉得很多中国优秀的产业，其实在海外还是 undervalued 的。就比如说刚刚讲到机器人 AI， 对吧？其实我们从估值上讲，其实差很多，甚至我们有很多制造业其实是非常高端制造业，非常有竞争力的，它其实是没有在雷达以下。包括可能我们讲到的，甚至就是比如说医药管线，其实以前可能我们老是想拿医药的 licensing 回中国去，中国是市场，但其实中国这些年有很多很好的药，其实是有 global 竞争力的。那未来其实它在海外的这种经销的管线，其实也是很好的东西，甚至就是我们的，比如说 fintech， 就是消费金融的这种风控运营能力的输出，在海外生成的资产，都很有竞争力的产品啊。这一些我觉得是可能在非标品质里面是我会比较看好的。
感谢3位的精彩分享啊！我们现在分钟了，那我们要不就嘉宾用1到2分钟总结。咱们今天的主要打通 RWA 跨境合规的最后1公里啊，那您觉得打通这最后1公里的最关键的一步是什么？然后您觉得未来这个合规发展未来1、2年或者3、5年的趋势是什么？对，1到2分钟。那个费律师，您先来吧。
咱们这个处于的呢，还是这个令人鼓舞的，因为大家想，今年这个42号文，他第一次在公开场合说，这个对于这个代币化 RWA， 国内监管机构采用的这个监管原则是这个相同业务、相同风险、相同监管，就是 same activity, same risk, same regulation。这个原则其实在香港也采纳，然后呢，新加坡、澳大利亚、美国、欧洲，就是全球各地其实都是围绕以这个核心的监管的这么原则去看待 RWA， 所以呢，不是把它看作一个彻底的一个全新的一个产品，只不过一个传统的投资产品、金融产品，它做了一个代币或者一个区块链的包装，是吧？用传统的金融的监管的这个方式和逻辑去对它金融监管，我觉得这个是挺重要的，因为当这个全球2大经济体都是用同一个原则来解决看待这个找对律师团队，确实是
对，就是 summarize 一下，就是我觉得就是 RWA 这个事儿吧，其实我觉得还是要得向客户证明它是有它的增量的价值的，对吧？因为其实对于大家来说，在香港这个地方，你缺投资品吗？你不缺，为什么要通过 RWA 去做投资呢？那所以其实这中间的要真正去实现它的增量价值，我觉得有几点吧。一个是流动性能。就更值得 也会逐步的去体现融入到这个传统金融之中，也为提高效率吧，这也是我们一起期待的事情。
谢谢刁总，嘉文总。
我讲一个比较通俗的比方啊，就好像我们现在是2个施工队在挖隧道，一边是 Web3 往 Web2 挖，一边是 Web2 往 Web3 挖，或者 CeFi 往 DeFi 挖 ，DeFi 往 CeFi。那可能像费总、刁总或者大家可能都做很多的尝试。我们比如说，包括我也诚惶诚恐，因为这个议题很多点我可能没有能力去点评啊，包括怎么资产上链怎么跨境这个事儿，我不是我们的专业。那我们能做的事情就是说，我在往这个隧道往这边挖的过程当中，当大家挖后，我们能承接住。就比如说 CeFi 跟 DeFi， 哎，这 CeFi 有一个开放性的姿态了，但 DeFi 你只要 meet 到一定的标准、一定的门槛，理解一些理念，那我们能把这个事情接上，对吧？就比如说，哎，这个资产到海外了，那我们能不能把 global 的这个全球的东西接上？比如说我们现在做的很多努力也。
非常感谢，非常感谢。那
The Asia Pacific region is at the heart of the versus Singapore. And without Kelly So, Head of Digital
I'll be your moderator for today. Today, as well as the regulatory session for you. So I hope you find this session mainstreaming and beyond experimentation. So today I'm going to be engaging our institutional for that to become a reality, right? So without further ado, can I have our panelists, Kelly, Victor, and Andy, to quickly themselves?
Okay, good one. My name is, I'm based in Hong Kong to run Asia FinTech business for JP Morgan. So I basically cover, payment, credit tech, digital bank, wealth tech, insurtech, financial and digital asset in Asia's different countries. So globally, JP definitely is one of the most active investment bank for digital. In US, we led IPO of Coinbase, Circle, Bullish. Asia, I did an IPO of HashKey as well. Other than that, we also, brought, like Japan CoinDesk listed in US, and also realized, Korean neighbor to acquire a bit as well. So generally in Asia, we have almost 100% market share to asset space. Very grateful to have this opportunity to exchange ideas about RWA in Asia.
Thank you. My name is Victor Zhang. I represent Hamilton Lane. I'm the head of digital asset at Hamilton Lane, and by way of introduction, Hamilton Lane is a NASDAQ listed with company with $1 of AUM and A, just doing private markets. That's private equity, real estate, infrastructure, and credit. And what I do is basically focus on tokenizing our offerings, be that to B2B and C. We are pioneering this industry. We've done tokenization now for over the last 4 years across Asia and Europe. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Sohn. I'm in charge of the digital asset strategy in Hong Kong. I'm not sure whether you know Mirae Asset Securities, but Mirae Asset Securities is the biggest financial conglomerate in Korea with the more than 16 global presences. And also we provide a retail service in Korea. And we already expand our business into Hong Kong and also digital asset industry to provide more and better products to our clients, including retail clients. And then also our Hong Kong office is actively expanding our business, including retail brokerage business. Hope you can see our platform very in Hong Kong.
Panelists. Okay, Kelly, maybe let me start with you. Let's set the tone for our panel. When it comes to RWA moment, everyone's talking about tokenization and real-world assets. From perspective, what has actually changed this time? Why is it now toward mainstreaming?
Okay, very interesting. Overall, like RWA at this time, it's a bit like it's a bit different from the previous tokenization wave, because it's not driven by any a single. It's driven by convergence. Three main factors people always think about. The three factors and technology and capital flow. The first one, I want to talk about the the technology. So now, a technology is a bit mature enough. I remember that when blockchain and contract first used to the public, people thought that this is a very, to be honest, a bit a fancy technology, and then it comes difficult to understand, and then something experimental in real world. And now people can understand how it works and the technology itself a lot. Most important thing is institutions they are already started to using it and adopting it in the real use cases. So that's a big change and different thing from the previous kind of wave of organization. And the second thing is regulation. Now we see more a clarity of the regulatory framework. Hong Kong actually announced two stablecoin licenses recently, and then yesterday I see the secondary trade guidance about the tokenized product, which makes very happy right now. Also a Korea side, they have STO amendments in January. I think Singapore, Japan, and the UAE they are all in the same direction. Actually, these regulations give the participants and then people a confidence to move forward and adapt, and then stable to the whole new technology infrastructure. And then third one is the flow. So there's a very unstable, a global circumstance. Looking for the stable and also yield-generating assets. I think it's a right to provide kind of credible and well-structured token product to these investors, and then we can give the capital in the Web3 and then digital asset flow for a long time. So once again, I don't think this is very, I don't think it's driven by the one single factor. This is driven by three main key factors, which all people care about and then considers about. That's the, I think, special moment.
Thank you, Kelly. I think that's a very salient point. So the RWA moment has navigated because of technology, regulation, and also I think these are variable movers and motivators of the market. So now can I turn attention to Cindy? Now, a lot of people in Singapore and Hong Kong compete on many different fronts, right? So I'm a Korean, I live in Hong Kong, I call it my home. It's very difficult for me to choose a side. But from your perspective, when it comes to the digital assets hub and that discussion, do you perceive any difference in the regulations and different stance that both markets have decided to approach digital assets?
Sure. I feel first of all, I have to be cautious and address this quite in front of a point. But anyway, I actually spent quite long in Singapore during COVID. I stayed around 2021. At that time, I saw a lot of digital asset crypto players moving headquarters to Singapore because Singapore government was very supportive. And I saw actually one Singaporean sovereign wealth fund also invested in certain crypto as well. But I have to say, after FTX, I actually feel Singapore tend to be more cautious and selective compared with some other countries. But having said that, still, Singapore provides a very clear and matured, legal framework and a regulatory environment for digital asset players, especially for players in treasury management, in cross-border B2B solutions. And I would say, Singapore probably will still be more focusing on prioritizing, the institutional investors, which is a bit different from Hong Kong here. And I would say Hong Kong still will be one of a very important global hub, probably one of also most active, city for global markets in assets. Because Hong Kong, I would say, is more inclusive and innovative. Number one, in terms of market access, in addition to investors, investors are able to do the crypto trading and the business as well. And secondly, has set a very clear, legal framework in terms of, exchange, RWA, and have a very clear, license requirement, also including business as well. So that's why we are saying, for crypto exchange, stablecoin issuers, and also custodians, Hong Kong might be, a better city, service. Hong Kong usually we regard it as the best to enjoy the potential upside for the China market. So I'm thinking Hong Kong, kind of endorsed by the Central Bank of China as well, to try the digital asset as well.
Cool. Thank you, Cindy. That's very good to know. I don't have to choose. It's their niche market. Okay, very cool. Now, let's turn our attention to follow on what Cindy mentioned earlier about institutional, right? So, Victor, you being from a private equity firm, you deal with a lot of institutional investors, especially as within the private market and fundraising. So from a private market side, where are you seeing the demand today for tokenization? And is it about access, liquidity, or operational efficiency? What is it about tokenization that appeals to institutional investors?
Thank you. It's one of the questions I like the most because it seems like the industry is fully focused on institutions, but we have to know that somebody has to buy what the institutions are getting. So I would like to focus on the missing story that is retail. So the demand of tokenization, actually, we have to look at it in two different aspects, but let's go with the first one. The context here is important. Retail, that retail owns is approximately 68 trillion plus. So that's percent plus of the entire world's financial assets. So how the world is, right? So some demand must come from retail. That's very important to know. So now, market aside, half of the world is insti, half of the world is retail. We see in the token case. The demand is divided into different sectors. How do you use blockchain to make money, right? And how do you use blockchain to save money? Because they are efficient. So now you have half retail insti, then you have make money. The objectives are different depending on what goes towards. So let's classify and put it on a small matrix. There are not very many variables, so please bear with me. So let's start with retail, B2C. You need to also see traditional and non-traditional. We call it TradFi, DeFi. So when you look at B2C retail on the traditional side, what is their objective to use tokens blockchain? It's actually to make money, right? They want access. They want traditional. So like Futu, right? In this country, like they're not blockchain yet. They're Python, C, Java. I want access, cooler stuff. So it's an access story. Now let's go to institutional business on the traditional side. I don't think yet it's about now. It's about making money. It was very recent, but originally the use case and the demand of blockchain tokenization was saving money. Why? A dollar earned has less value than a dollar saved because a dollar saved is taxed. A dollar earned is not taxed. A dollar earned taxed. So a dollar saved is margin. But this is an operational efficiency. It's a margin game. So it comes second. However, for banks, hey, I can save margin and trim down my workforce, for example, through automation. So institutional on the traditional side, motivation for blockchain has been on save money. Now let's go to retail, but on the DeFi, non-traditional side of things, i.e. a MetaMask user or a Coinbase user. Their motivation for tokens is, on top of access, is collateral, right? They want to make it fungible, interoperable. So here is to make money. So again, you see it's different. Now let's switch to institutions like crypto hedge funds and the likes, or foundations, DAOs, that want access to private markets tokenization, i.e. private credit. Their motivation is, of course, to make more money. But collateral is one thing, but they want the yield component more, because the subject matter of finance is all about risk-free rate, right? Their rate is not risk-free. Our rate is risk-free. So they want real free cash flow. So their motivation of using blockchain through money market funds and whatnot, right, at the end becomes a means to make more money. So I think I've given you 4 examples. The only one that started with saving money was the traditional institutions, but now it's scaling. So what does this mean at the end of the day? It has to be either cheaper, better, or faster. So the demand comes equally 50-50 from both sides of the world for the obvious reasons that I've just mentioned.
Cool. The follow-up question to that, Victor. Okay, so it's a 50-50 demand, but do you see
say provider driven? They use this Most of the people, we don't know how a car level has gone up. FOMO scale, and many of them may not know the full implications, but AI.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Kelly, let's you. When it comes to the public market, and Mireille being a fellow asset management firm, in the public markets and funds, where do you see tokenization making sense today? Do you think that the bullishness on tokenization, on tokenized money funds and RWA tokenized products, is it getting ahead of itself, or is now the right time?
Okay, let me just put this very simple. Most investors, they don't care about format. They only care about like returns and risk. At its core, actually, tokenization is kind of technology putting assets into the digital format on chain. They don't change any underlying asset. They just change the wrapper. So that is, if it reduces the kind of friction and then it improves the kind of efficiency, everyone will love that tokenization product. In the public market, I think it makes sense the most in some areas, like a money market fund, and then also like a fund format, also like commodity, because their benefits are practical and they're very clear. For example, like crypto investors or virtual asset investors, they need a kind of efficient cash management tool, like a tokenized market money fund, because they don't want to, like while the market is very volatile, they want to keep their money into their wallet, not like off-chain, like moving off-chain, but they want to have another like investment tool to kind of manage their cash in kind of efficiently. So tokenized money market fund can be a very good like management tool for them. It's very practical and the benefit is very clear. And then second thing is a commodity token. So for retail clients, if they can trade the commodity token with a very small money, and it can be traded freely, and then it can be settled freely. It will be a huge benefit for them as well. And then also, like there should be some like opportunities to utilize the commodity token as a collateral, and then it's a huge benefit for them as well. But having said that, there are a few like some areas which are kind of getting ahead of themselves still. Like for example, like putting like illiquid or complex products on chain actually doesn't solve any like problems. Like still like a liquidity and the pricing and also legal issues are still there. So tokenization doesn't add extra like a value actually there yet. But however, from my perspective, and also like a retail-based the brokerage firm, we think that the best the way of the tokenization is to provide any assets which our retail clients cannot access at this moment to put in a digital format and provide those products to our clients. So that's the kind of beauty of tokenization in an ultimate goal. So, and then one more thing is the stablecoin. So digitalization of money. Actually, when digital tokenized asset is paired by stablecoin, digital money, the beauty of the tokenized assets and stablecoin can have the energy and the seamless trading experience and efficiency on settlement that will be huge thing. So stablecoin and the digital money's introduction should be followed to boost up the tokenization side of things.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I think from a professional perspective for BNY Investments as well, we share the view. When it comes to tokenized products, it's best for investors to understand what they're investing in. Tokenized money market funds are fairly low risk and it's easy to understand. When it comes to highly structured products, the advice is always, if you don't understand it, don't invest in it, right? So there's a lot of instruments out there in the RWA sphere now. So for investors, please make sure to come back to fundamentals and understand, what you're investing in before you go in, okay? Now, let's get back to Cindy. So as a very large universal bank, right? A lot of times for anything to go mainstream, the big banks of the world has to come in to help in terms of infrastructure. So what roles do banks like JP Morgan have realistically to play in order to help RWA scale around trust, around custody, around settlement? What's happening at JP Morgan on that front?
Well, as Kelly and Victor mentioned, there are a few, catalysts to drive the RWA market, including regulation, technology, and also capital. For traditional financial institutions like JP Morgan, I would say we are definitely one of the pioneers in this digital asset space. We have been investing in blockchain more than 10 years. I think most of you guys are aware, actually, we have a platform called King Access, which is a digital asset, solution JP Morgan launched last year by leveraging JP Morgan, deposit coin. By the way, JP Morgan coin actually is not a stable coin, but it's kind of a tokenization of currency and a tokenization of deposit to facilitate, the settlement and the payment business. So I would say, first of all, we, bank for sure, provide a very secured, infrastructure to the stakeholders in this RWA ecosystem by embedding, those regulation compliance requirements into the smart contract blockchain technology to provide comfort to most of the market participants, including other, traditional financial institutions like asset management companies or hedge funds, etc. And secondly, I would say we also provide custodian service as well, including, by working with other digital asset custodian player. So instead of being a passive custodian, provider of traditional assets, we're also being trying to get ourselves ready to embrace, broader set of assets, which include, digital assets. But more importantly, I would say, in payment and settlement space, we definitely play a very, transformative role by leveraging our JP Morgan coin. Because still at this point, most of RWA, in terms of last mile, in the previous section, which I've been talking about, still need working with traditional players like banks like us to finish the settlement. Without, this digital asset stable coin, we have to still rely on traditional, payment rail, including SWIFT system or the banking network, which usually will take a T+2, or, you have to, sort of follow the business hours as well. Thanks to, the digital asset stablecoin and also, by blockchain technology, we can do this kind of settlement and payments in real time, 24/7, and at a lower, risk and cost, and also, as mentioned, much faster, which also a lot of cost in terms of, our client capital as well. So as mentioned, in view of increasing institutional adoption at this stage, thanks to more clarity of regulation and the more mature of blockchain technology, we see more and more traditional financial institutions, including security companies, asset management companies, trying to get into this crypto space, including RWA markets, but they are not very sure, whether they can work with some crypto exchange directly. They would rather, choose to work with JP Morgan, platform. In that way, they feel very sort of comfortable and also secured. By providing this kind of service, we kind of also improve their business exposure to the digital asset space as well. So I think I would position ourselves more as a partner, to the other digital asset players instead of a direct competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you make a very good point, Cindy, about TradFi and DeFi. A lot of people think that TradFi and DeFi are competing, but actually not really. So I agree with you, and I'll give you an example. Bank of New York Investments last August launched a project with Singapore startup Open Eden, and in conjunction with them, Open Eden launched their first yield-generating stablecoin called the T-bill. And the reserve assets are managed by Bank of New York Investments. And then again, this January, we launched another tokenized project with Singapore startup DJFT. And this time, we partnered them, and the tokenized underlying asset was a Bank of New York Investments equity income fund. So from that perspective, we hope to show our friends in DeFi that there's a lot of active collaboration going on. What the TradFi players here can offer is really partnership and how to do it in a safe and compliant manner. So there's a lot of collaboration going on, and we hope to dispel the misconception that there is competition within DeFi and TradFi. I think it's more of a hi-fi situation going on now, and there's a bit of convergence in the sectors. Okay, moving on. Now, there's a lot of traction now in the tokenization world, and if I can open up to all our panelists, right? What do we think still needs to be solved? So we're at, I think, the beginning of a very long journey. What do you see as the single biggest hurdle still holding RWA back? Is it regulatory clarity? Is it operational readiness, investor understanding, or is there something else? What do you think needs to be solved? I'll open it up to any of our panelists.
I definitely would start from regulation, as you mentioned. I think RWA is something still very new in terms of business scope, in terms of the format, the way. And also, we are expecting, we are hoping, the liquidity of RWA markets can be improved as well. But everything need to be driven maybe or supported by the regulations. We would love to have a global or unified regulatory environment if possible. But even if not, we hope, we understood the regulation probably potentially will be still evolving. But definitely, more clarity will provide more comfort in terms of no matter, the issuer or, the underwriter like us or the other on-chain players as other crypto players. So I will start from regulation. I'm sure there are also other points, the other panelists would like to address.
Yeah, for me, similar, but I will put the investor education first because they wouldn't, I mean, no one reads the two-size font disclaimers that takes half an A4 page, right? I think it's tied, investor education that will push also the regulation. So I think the entire room, they know how much volatility a Bitcoin is, 80% give or take. Public markets is 14% give or take. Private markets, if you put it on the same index, we could be on an evergreen structure at 5 to 7%. Irony here is a retail investor can buy Bitcoin, can buy ETH. They cannot buy private markets, right? So the investor doesn't know, the retail, for example, that 90% of the world's companies with 100 million worth of revenue are private. And there used to be 9,000 companies listed in the 90s. Now you have less than 3,500. And retail still don't have access to the biggest thing that doesn't exist, which is private markets. It's unlisted shares. It's companies, $100 million revenue that are not public, that are private, and only the institutions have access. So investors, admitting and telling the regulator, hey, this has to change. I mean, the US and Europe, you see frameworks, regulators, private funds access to retail more and more, especially now that they don't have anything to say. I mean, 80% volatile asset class is accessible to retail, and we have 100 billion worth of ETFs, for example, in the US, same in Hong Kong. I think that's, once the investor understands, they'll keep on pushing, and the blockchain technology enables a lot of its access and participation. And number two, and the regulator also would need to, it's very hard to be a regulator because once you set up the law, you cannot change it. So I and they come from, but also acknowledge that there's a lot of social good that can be done, and also retail is a core objective of the SFC. So I think they should think hard. But at the end of the day, stable coins is the most important part, because that benefits not only the traditional, but also the native, the DeFi audience. And we're living in a very convergent trend. And without the stablecoins, it's a half-complete picture.
Okay, so I kind of at that I said this RWA moment at this time is to do the three main key points. This is very special because these 3 points are also very big hurdles together. The first one is technology. So technology is quite mature enough. The problem is infrastructure readiness in the institutions. Whenever I have a meeting with the TradFi companies, they know what it is, but they don't have any enough kind of readiness about the infrastructure and the wallet infrastructure. So technology is mature enough, but TradFi companies which can boost up the whole digital asset industry, like the RWA tokenization industry, haven't got any readiness on infrastructure. And then second thing is regulation, because regulation, as I mentioned, actually lots of countries are moving forward in the same direction now. But the problem is the difference is quite big. So Hong Kong's readiness is here, and Korea's readiness there, and then so for example, what actually, as Victor mentioned, stablecoin is a critical actually tool for a whole RWA marketplace and other digital asset area. The problem is stablecoin ordinance is all different in all over the world. But stablecoin's main purpose is a cross-border settlement. But once the regulation is a whole different, there's no meaning to use a stablecoin, to be honest. So the regulation is also a big hurdle. And the third one is capital flow, because capital flow is based on their kind of market understanding, investors' understanding. But investors' understanding is still immature. So capital flow, so how our a concern or our consideration is how we can educate them and how we can keep paying their money when they are come into actually this digital asset area. So that's the kind of key points, and then also key hurdles at this moment.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Okay, my last round of questions for each of our panelists. Cindy, what is one regulatory development you are currently watching very closely in the region?
Well, I'm sitting in Hong Kong. Among the countries in Asia, definitely I think one country's policy would be very important to this, which is mainland China. And definitely we are very keen to see how, the crypto-related regulation will evolve in, for mainland China market. Right now we have a very clear, sort of a message or rules are set by PBOC in WA. So basically they have set a very clear definition and a boundary in terms of what assets can be tokenized in Hong Kong, and what should be the right process in terms of CSR filing or ODI investment, etc. Definitely, we are very keen to see who will be the first one approved by China regulator side, and what kind of assets actually will be allowed by China government to be tokenized here as well. Because we foresee there will be a huge demand from mainland China markets if this market can be opened up. As I mentioned earlier, because Hong as a proxy, get access to the mainland China market, we definitely see a huge potential upside if the Hong China side will be opened up. And doing that, Hong Kong will be more competitive, a crypto, hub globally as well. Yeah.
That's good. Okay, Victor, for you, my last question would be one misconception institutional investors have about tokenization.
Mainly two things. One is tokenization and crypto are not necessarily the same thing. Because 4 years ago, 3 years ago, when you say you do tokenization, it's like, oh, you do Bitcoin. that was the. So tokenization is just a cheaper, better, faster new tech than new coding. I think that's one. And the second one is, tokenization does not solve the problem. It's regulation. So you don't need to be. It's not that difficult. You just need to. We stopped studying after college. The one thing that we all have not in common is lack of time. people need to just sit down and understand this technology. And I think once they understand, there will be less panic. But yeah, I think that's the tokenization, being able to tokenize everything and making it, transportable universe-wise. That's a misconception. That's theoretically, that is possible, theoretically. But with regulations, it's not interoperable. It's not, if you do it on real RWA and compliance, then it's okay. It's actually better for all of us.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. Kelly, my last question for you for this afternoon is, what is one asset class in Asia you think will tokenize faster than people expect?
Okay, my answer is very clear. Pre-IPO stocks. Actually, from
Thank
my
you. Private companies.
Yes, yes. Because especially in AI or fintech, semiconductor, that kind of very prospectus like areas. From my perspective, tokenization can be a kind of a meaningful tool when we can expand our ecosystem and then also our finance to provide more products to our clients. That is the kind of new technology benefit. If we do the same thing as a kind of traditional securities firms and then traditional, just to provide a traditional a product, there should be no difference. So tokenization can open up a whole new world to provide pre-IPO shares or new product to our retail clients. Of course, there are, as I mentioned, there are lots of uncertainty, and then there are lots of kind of issues we need to resolve before we launch this one. Especially, we need to think about how we can make a legal structure and then compliance structure as well. Because from our perspective, the actually investor protection is very, very important because we are facing the retail investors. So we want to have the clear legal structure, kind of ownership, investors' right, and then also protection, like disclosing some important information of the company to protect our investors. And then second thing is also like a secondary trading market, because once they enter the market, they need to exit. So we want to have the kind of regulated secondary market to allow our clients to exit their assets in a proper way. So that's a pre-IPO stock. It's my pick for this question.
Thank you, panelists. So with that, we conclude our panel today. We hope you found it insightful. If you have any questions for our panelists, I'm sure they'll take them off the panel after this session. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Hashki. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena and panelists, for the wonderful discussion. Please remain on stage for a photo together. Okay, when you're ready, let's look towards our official photographer in the front. And thumbs up for the next photo. Thank you. Let's give another big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator here. Thank you very much. Thank you for that crucial comparative analysis. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we look at the ultimate end game, the migration of global institutional capital and the largest asset pools. Our final panel is From Wall Street to Blockchain, the Practical Logic and Future Landscape of Global RWA Insurance. So without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Andy Lee, partner at Hashkey Tokenization and a powerhouse group of global practitioners. Mr. Abdulhamid Bezit, Managing Director, BlackRock. Mr. John Cahill, COO, Galaxy Digital Asia. Ms. Min Lin, Managing Director and Head of Global Business Development, Ondu Finance. So let's please give a big round of applause to welcome our panelists and our moderator.
Alrighty. Guys, it's finale, okay? It's great. It's 5 p.m. So My name is Andy. I'm the partners at HashKey RDB team. Thank you again for staying, and thank you again for coming to Web3 Festival. It's my pleasure to be hosting the last panel of the day for the main stage. So I want to share a story with you guys. If you ask a lot of people on stage, I'm sure 10 years ago, they'll probably say, is blockchain going to be real? Is this going to be a real thing? Most people will probably have said no. But if you look at where we are today, we have stablecoins, we have digital assets, tokenized funds, tokenized equities. They have gone from fringe to multi-million dollars. And it's a phenomenon that a lot of banks are looking at, what is going on with this world? So in one sense, this looks like a story that we all know, which if you think about for the past decade, what technology has been doing is to make money more efficient. From electronic exchanges to straight-through processes to algorithm trading, each wave is shrinking the way we look at settlements. It's cutting operational costs and making things more effective. Now, blockchain and tokenization is simply next rail of the evolution, where we only use programmable assets to drive 24/7 settlement, and that's going to shrink issuance, it's going to shrink distribution, and make most post-trade going from days to just seconds. So this also strips out all the intermediaries that we all used to know and we all get used to. So what's new is really now we're putting a lot of assets on chain, right, as I mentioned. And people are looking for ways to how to effectively use them. Now, for this panel, I want to share a bit more on how people should be thinking about this. So as we see, this is really thinking about Wall Street. So we do have a lot of people from Wall Street on stage here as well. But what we want to touch on two really important topics. One is that we talk about efficiency. How far has that efficiency story gone? Where is tokenized assets, tokenized RDBs, generally really mean the products and the market plumbing, or are we stuck with what we have today? It's not changing the way we use products. And secondly, is really looking at, when I'm sure a lot of people in the audience have heard a lot of what other firms are doing today. What can we look for in the next decade? What should we focus on? And what should people take away from this panel? So really a pleasure to be on the panel today. And I want to really quickly introduce some of our speakers today. So there's Mr. John Cahill, who is the CEO for Asia Galaxy Digital, who leads the Galaxy institutional trading, financing, infrastructure business across Asia. So for those who's Galaxy Digital, they're a listed company in the US, and they're one of the earliest, they have a large wide of businesses, including investment banks and trading. Mr. Abdel Bazid, who's the managing director and head of product development for BlackRock in Asia Pacific, where he oversees the design and build up BlackRock's product lines, range from ETFs, mutual fund, and other vehicles in the region. And Mr. Bin Lin, managing director and head of global business development at Ondo Finance, where they're helping what is now the leading RWA tokenization platforms, building up billions of dollars of US stocks and giving access to non-US investors on chain. So, gentlemen, thank you again for being on the stage today, and we're looking forward to it. So, I want to start asking with you all with a really important question. So, if I remember correctly, John was from Goldman Sachs. Abdel is at BlackRock and now previously also at Deutsche Bank. And then Ben ex-Goldman Sachs as well too. So you all have roots in traditional markets, and now you're sitting here in a role that's really quite unique as well too, where you're looking at the intersection of finance and blockchain. What was the practical moment that convinced you that RWA tokenization was more than just another story, another new thing that people are doing? It's something that make you say, this is really real, and let's be part of it. Why don't we start with John and head on down to Min as well too. Great, thank you.
Sure. The penny drop, so to speak, for me, before I joined the industry 5 years ago. And one of the reasons I got into this industry at all is that I saw the underlying technology as superior. And it seemed obvious that the best technology ends and wins the game. And blockchain technology for a means of storing value and transferring value is demonstrably better than what exists in the market today. And 5 years ago, I don't think we would have thought we'd be where we are today. We have a long way to go, but we're starting to realize that benefit of better infrastructure.
Abdel, go ahead.
Yes, and thanks, Andy and Ashki, for inviting me to this panel. So mine is more of a personal anecdote because while I was at BlackRock, and for me, like 5 years ago, when John was already starting to get into digital, I still felt Bitcoin and, in general, crypto as being an alternate world. Not really the world which I was familiar with, but also not really a world which I wanted to participate to because I didn't feel that it was necessarily fitting the missions of BlackRock at the time. So I ended up basically about at that time attending a forum like this one. And that forum was when I really started to feel that actually that technology was not just about that alternate world, but was a real revolution. And there were 3 reasons for that. The first reason was that there were discussions, I would say still preliminary, but discussions nonetheless, around compliance, around securities, around AML KYC, onboarding of clients. And those discussions were in those type of forums and were trying to address those issues. And I thought that, in a way, the industry, the DeFi industry, was taking those issues seriously. That was the first reason. Second reason was that I saw the attendance of traditional financial players, banks. And if I see banks in a forum like this, and not just the DeFi industry, I think also that it is evidence that actually the industry is developing to become more institutionalized. And the third reason is more personal, is the fact that on my side, I come from product background. I've always been in product for the past 30 years, first in investment banking, then at BlackRock, always looking at new innovations, refreshing ways. And I really felt that tokenization was offering new solutions. And that was absolutely really from that perspective, comparing to the markets. Again, like John said, we are still not there today, even compared to a few years back, but we have progressed immensely.
Go ahead, man.
Thanks, Andy. So I joined the industry 5 years ago as well. I think probably around the same year as John joined back in 21. Tokenization is actually not a new concept. If we remember and recall back in late 2020, early 2021, several exchanges has tried and attempted to launch a tokenized securities product. Obviously, it had been a very different regulatory landscape back then. They were faced with a lot of enforcement actions, so they had to cease a lot of those product offerings. The sort of like use case, as well as sort of like the demand for that product was already there. The value proposition was there in terms of efficiency, in terms of creating a better infrastructure, better product. But obviously today where we're standing, we're sitting at a very different regulatory landscape. So for us to be able to allow us to scale and really able to sort of like be on this stage talking about RWA, there has been a really relevant regulatory shift, particularly within the United States, that has allowed us to sort of like grow within this industry. Now we have seen exchanges, wallets, competing in an even playing field as neobanks and other sort of like players in the traditional space that has previously sort of like offered crypto. Now exchanges and wallets are offering more than crypto. Now they can offer stocks as well. So I do think like when we saw sort of like this unlock on the regulatory fronts, this was an obvious space for us to come into at Ondo to sort of like expand 7 months ago into tokenized equities.
it's really interesting that you all kind of got in around the same space. I'm sure you see how the world evolved, how tokenization has evolved, and where we are today. Obviously, I quite agree with Abdel that we're not quite there yet, but here's a question for you guys. When you think about asset issuance, when you think about what actually matters to you guys? I mean, for a lot of people on the stage, I'm sure they hear a lot of press releases. They hear people say, oh, we should do a proof of concept of these things. What are some of the thresholds that you guys would care about when you actually think about issuance? For example, is it really having secondary market liquidity? Is it really getting a broader reach to investors? Having an impact on your balance sheet? What do you think it's something you guys would care about? I'll get Min to start actually this one, because you guys are building a lot of the products right now too, so I'd love to well for it when you guys are building.
Yes, so from our perspective, when you think about equities, for example, as we're focusing on tokenized stocks, in its traditional form, equities that are sitting in your brokerage accounts is inert, right? So like you're just holding that asset, but when you're bringing it to sort of like tokenized rails, you are able to sort of like have a lot more composability. You're able to use it in a lending protocol. You're able to use it as margin in derivatives trading, and so forth, right? So it unlocks so much more utility towards it. So as we were designing the product for on the global markets, we were thinking on sort of like the problems that we are trying to unlock, right? How do you design a product that is permissionless, so you're able to transfer freely from peer to peer, that offers investor grade sort of like protections, great sort of like interoperability within DeFi and other protocols. And that's precisely what we have done in terms of a product, right? So on those, what we have done is launch a permissionless product that we are able to now use it across many different DeFi protocols. And this creates new business opportunities as well. There's new sort of like infrastructure that can be created around tokenized stocks and equities that has never been able to be done before.
Abdel?
Well, I will chime in on that front. Again, I think tokenization, from proof of concept perspective, everyone understands the benefits, some of the benefits that Ondo has mentioned on stocks, but effectively on all asset classes, there are a lot of benefits. The fact that you can trade 24/7 potentially no single buy-in, then all the challenges that still exist today with RWA being the size, so the scale, which is still not there yet, right? But also the liquidity, the frictions, the costs sometimes will be tackled because they will be minimized by technology. They will be minimized by the entrance of those institutional players. So institutional client buy-in is the key element today, in my opinion. And once we have that, then you will see all the thresholds, all the barriers that you mentioned progressively being breached.
Yeah, go ahead, John. So, I hear Min was talking about the liberalization of these assets from your accounts. I talk about Adele was talking about, having more institutional capital into it. For Galaxy Digital, what do you guys care about?
I'm by nature, I'm a distiller. I take this and I kind of distill it down to something that I can understand and I can explain. And for tokenization, just like almost any product that's out there, it's one thing: usefulness. Is it useful? If it's useful, you'll have demand, whether that's from institutions or from individuals. And these building blocks that you get through tokenization make them more useful. They make them composable. They make them more efficient. It unlocks capital that would otherwise be locked in a settlement cycle, for instance, or in an overnight batch process, for instance. And at the end of the day, the most useful thing is going to be what people want And so that's my answer.
All right, cool. So I want to go deep dive into each of these panelists, some of their thoughts on something. So I'll ask the next part. I'll ask one of you some of the questions, and again, friendly debates are welcome. Please, love to have some conversations on stage as well too. So I'll start with Abdel in the middle as well too. So Abdel, so at BlackRock, you've been building a lot of products. We have seen, BlackRock, the BUTO, and that seems to be the only tokenized product that people know or remember. What does tokenization have to prove before it earns a slot in your product lineup in the future? For example, what if in the future BlackRock decides to tokenize some of your other products? What's something that you would care about? And do you think we're ready for these types of products right now for this industry?
Okay, so first, yes, BUTO has a great name, so that's a good thing, right, for it to be well known. But and BUTO is tackling some institutional demand, so it does have a utility which comes with as an answer to what John mentioned, right? Why do you develop product? You develop product because there's offering effectively the ability for people who are today on chain to stay on chain and still earn yield, right? So in an institutional way. So that's what BUTO was trying to offer, and we are continuing to build new products. So definitely you will see more products coming in a variety of jurisdictions which try to offer clients different use cases, because there are more use cases than just providing yield to people who are within the DeFi world. So there are definitely more than that, right? So we are working on those. These solutions now, in a way, the challenge that we face to building more products is not, in my opinion, technology. I think technology is there for us to use. It is assessing in a proper way client demand, because developing a product takes a lot of time. Unfortunately, has still a lot of costs, not necessarily purely technology related, but even legal related, right? So there are a lot of additional costs associated to that. But we still need to offer a utility. So we still need to offer a product which makes sense from a cost perspective, from a solution perspective to those clients. And assessing that demand is key on the way that we develop products today.
Got it, okay. So let's move on to John here. So John, as the CEO for Galaxy Digital, which you guys will focus on institutional trading, financing, market infrastructure, and also you have also investment banking services. How does the growth of these tokenized RWAs change the trading stack in practice? Where do you see the meaningful shift in aspects of it? For example, collateral management, funding markets, or market making, as more assets, more of these tokenized assets come on chain?
I think we're a long way away from shifting, how things trade for the traditional mix of assets. First of all, you have to have the building blocks that then you can do all this other stuff. And we're still in the very early stages of seeing the transition. I think there will be a transition towards blockchain underlying plumbing, because it is demonstrably better. But there's an awful lot of work that has to be done before you get there, and we've talked a little bit about some of those challenges. But what you get at the end of the day is you push towards the efficient frontier of money. Things become more instant, they become more scalable, they become cheaper. The cost of back office operations, of audit, of all the things that you have to have on staff at an asset manager or an investment bank start to go away, because blockchain enables all of these functions to be done by computers. And once you have that, you get more efficient. And so you can offer lower fees as one. You can offer a wider breadth of product to a wider universe of customers as another benefit. As someone who manages, our own treasury and is a buyer of their products, you have the efficiencies built in to the process. Some of that comes with unique challenges. We trade in 24/7 markets. That is taxing on the people that work in tokenized businesses. So you have to reorient yourself around how to do risk management, about how to do settlement and operational tasks and functions that, in a lot of markets you have 2 or 3 days to settle an equity transaction. So you get the efficiency, but there's a lot of investment required to kind of push towards that frontier. But the unlock is a lot of capital that's dormant in a settlement cycle or locked in an escrow account starts to be released. And so it's more broad market liquidity in the end state once a lot more breadth of product is available on chain.
So on the trading side, I want to ask Min a really quick question as well too. So I think Ondo right now offers 24/5, eventually 24/7, as if I remember correctly, that's kind of the roadmap. Do you see the same similar trading challenges as John mentioned, where we're not really quite there yet?
Yeah, I think as we are sort of like looking at the way that we have built the system, we have built it on a just-in-time liquidity, right? So essentially what we are doing is plugging into the very deep TradFi liquidity during the 24/5 markets hours that is available. So you have obviously the US trading market hours, and then you have the extended and overnight sessions as well, right? So as markets infrastructure improve over time, as there's a lot of reports of them moving into 24/7, we do see that as being a positive move for us to be able to enable that. Right now, what we're doing is building solutions in the back end to provide liquidity during weekend tradings. And that is a very costly and really unscalable solution right now, right? So that is something that we are needing to solve for the industry because there is a demand for 24/7 trading. But I think as a whole, the industry is not there yet to enable that.
Got it. Okay. Well, let me just kind of extend that question as well too, because you offer a lot of products, U.S. equities that most investors can access on chain today. Who's actually buying these products? To be honest, that's really a fundamental question that we get a lot. And are we really giving investors access to assets where many of them couldn't reach before, or are we just giving people who's holding stablecoins slightly cheaper path to get access to it? Like what are you seeing on your side?
Yeah, I think I see myself as kind of like the perfect customer in a way. So I grew up in Latin America, whereby it was very limited and gated in terms of access to US stocks. It was very high minimums. It's very hard for us to open a brokerage account. There wasn't any fintechs at the time when I was growing up there. Right now, when we look at crypto and what that has unlocked for many people within regions that do not have access to traditional brokerage accounts, they can just download an app, have a DeFi wallet and do their trading. Having the ability to do tokenized stocks now and having access to a wealth engine, which is the US equities market, that is a huge unlock to many people that did not traditionally have access to that. So when we see a lot of the on-chain transactions and where buyers are, a lot of them are definitely here in Asia, in Southeast Asia, where access is very gated. Latin America, it is definitely an emerging and growing market. So we do see a lot of more retail demand coming in at this time. And that's more of an access play that tokenized equities has allowed. Institutions, I think we are ways to go on tokenized equities because institutions already trade on traditional rails. They have very good access already. So we're not seeing that yet. We do see whales coming in, buying tens of millions of dollars of single stocks, which is great. So we do see some treasuries, crypto treasuries that are native that hold a bunch of stablecoin and wanting to have exposure in traditional stocks that do not want to go off-ramp, being part of the clientele that we're serving today.
Got it. Okay. So I just want to move it to Abdel and John here as well too. So I think Min was talking about that they see quite a bit of retail buying as well too, and that institutions have access to it. You do see high net worths and people with capital looking to buy these assets. But to you guys, does tokenization really open up new client segments, or it just benefit investors who's typically quite active already and giving them something that they can use 24/7 rather than follow what traditional markets are doing already?
So I think there are two questions in your question. The first one is, what does where do we see the benefits of tokenization from a fund manager perspective, a traditional fund manager perspective? And today, to be very clear, it's about people which Min mentioned who do not want to go off-ramp and invest into funds. So currently, we are looking to offer tokenized funds to those clients who do not want to go off-ramp and who see utility in staying in the digital world and investing in the digital world. That's the first part, at least from my perspective. Now, the second part, which is where do we see institutional demand as ourselves being an institutional investor, right? BlackRock is investing as an institutional investor on behalf of clients. Can I trade stocks in tokenized markets? Yes, I can, but there are still challenges. One, liquidity is still fragmented and is still not fully there. Secondly, there are certain benefits that are in the traditional world which I have access to in terms of cost, in terms of tax, like the fact that, for instance, I can get tax benefits in certain markets, which today in tokenized world do not exist, really, right? So there are certain disadvantages in trading crypto. The main one, in my opinion, is also the fact that when I trade, I am obliged by MiFID rules to do best execution. So I need to figure out a way to trade in best execution world in a market which is fragmented, which is also challenging. So I think there are still certain challenges which are not technology challenges, which are more adoption challenges, which will hopefully be addressed progressively. But those are things which will help institutional adoption.
John?
Yeah, I mean, I just think the regulations aren't there for institutions. You know, if you could trade a stock that's tokenized, you could trade a stock the way you've always done it, and your job is to risk manage your company and protect your investors. Why would you opt in for the thing that's less proven, less risk managed, less liquidity? It's just, it's not a superior product at that point. You need all those things to be in place, and regulation wrappers, along with rules and responsibilities for the market around custody, around exchanges, around, you know, who do you call if something goes wrong, what recourse do you have, are essential to attract any kind of institutional interest. So the interest today, I think it is more of an access story. Institutions, I think in the fullness of time, will care about standardization of access, because that opens the aperture of who can participate. I think they care about efficiency, and I think they care about safety. And so as long as those things are in place, then it certainly opens the door for liquidity to move to the better technology, which I think blockchain technology is superior to existing financial rails. But those are pretty big barriers that need overcoming, and it's going to take a lot of time to get there.
This is perfect. Go ahead.
I think it is developing. I think because if you look at custody, for instance, you have more and more participation of banks, which shows that, in a way, there are certain aspects like safety and security which are developing. And I think that we are not quite there yet, I agree with you, but we are still developing, and we are also seeing from regulators some momentum. So it is...
Momentum and actual rules are pretty different. Yeah. But unequivocally, globally, momentum has never been stronger around the space. I keep saying it's a raging bull market for infrastructure. The price of the crypto is the price of the crypto, but the infrastructure story, it's a raging bull market. There's an awful lot of work being done in the lobbying effort. I think politicians and regulators are on board. I think there's a little bit of a race philosophically to be relevant for the innovation path forward, and I think there's a lot more acceptance of blockchain rails as being part of that kind of end state story for markets.
Anyone want to try capping on?
Well, no, I fully agree with that view, because as you're looking at the financial literature right now, right, the wording around tokenization and where this industry going is very different right now. Like, this is no longer just an experiment. This is something that is eminent, that is common. So I do think that it is already proven the efficiency of tokenized assets, what it can do in terms of an unlock. Now, what I think it's missing is definitely from a legal clarity standpoint, a harmonization around what tokenized assets are and how is it being recognized from a cross-border reference standpoint, right? So I think as we get there and as we evolve as an industry, financial markets infrastructures will need to sort of like harmonize on sort of like understanding and recognizing these assets on how it can be utilized, say for example as collaterals, as margins and so forth, right? Across various jurisdictions, not just within the United States, but like across many of the jurisdictions in which we now distribute the product.
I just had a thought I want to share. Even as recently as 3 years ago, if you're an asset manager and you go to your risk committee and you say, hey, I really want to do a tokenized thing, they would laugh you out of the room. You wouldn't even be able to finish the sentence before they said no. Now, I think the risk is not participating in tokenizing assets and giving that view into what the future of markets is going to look like. I think it's a much bigger risk of sitting it out. It was easy to dismiss before. I think that time has come and gone. And now there's a greater risk of just not being in the conversation and thinking about your strategy.
Yep. So I know we're not quite there yet. I know there are missing standards, but who should be driving this? Like, this is a debate where I have with different people, and they say, should a lot of these like regulations or ideas or productization be done by the industry itself, where everyone go and kind of form a new standard? Should it be like, say, different platforms? Should it be public bodies? Like, I'd love to get you guys' thoughts on this actually. John, you want to start?
Well, look, I have a strong view on this, and if we have to eat our own cooking. It's our collective job. If I believe I'm sitting here telling you what I'm telling you, I have to back that up every day, and frankly, we do. There's an industry group here in Hong Kong called Web3 Harbor. We're front and center there, and that's for regulatory engagement and political engagement. It's education, and it's demystifying some of the things around the industry and around what our intentions are, and really kind of taking some of the teeth out of the main concerns. We don't want to do anything that's going to scam people. We don't want to do anything that's going to put people in harm's way. Quite the opposite. And there are portions of crypto historically that have been not so friendly to retail, to institutions, or to anybody involved in the market. And their main goals were different than where we are today, which is really about this upgrading the plumbing.
Abdel, Ben, any thoughts?
Well, I give my opinion. I think I do agree that we have a role to play, and we work on that front with regulators. We work on developing solutions, but developing technology solutions, in particular in a regulated way, costs a lot of money. And it's important to have a clear assessment of the demand, right? And to be clear, in my opinion, public bodies still have a role to play to help support that industry, because they offer regulatory clarity. They help also from potentially an incentivization standpoint. So when you have like issuances of tokenized bonds on by the Hong Kong government, as example, but also by other governments, to try to develop the market, it's important to show that people are not afraid, that governments are not afraid to develop that ecosystem, and not just to rely on the industry and on the private sector to figure it out. So I think there is still a lot of importance from public bodies to develop the markets, and then we will take it over and let the best wins.
I don't know. I see this similar to how crypto regulations has evolved over the years. Having been 5 years within this industry, right? Like as you look at crypto adoption and the regulations drafting, it has changed so much from where we stand at 5 years ago. And I think that certainly would be the case for tokenized equities. I think hopefully in a more accelerated manner because it is under much friendlier jurisdictions right now. So we definitely see a lot of the players that are participating within the space, for example, Ondo, as well as other tokenized players, as well as the distributors and the exchanges and the wallets being sort of like the educators to educate what this sort of like new unlock and new asset class is able to provide. So I think as we drive more adoption within the space, that is where regulators start to understand why this industry is relevant, why this asset class, they should be paying attention to this. And I think regulations evolves at different paces in many countries and different places. But I think we'll get there because when we launched tokenized equities 7 months ago, we started with 0, and today we're sitting at, what, 800 million in TVL. From an adoption standpoint and demand, you can see that there is an appetite from the markets. There is a need in terms of access for people wanting to have access to US stocks right now. So I do think regulation will play catch up at some point to ensure that, you know, like we are able to sort of like all access this tokenized equities as well.
Okay, well, we're hitting the end of our panel, so just want to ask one last question to all the panelists. So we've covered quite a bit of today. We talked about products, we talked about access, we talked about regulation, infrastructure, technology. So, and, you know, kind of hitting on the point where it's kind of what's missing in the industry as we're not really quite there yet. So really, let me bring it like ask the questions more like a bigger picture things. Do you believe that RWA tokenization becomes core plumbing for global capital markets in the next decade? Or, you know, it goes back to what I was talking about, is it still just another layer that runs alongside with traditional finance? And I think for a lot of people in the room, if you were to give them one thing to get serious about the space, as we're not quite there, but eventually we'll get there, what's the first step you would recommend them to do as well? John, I'll start with you first.
To answer your first question, I think unequivocally that the end state for financial markets is, you know, tokenization of everything. I agree with Larry Fink on that basis. Not a hard person to agree with when he has a lot of influence, but I agree with that. It's software eats the world. Mark Andreessen wasn't wrong when he said that, you know, 15 years ago. We see it in almost every category. AI is now part of that conversation. And this is the efficient frontier, the end state for markets. That's the answer to your first question.
Yep.
What was your second question?
So a lot of people in the room are probably asking, so how should I get into it? What's the first step that they should do, right? What's the first pragmatic step? Say, I'm sure a lot of people in the stage who are, you know, works for banks, asset managers. What do you recommend?
Yeah, look, if you don't have anybody looking at tokenization or how markets are evolving, you need to hire people for it. If you've already hired people, you need to talk to people like us and Ondo and others who are helping this transition forward to at least understand and educate yourself of where this end state's going to go. And then you have to come up with your strategy on how you want to approach that.
Yeah. So Abdel, any thoughts?
Yeah, so from our perspective, we are already invested, right? So, but I would say that our view is that we need to continue to invest because, again, in terms of products, we are not quite there yet at the end stage, and there is still a lot of innovation to do. So we continue to invest in technology. We continue to invest also in educating our clients. I think that's also a very critical element. And we continue to try to develop new solutions which are both innovative and providing clients with value-add products. So I think that's key.
So what would you recommend for people to do as a first step then? Like what BlackRock is building a lot more products come in the future, but for a lot of people, from your perspective, what would you recommend them to do?
The same, invest in it.
Invest in it?
Importantly, I don't think that there is a way out.
Got it.
So in the future.
Okay, Min, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. Invest in it, try it out. I think it is important for users to have a first-hand experience interacting with tokenized equities. I think what we are focused around in Ondo is building adjacent businesses to bring a lot more utility towards the tokens. For example, we're launching Ondo Perps, so essentially you're able to now take your stock tokens and post that as multi-asset collateral margin rights for trading. So that's bringing utility into the stock tokens itself. Once people have the ability to do that and sort of like see the unlock that it gives in terms of capital efficiency, I think adoption is going to start growing then.
Sounds good. All right, we're out of time. Thank you again to panelists. Thank you, John, Abdel, and Min, for taking the time to share your thoughts. I do know we have a long way to go, but let's make some friendships and hopefully we'll get there together. Thank you. And that's a wrap for the main stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the wonderful discussion. And please stay with us on stage for a photo together. Please come forward for a bit. And when you're ready, let's look towards the front at our official photographer. Wonderful. And another one, shall we strike a pose? You can do Korean hearts if you want to. Let's look towards the middle again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for our panelists and our moderator for this excellent discussion. Thank you for sharing your perspectives and also your expertise with us. This afternoon, we have gone layer by layer into the RWA stack, from the foundational vision to the strategic navigation across the bridge of compliance, through the competitive hubs, and finally, to the logic of global insurance. You haven't just heard about tokenization, you have seen its blueprint being drafted by the very individuals drafting it. The bottom we sought is not an end, but a foundation. It is solid, it is being built upon, and it is reshaping finance. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our session. Once again, thank you so much for participating in our session today, and thank you so much for listening. More wonderful sessions will be presented here at the main stage at 11 a.m. tomorrow. 明天11点钟开始，还会有更多精彩的议程在主会场呈现。For more wonderful upcoming sessions at Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2026, please kindly scan the QR code on the event catalog. And thank you once again. See you all tomorrow. 大家可以扫描会看手册上的二维码，提前了解更多精彩的议程。谢谢大家，我们明天再见。